would be looking to get it a little later in the pack. 7th means that I'm looking to get it late, and anything past that, usually like 9th, would mean that we're looking to wheel it. So rather than arguing about is this bomb rare better than this other bomb rare, it lets the set review go a lot faster and makes the points. Like something's either a bomb or it's not, and you're either going to pick it highly or you're not. And that I think gives us a better idea of where we should be taking these cards.
Yeah, exactly. Strixhaven notwithstanding, you never have to think about there being 2 rares in a pack.
Yeah.
So some people love the idea of debating if this rare could beat this rare. Some people like debating if Superman could beat Batman. It doesn't matter. They're both superheroes.
Yeah. And it would totally be Superman.
I have no dog in that fight. All right. So do you want to start reading or shall I?
Yeah, I'll kick us off. You can do the next one. Sure. So Adult Gold Dragon is 3 red, white for a rare 4/3 flying lifelink haste.
Seems real good. It's not a exciting rare, but it's a real good one. 5 mana, 4/3 flyer in red, especially. With lifelink, it's going to hit opponents who don't even know it's coming. It seems like an easy first pick to me.
I think it does too. We'll need to see how everything stacks up. Like, are there trivial air blockers for this? I doubt it. And I'm also curious about how easy it is to splash. I've seen treasure tokens floating around a good bit in this set. So if splashing's pretty easy, this is something that would be splashable for me too. So I would put this in the first pick range.
Yeah, super easy splash. I don't even think I could see the best removal going over this. And who knows what kind of removal we'll get. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll find out. All right, next up is Bard class, which is our first class enchantment. And the easiest way to explain these for me is this is a saga, but it doesn't tick up every turn and it doesn't go away. You decide when to tick it up by dumping mana into it. Is that close to how you're thinking about these?
Yeah, it's an enchantment. I would not really think of them as a saga. I would just think of them as an enchantment that gets a counter that unlocks something. Sagas are way more powerful than what I think most of these are.
Yeah, that's fair. So this is more like a level up enchantment, Trout says in chat. So I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bard class, legendary creatures you control enter the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter. You can spend 1 in red to level it to 2. Legendary spells cost red green less to cast. And you can spend 5 to level it to 3. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them this turn.
This ain't for limited, right?
Yeah, I don't think this is for limited.
We're not getting common legendaries. We're getting some uncommon legendaries, but they're not focused in red-green. They're across all the color pairs. So short of you doing 5 color shenanigans and lucking out and getting very specific uncommons and rares, I don't think you're doing much with this.
Yeah, so if you have a limited deck that's interested in this, you will probably be able to wheel. You should be trying to wheel this.
Yeah.
This is not an aura; it's an enchantment, so you can cast it, and it doesn't cast on a creature. So an aura would be something that's on a creature. Although Chad is asking, can we have multiple classes? I don't see why not, but you're the judge.
Yeah, you can have multiple classes. They're not legendary. There's no rule. So anything that basically has something after the dash is meaningless. Just like a land dash gate. Gate has no meaning. Just some cards might care about gate. So some cards might care about classes. I don't know if we've seen any, but class has no special rule.
Okay, and multi-classing is a rich tradition in Dungeons and Dragons, so that would make sense.
Absolutely. The other thing I'll say about all of these classes is you're putting a lot of mana into something that can be naturalized.
This is true.
So it better be worth it.
You know, we've talked about things that you like in a format and things that I like in a format. One thing I love in a format is a mana sink. And the fact that classes exist and it looks like you may be able to find them, and there's valid mana sinks makes me happy.
There's a lot of mana sinks, so I'm really hoping the format is friendly to it and not suddenly some crazy aggro deck ruining our fun.
We'll see. I got to keep my eyes out for that.
Yeah, somebody asked, do we get all the effects or just the highest level one? You get all the effects.
That's neat.
Yeah.
All right. Barrowin of Clan Under is 2 white-black for a 3/3 dwarf cleric. When it enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. So we're going to have to talk about that. And whenever it attacks, return up to one creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield if you've completed a dungeon.
So this is something that I don't in any way feel confident about talking about yet, is how quickly are we completing dungeons? There's a lot of cards that care about completing dungeons, which from a game design perspective would say to me that it's pretty easy. You're going to do it, and you're going to do it before turn 15. You're going to do it, turn 7, hopefully. But yeah, this entirely depends on if we're completing dungeons quickly or not. If we aren't, this is a 4 mana 3/3 with, like Scry 1 or something attached to it, as we'll see in the dungeons in just a sec. If we can complete dungeons quite well, then this thing is a value engine.
Yeah, and I was kind of looking at this as a turn 4 3/3, which is not that exciting, but it's going to have your choice of various beneficial abilities because you're getting to go deeper into the dungeon. And if you happen to top deck it later, well, then that's just nice. And you'd kind of have to do that anyway because it's not like you're returning something from the graveyard on turn 4. So I don't know. I looked at that as a flexibility on this card. That doesn't make it busted, but I think it makes it okay.
Yeah, it's something that, and we'll talk about dungeons in just a second. It's something that I think I want to pick up. I mean, in my first draft, I don't know if I'd pick it up to see if it works or if I would just let somebody else see if it works. But if you can complete dungeons and, it has that flexibility and added value, I think it's hard to put a grade on this. I think it's somewhere between second, third if completing dungeons is super easy. And if it's not, it goes all the way down to a fourth, fifth, right?
Yeah, I was going to say fifth for me to begin, and I should have a better idea of how easy it will be to complete dungeons first. But let's look at these dungeons and try to understand this because this is a big part of this set.
Yeah, so let's jump on into Dungeon of the Mad Mage first, I guess. It's dungeon
Yeah,
number
let me
1.
look these up real quick.
Oh, yeah, those might not be on that list.
It's okay, I can find them.
Sure.
All right, here is all of them. That's what I needed. All right, got them. Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Yes, let's pick the most complicated one first. I like that.
Do you want me to read them?
All right, so Dungeon
Or,
of the
yeah.
Mad Mage. Sorry, I was just blowing them up. So the first venture is you gain 1 life. Second is you scry 1. Third, you can choose Goblin Bazaar, create a treasure token, or Twisted Caverns. Target creature can't attack until your next turn. Then you scry again. Then you may choose exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them, or create 2 1/1 black skeletons. Then scry 3. Finally, draw 3 cards and reveal them. You may cast one of them without paying its mana cost. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ventures you need to complete this.
I do think this might be my favorite, although I can't remember what the second one does right now. There's just a lot of not broken, but good value on this. And by the time you get up to like Scry 3, that's a huge add-on to whatever it is you're venturing with. I like this one a lot. This is probably going to be my first choice when I get to venture.
It probably would be. So the way the dungeons work, Kilgore, is as soon as you play a card that says venture into the dungeon, you pick one of these 3. It's your choice. So looking at them here, I can see that Dungeon of the Mad Mage has the most value stapled on it. But if I'm looking to complete dungeons, dear Lord, I do not want this one.
That's true.
I'm not
this is probably a little bit more the control deck dungeon than I suppose.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So if we're just looking to accrue value, then heck yeah, you want the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. But if we go compare this to the Tomb of Annihilation, I can complete that in 3 ventures.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
let's read through them real quick, and then we can kind of talk about the differences between them. So Tomb of Annihilation, you've got a choice of 2 paths realistically. First, when you enter, each player loses 1 life. Then you may choose to go the fast route, which is picking Oblette, discard a card, sacrifice an artifact and a creature and a land, leading you to Cradle of the Death God. Create a legendary 4/4 God horror creature token with Death Touch. Or you can take a slightly slower route of each player loses 1 life, each player loses 2 life unless they discard a card, Each player loses 2 life unless they sacrifice an artifact, creature, or land, and then you get the legendary 4/4. So it's kind of like if you're an aggressive dungeon deck, you could sort of crawl through this Tomb of Annihilation in 3 if you had to, although I don't think I'd want to, and 4 the other way.
That's true. And this is definitely in line with that black-white one. You want to complete it quickly. And hey, you've sacrificed creatures. Maybe they're in your graveyard. That legendary we just looked at can reanimate things if you've completed a dungeon. So it's
Yes,
almost
so
as if these dungeons have colors, even though they don't.
yeah, it sort of seems like it, doesn't it? So Tomb of Annihilation seems like the aggro dungeon. Dungeon of the Mad Mage seems like the control dungeon. So what does my mid-range dungeon have for me? The Lost Mine of Flandivar. Scry 1, and then you've got a lot of choices. You can choose make a 1/1 Gobbo or create a treasure token. And then depending upon which path you made, you can go somewhere else. If you made a goblin, you can put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. If you made a treasure token, you can give target creature -4/-0 until your next turn. And either will let you have each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. And then at the end, you draw a card.
So I don't think we got a mid-range dungeon. I think we got an aggro dungeon, kind of.
This looks pretty mid-rangey to me too.
Scry
Right,
ones,
because
make a 1/1. Yeah.
because
I would
mid-range
want.
is about having the flexibility of am I in the control position or am I in the aggro position? You want a creature? Cool, make it. You need your mana fixed? Get you treasure.
That's true. That's true. I would give me make Dark Pool like -2/-2, and that would be a mid-range dungeon that I would love.
That would be an absurd dungeon. Nobody's letting you have that.
It would be stupid, yeah. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting because I think these dungeons do have colors. I think you're going to kind of pick these very much based on your deck.
I think so. But can I pick the same one more than once?
After completing, yeah.
Okay.
But you can only have one active at a time.
Right. So we could, in theory, do the Lost Mine of Flandelver and then be like, okay, we've completed a dungeon, we've turned everything on. We'll just start with the Mad Mage now and get value as we're going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think these are super neat, and I'm interested to see how it plays out. But it does look like if you just want to complete a dungeon quickly, you would be picking the mine or the tomb. And if you're looking to accrue value slowly, that's what the Mad Mage is for.
Yeah. The tomb concerns me a little bit because that is a lot of costs. You know, you're paying a fair bit of life, or you are discarding a bunch and sacking a bunch, and the payoff is getting a 4/4.
Yeah, but it's each player loses 2 life. If you're the aggro deck, your life total doesn't matter.
That's true. It's sort of a
You're
sulfuric
happy.
vortex.
Yeah. So I think Tomb of Annihilation is specifically for the aggro deck. Whereas the other, and like if I'm playing a mid range or a control deck, I'm never going to want to go into the tomb. I'll get annihilated.
That's true. That's true. It's in the name.
All right, let's move on to Brunor Battlehammer. This is the first character I actually recognize. Cool. 2 red white for a 5/3 dwarf warrior. Each creature you control gets +2/+0 for each equipment attached to it. You may pay 0 rather than pay the equip cost of the first equip ability you activate each turn.
Did you like Keldheim?
I
Feels like
did,
Keldheim.
but this doesn't seem as annoying to me as that stupid 2/2 dwarf.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not quite that busted. This card
You
does.
had to use a removal spell on it, and it wasn't worth killing. But like a 5/3 for 4, you're like, yeah, that's worth killing.
That's true. That's true. You don't feel any sadness about killing this. It's definitely a prime target. This card does concern me a little because I think when equipment gets, I think equipment has a very fine line in game design where most of the time it's just bad because it's too overcosted. And there's like a 1 mana difference or one little tweak that suddenly makes it busted and overwhelming, like it kind of was at Keldheim towards the end. So we'll see how this goes. We'll have to see what kind of equipment is in here. If there's very good equipment and you're paying 0 to equip can be insane for equipment, even if it's just like +2/+2 or something. But yeah, this seems like a snap first pick to me, and I'll build around this just because I think as long as the equipment's there, I think this deck just kind of like ruins games.
I think this is third pick.
Third?
I think I would take solid removal or I would take a bomb rare over this. I don't think this is a bomb rare. This is a synergy piece. Now I need to see how much synergy's there. If there's like 12 common artifact equipments and they're all great, then yeah, I've changed my mind. This would be a first pick. But unless we're just flooded with it, like if I have to take crappy artifacts to make the or crappy equipments to make this good, and then they're not good if I don't draw Brunor, I'm gonna be sad.
That is true. That is true. The equipment in Kaldheim, especially the hat, was already quite cheap. So even if you didn't find coal or whatever, you could still just cast it. So yeah, I'll go
Yeah.
down to a second, third here. But boy, it's going to feel bad when this comes down on 4 and you don't immediately have an answer and they just have gigantic beasts in their red-white pack or red-white deck.
Yep. All right, Dritz Du Erden is 3 green-white for a 3/3 double strike. When it enters the battlefield, you get Gwen, a legendary 4/1 cat creature with trample. When a creature dies, if it had power greater than Dritz's power, put a number of +1/+1 counters on Dritz equal to the difference.
Now this looks like a bomb.
The, bomb adjacent, I don't know that it'll win the game for you on its own, but it's pretty dang close. I would call this very high on the value scale, how I evaluate cards, because like I can't imagine a better deal for 5 mana.
Yeah, so it's a 5 mana virtual 6/6 with a 4/1, so kind of a 10/7 for 5.
Yeah. Uh-huh. That's a pretty good deal.
And then you send that cat in, it maybe deals some trample damage, maybe deals 4 to their face, maybe kills a creature, at which point Drix is now a virtual 8/8.
Yeah.
Seems real good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna first pick it every time.
Yeah, me too. Let's go. Faraday, Devil's Chosen is 2 blue-red for a 3/3 legendary Tiefling Warlock, and it has Dark One's Own Luck. Whenever you roll 1 or more dice, this card gains flying and menace until end of turn. If any of those results was a 10 or higher, draw a card.
So this is, I guess, blue-red signpost on common. Blue-red, from the cards we currently have revealed, does have more die rolling than any other color. I think there's 4 or 5 currently revealed in blue and or red, whereas the other colors have like maybe 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a 3/3 for 4 that if you have a way of regularly rolling dice is a 3/3 flying menace for 4 that might draw a card now and then. It seems good. It doesn't seem busted to me. I'd go into blue-red for this card though, so I think it's around the second, third pick range for me.
I was going to say 5th again, but that may be because I don't value these uncommons as highly as you do. Like I'm thinking the same thing with Brunor and this is like, what I want to do is first pick a good red removal spell, then first pick a good blue removal spell, and then get past this and say, okay, let's try it.
That's true. That's true. It might be me edging towards the modern era of Magic where you pick your legendary and you go into it. You build your deck. But I
Yeah.
could see this also being 4th, 5th. We'll have to see how much removal there is, if there is a lot of stuff to be second and third picking over these.
That's good. For those of you who are new here, I frequently mispronounce cards. It's funny and it's a gag, and we're going to be happy with it. It's a tie fling. I can tell. It says tie fling. Tie fling.
Yeah, you fling
Fighter
it up.
class. Yeah, you fling after work, you take off your tie, you fling it on the tie rack. Easy. Fig Hunter class is red and a white for a class. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. 1 red white, equipment abilities cost 2 less to activate. 3 white red, whenever a creature you control attacks up to 1 target creature, blocks it this combat if able.
So here's our second peek into red-white equipment. The concern here for me would be I expect red-white equipment is an aggro deck.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a deck that wants to spend 10 mana to get its stuff going. I guess you get a rebate if you have equipment on the level 2.
See, there you go. So this is 2 mana, draw a card, presumably a good equipment that you want, and then you would presumably activate it at a certain point, the same turn you were going to equip, and then equip for on the cheap.
Yeah, you equip for 1, maybe 0, or well, you equip for 3 because you paid 3, but yeah, or 4. Yeah, I mean, this is probably still, if you're in this deck, you're going to be very happy to have it, and you don't have to level up if it's not appropriate to level up because you can't afford it. You do whatever else you need to do that turn.
Yeah.
So I
I
think the
think
card's
this would
good.
depend. It depends on the quality of the equipment that we get, and I really need to see those to evaluate this card. Because if there's just like really good equipments that we can activate, then yeah, I want to first pick this, and I want to get past Brunor and go. And if there's not, I don't want anything to do with it. This is not a card that I like, but I recognize that the power level is here, particularly if again if there's good equipment. So I think I could see first picking this.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I don't like this. I respect that it exists and will probably first pick it.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's the way to go for me too. I think I gotta be more likely wanting to beat this deck than play it, but
Mm-hmm.
that's a scary piece for it.
Yeah.
Gretchen Titchwillow is blue and a green for a 0/4 Howlfling Druid. Two blue, green, draw a card. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield.
So I don't like Growth Spiral Unlimited, but this is many Growth Spirals and a blocker and a mana sink and cheap to get down on the board. I like this card. I like this card a fair bit.
Only thing I don't like about it is that it isn't a 1/3 bird.
That's fair. That's fair.
But like I can't look at it and not think, man, I wish this was a River Hoopoe. I also don't love blockers that don't have power, but I could see third picking this. This looks pretty powerful to me, and I think I'd be willing to get into green blue for it.
Yeah, I'm on the third pickish range as well.
And also needless to say, as we're going through these gold part cards, we're talking about pack one, pick one. Once I'm in blue green and I open a pack with this, or I'm in red white and I open Brunor, it's just a snap at that point.
Yeah, that's a very important point. Our reviews don't tend to be the archetype style reviews. We're not going to go deep on what the green blue deck is and what cards you want to pick where for the green blue deck. We're going to talk about drafting, proper drafting.
Yes, which is the best way to play the game.
Exactly.
Hamma Pasher Ruin Seeker is one blue white for a 2/3 legendary human wizard. Room abilities of dungeons you own trigger an additional time.
So you said that big long dungeon would take too long to get through. It was a control dungeon. What colors would you probably generally play a control deck in?
I mean, I see where you're going with this.
Perhaps blue white, perhaps blue black, splashing white. Yeah, this will be interesting because none of those rooms are insane exactly. Perhaps the finishing rooms. I think the Scry 3 is a nice addition in the second last room of that first dungeon as well. But this is just a value card on a pretty standard stat line of 3 mana for a 2/3. I think this is probably a little bit lower than Gretchen, for example. I think I'm on like 4th, 5th pick here, but this seems to do what a venturing blue-white control-y, get to the late game mana sink deck kind of wants to do.
Yeah, all of that's there. I'm less excited about this one than the other one, but it's because I haven't seen all of the cards and how easy it's going to be for me to venture.
Yeah, it's definitely not
Like,
exciting. It's not blowing the game wide open when you play it. It's literally a vanilla 2/3 when you play it.
yeah, and it's like, do I have to attack to venture? Do I have to just play a card to venture? Like, do I have a mana sink that lets me venture? All of those things have me interested. But yeah, I'm with you here. Once I'm in blue white, I'm interested in this, but I don't think I'm taking it early.
Yeah, we'll have to see what venture cards there are. I will say there's a very important line in the mana sink ventures that makes me very sad that we'll see.
Okay. All right, we'll get there. Callian, Reclusive Painter, is red-black for a 1/2 legendary human elf bard. When it enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. Other creatures you control enter the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on them for each mana from a treasure spent to cast them.
So 2 mana 1/2 that makes a treasure is not something I'm excited about. Obviously, we've got the static ability, which is important and something that we're going to have to see how it goes. I did a quick check last night on how many cards make treasures. They exist, like at common anyways, they exist. As of last night, again, we've got cards left to reveal. I'm hesitant about just how many treasures you're going to have. So I don't know what value is guaranteed off of this, what value is consistent off of this in this format yet.
You know Horn Beetle.
I do.
ain't this kind of a horn beetle with a delayed effect, worst case scenario?
Yeah, yeah, if you get one single trigger off of it,
So
that's not bad.
this is kind of a 2 mana 2/3, but you got to put the counter somewhere else later. I
Yeah,
don't think it's I don't think this is bad. And then if you've got anything else, that's kind of nice too. Like looking at the stat line, my initial impression was this card sucks. But once I thought through a couple hoops, I'm like, even by itself, this is at least okay. But it is locking you into using that treasure to cast a creature, not a spell or something like that. Um, I, I don't think I'm gonna go nuts over this one, but if I'm in black red, I'm putting this in my deck.
yeah, I think this is the one I like the least so far. So I think I'm going to drop down to a fifth pick already for this one. But again, if I'm black red, I'm probably definitely into this, right?
I'm going 7. But yeah,
Seven?
once I've decided I'm black red, let's do it.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Criddle of Baldur's Gate is blue-black for a 1/3 human elf rogue. When it deals combat damage to a player, that player loses 1 life, mills a card, you gain 1 life, and scry 1. Whenever you attack, you may pay 2. If you do, target creature can't be blocked this turn.
Baldur's Gate is like the first D&D reference I actually know. So it's a 1/3 for 2 that does a lot of stuff if you can hit, and it happens to be able to make itself hit for sure because it can't be blocked. And then later game, you can send through your 5/5 unblocked. I like this card
Dude,
a fair bit.
I like it a lot.
It reminds me
I would.
it reminds me of cards like the Serpent that we just had. Was that in Strix? Or any of the various cards that have that like mana sink for being unblocked. The trick with this one that I think ever so slightly brings it down to not a different grade at all is you do have to attack with this one. So unlike those mana sinks we've seen before, you can't keep Criddle back. You do have to send them in as well. So they're probably going to die on that attack. So you want to be winning with that attack that you're sending through, like a 5/5 or something. But until then, you're hitting with Criddle, dealing 1, dealing 2, I suppose, milling a card, gaining a life, scrying 1. There's so much going
Got
on.
some John C. Riley confused face gif. It says whenever you attack, you may pay 2. If you do, target creature can't be blocked this turn. Why do I have to send Criddle to activate that?
Because I was testing that you were reading well.
Okay.
And you read well. Congrats. You can keep this back. It's a mana sink just like any other one.
Okay. We got there. So there was a 1/3 in one of the Ravnicas that I actually really liked. I can't remember what the dang thing was called, but it was pretty cheap to make something unblockable, and it was
Yeah.
stupid.
It was
good.
real good. I can't remember the name
Yeah.
either, but it was like 2 and a blue mana sink.
Yeah, it was great. And this is just that, but better. I could almost see first picking this. Pass Wall Adept. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm on like second, third, but this card seems great. And if there's a good like blue-black deck like this, I'm going to be a fan of this set, I think.
Yeah, and I could see splashing this. Like that's an incredibly powerful ability. Like you can't block my dude.
Question in chat, you can activate this several times? No, you cannot. You would get one trigger when you attack that asks if you would like to pay 2 once.
Yeah. So you can only do that once, but
Once is enough.
Once is enough, and it's cheap. All right, Minsk Beloved Ranger, red, white, green for a 3/3 legendary human ranger. It enters the battlefield. Create Boo, a legendary 1/1 red hamster creature token with trample and haste. X until end of turn, target creature you control has base power and toughness XX and becomes a giant in addition to its other types. Activate this as a sorcery.
So 3 mana 4/4, and the joke here is you make the hamster real big and it's got trample. Only
But
as a
you can
sorcery.
do that
Hmm?
only as a sorcery, but you can do that to any creature you happen to have laying around too.
You could do that to any creature, but it is base toughness. So you're not, whether it's a 1/1 or a 7/7, if you pay 4, it's still just going to be a 4/4.
Yeah.
So doing it on a 1/1 is kind of your best value, sort of. Activate only as a sorcery means that you don't have a threat of activation. You're not going to do this in combat. You don't get to kind of choose whether or not you want to do this after you see how the blocks happen, but you're still going to end up with a giant trampling hamster or a giant trampling whatever. It seems good. I don't think I'm going 3 colors for this card, but I'll splash it in ideally my red-green or green-white deck, maybe even in my white-red deck.
How easy is it to splash? I kind of want to look at the lands next and talk about mana fixing and see what we've got.
Sure, we've got Evolving Wilds and we've got Treasures. which is already
Okay.
saying Ixalan to me, kind of.
Okay. So
We
it's
even,
reasonable to splash this.
I'll say, we even have kind of a Sailor of Means, although it's an uncommon, not a common.
Okay. My concern with this is like make it a 5/5 that costs two generic more, and I think I'm happier splashing it, which seems weird to me, but it's like I'm never casting this on turn three in limited.
Yeah, yeah, because you're not really attacking with Minsk, right? Because you want to have that. Minsk is almost an enchantment that can block because you want to keep that ability around. You don't want to potentially lose Minsk in combat.
Until they've traded with the hamster, and maybe I don't have anything else around, we
Yeah,
are going to get some 1/1s from dungeons potentially. But I guess that means I would cast this on turn six and then dump 3 mana and attack with a 4/4 trample haste that nobody sees coming. All right, I've moved. I've moved. We're going to pick this early.
yeah. I'm early. I'm like, it's a mythic rare. If you don't first pick it, you're not going to see it. But I'm going to go like second, third-ish, maybe
I think I
fourth.
would first pick this out of most packs. Like
Yeah,
once I walked through, okay, what do I do with the extra mana? And then it's like, oh, you just make a big arsed hamster and send it in. Like, yeah, okay, I'll do that.
yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
All right, let's talk about monks. Blue white for an enchantment class. The second spell you cast each turn costs one less. Blue white, when this class becomes level two, return up to one target non land permanent to its owner's hand. And one blue white, at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. For as long as it remains exiled, it has you may cast this card from exile as long as you've cast another spell this turn.
We're back in Kaldheim again. We care about second spells. This
Ye-
is something.
This seems pretty good to me.
So I dislike sorcery speed bounce, but it's fine. So the second level would excite me way more if you could actually level these up at instant speed.
Yeah.
Um, so at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library for it. This is probably just good enough value for any sort of blue-white control deck. It's going to feel bad those times where like you're empty-handed and you exile a real spell and you draw a land and you can't play that exiled spell. But there's going to be just as many times where you actually get two spells or something and you can pull it off. This seems like good value. I don't know that I'm first picking this one. It feels a little bit weaker than a first pick to me.
No, it's close for me. I like the idea of this one's pretty cheap to get going, and then like presumably I can do that and still have a card or two left in my hand to make use of the level three ability.
It is the cheapest we've seen. I'd be curious to see how often we're second spelling here. I think we're going to have a little bit of shock coming from Strixhaven, where it felt like you were regularly doing 4 spells a turn or something, thanks to all the draws and all the lessons and such.
Yeah.
I remember the 2 spell deck in Kaldheim frequently not quite getting there, although still getting there enough if you had Clarion Spirit going. So I think I'm going to be second, third pick on this one. I'm not as psyched about this one as some other rare ones, but
Well, the thing for me, like the second spell deck in Kaldheim was kind of like you have to do it and you have to do it early and get ahead and then snowball. And this isn't saying that. This is saying, hey, whenever you get around to this, these spells will be waiting here for you. So it's kind of like drawing you extra cards and just stacking them under there, and we'll get them eventually.
yeah, I misread
Um,
that. I was thinking it was you have to do it that turn. So yeah, no. Throw me back up to first pick.
okay, cool. There we go. I was just making sure you'd read the card properly.
Exactly. And I had not.
All right. Orcus, Prince of Undeath, is X2 black red for a 5/3 legendary demon, flying trample. When it enters the battlefield, choose one. So why would I want to spend X? Okay, we're getting there. Each other creature gets -X until end of turn. You lose X life. Return up to X target creature cards with total value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, and they gain haste. Ugh.
So fun fact, if you're playing in Portuguese, this card says each creature gets +X+X. It's a
Interesting.
misprint. um, this guy is interesting. So 4 mana, 5/3 flying trample. I'm sold. That's great.
Yeah, done.
Paying X to do any of this I don't think that's going to be my default. I think I'm just playing a 5/3 flying trample for 4. And if the situation comes up where it makes sense to pay more to do something, sure. But I think
I
I'm
mean,
just happy with this without the X.
yeah, but the X is just bonus. Like if you
Yeah.
can turn forward this, sure, play it, see if they can kill it. If not, they're dead. And if you top deck it later, like here's something else you can do with your mana. Why not get a 2/2 back and send it in?
Yeah.
Like
It's
this
just
seems great.
solid value, easy first pick for me.
Yeah, first pick it. All
My
right,
chat was having some
Rogu.
issues.
Oh, go
They
ahead.
they
What
were
are they doing?
they were positive that the monk class was a common, and then it was an uncommon. It was actually a rare.
Okay. Like it says on the card?
Yeah, colors are hard.
Okay, that's fair. Rog class. So I don't know. I have somebody saying this is definitely a bomb. I have a pretty stringent definition of bomb. It's a card that I play and it will win the game for me by itself if it is not immediately killed. Is Orcus that? If you top deck it late game, it most certainly is. If I play it on turn 4, is it a bomb?
It dies to lightning bolt or whatever the lightning bolt thing is in this set.
Yeah. It's really close. It's very good, but I guess that's getting into the argument that like yeah, I'm talking about Orcus too. I'm not quite sure I would call Orcus a bomb, but it's very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
If you're casting it for any amount of mana more than 4, I think you're getting a lot of value out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Bomb adjacent, fair.
Yeah.
It's a 5/3 flying trample. It's going to be great. Rogue class is blue black for an enchantment class. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library face down. You may look at it. Okay. One blue black, creatures you control have menace. 2 blue black, you may play cards exiled with rogue class, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast those spells.
So I get to turn every creature into a Thief of Sanity? I want to play
For
blue
the
black.
But you don't, and it's basically free. You only need to spend 10 mana for that.
I'll spend 10 mana. I love this card. I love this card so much.
I love this card too. I can't figure out if it's good or not.
It doesn't do anything until level 3. Like looking at your opponent's exiled card, whatever, that literally does nothing. Exiling one card from their library does not do anything unless it's their last card. Giving your creatures menace is something. It's something. But boy, that level 3.
It's pretty spicy, but it's like, hey, if you're ahead, let's do this.
I think I need to see how
Doesn't-
controlling the blue-black deck is. If there's a good bit of removal in there, aren't I just killing them through damage?
Yeah. Giving your stuff. I'm with Tommy here. There's people saying it definitely doesn't need to be level 3, but level 3 is cool. And I'm like, I don't want to spend 5 mana for an enchantment to give my creatures menace. That's not good enough.
Yeah.
This card has win more written all over it to me. It's like, hey, if you got good attacks, you can do amazing stuff. It's like, but what if I don't?
But I like Thief of Sanities. But Thief of Sanity was 3 mana. Yeah, this is very win more. If you've controlled the game to the point that you've put 10 mana into a card, how have you not won already? And are you going to win by getting your opponent's random cards?
What if you have a 1/1 flyer? Then you're probably dead because you've spent the rest of your mana doing this and they've been attacking you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love this card. I don't think it's very good.
I want it to be good, and I'm gonna first pick it and try it. And then change my grade to like a wheel.
Turn 1 flyer, turn 2 this, turn 3 this, turn 4 this. And then okay, but what have they done?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you've taken like 10 damage at that point, and you're gonna deal 1 and then get a card.
Sure, but
And
you already
the
have
card might
2
be
spells a turn because you put other cards in your deck and you could just cast those.
Yeah, and the cards you get off the top of their deck might be lands. It might be 1/1s. It might be nothing.
So I'm looking at this more of something I would want to draw incredibly late game, right? I don't want to turn to this. And when I start to get it through that lens, I could see this having a place in a deck, right?
Yeah.
It just doesn't fit into curve. at all. That is definitely not what I
Yeah.
want to do with it. But if I have a blue black deck and it needs a mana sink, all of a sudden, maybe we could do something with this.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll keep an eye on it because I really want to level 3 and do some stuff. But I think realistically, it should be lower.
Yeah. Search for Azcanta was awful in limited,
Yeah. Agreed.
like stone garbage. So I hear you, but these are things that we need to figure out, right? Like if this format is nice and slow and I've got time to maybe play this on turn 4 and then maybe play a 2-drop and upgrade it on turn 5, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
Was it? Yes, it was terrible, Wallet.
And the other thing, and this is what makes me sad about a lot of mana sinks in this format, is they're sorcery speed mana sinks. You don't get to hold up your removal, not have to use your removal and put your mana into this. You got to waste your turn on this.
I'm okay with that. I'll just take mana sinks. At least they're giving them to us.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Because if a format has enough mana sinks, I'll just play 18 lands and never get mana screwed, and it's great.
Yeah.
But all right. Isorok has the play pattern. It's like turn 2 creature, turn 3 creature, turn 4 creature, turn 5 this plus level. Yeah, that works too. So like once you've run out of cards, you can do this. I still don't know how early to pick it.
Yeah.
But this is not a bomb. This is just. I'd put one of these in almost every blue black deck. I'm gonna have to play with this card. You're gonna have to play with this card.
Yeah. Agreed.
Seshra, Death's Whisperer, is 2 black green for a 1/3. When it enters the battlefield, target creature blocks this turn if able. Okay. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, you may pay 2 life if you do draw a card. Huh?
This is sometimes a 1/3 for 4.
Yeah, I don't like that.
This seems very low power. And even if you live the dream scenario and they have a creature that you want to kill and you have a creature that can attack in and kill it, and they don't have tricks or double blocks or triple blocks, you do all that, and for doing all that, you get to pay 2 life to draw a card. This seems like why is this? This is an uncommon because it's a legendary, I guess. But this seems deeply mediocre.
Well, I mean, it's Provoke stapled to a 1/3. Like, it's okay. If you've got a Death Toucher, it's okay. I could see this getting into play. I don't like it either.
I don't think I want to pick it pre-wheel, or if I do, it's like 8th pick.
Yeah. I don't know that I want to play it. Huh.
But I'd have to see what the black-green deck looks like, how much Death Touch there is kicking around.
Yeah, even then, it's like they're just like, I hate Provoke as a mechanic. I just hate it.
Yeah.
Because there's times you're going to need to block, and a 4-mana 1/3 is just not what I want.
Yeah, like you're not top decking this, and this is winning you the game. This isn't breaking a board stall open, like, because it's not provoke all, it's provoke one single thing. They still get to do everything else they want to do in their combat step.
Yeah, I mean, Chad is also saying, like, if you have some removal and you kill a thing, then you can pay some life and draw another card, and that's reasonable too. But I don't think I'm going to play this very much. I don't think I want to play it at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd put this on the wheel.
Okay, so what if we're making tokens and we're going through Tomb of Annihilation and we're sacrificing our own tokens?
We could play better cards.
Yeah, we probably could. All right. So let's wheel it. Skeletal Swarming is 3 green black for an enchantment. Each skeleton you control has trample, attacks each combat if able, and gets +X+O, where X is the number of other skeletons you control. At the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 1/1 skeleton creature token. If a creature died this turn, create 2 of them instead.
This is interesting. I want this to be a Symbol of the Legion, but it's not a Symbol of the Legion. That was broken. This is something. So I did a quick search for skeletons, and there's not many. There is one that makes one if you pay, I think, like 1 mana each turn if something else died or something else. And this one could make two, but those two are going to smash into combat and probably die. What does this do when I play it? It's a 5 mana. At the end of the turn, best case scenario, it's going to make me 2 skeletons. Next turn,
But
those
it'll always make you 2 skeletons, right? Because those 2 skeletons with an
presumably,
attack
yeah.
as 3 ones, and then they kill them, and then you make more skeletons. Oh, it says other skeletons, so they're 2 ones.
Yeah, because your opponent can't just like take 4 nonstop. So they're going to be eating them. But I mean, if they have blockers, those skeletons are just going to smash in, die, make more skeletons, smash in, die, make 2 skeletons, smash in, die.
That means they're not blocking something else.
That's true. That's true. There is a skeleton lord. It's uncommon, I think, and it also makes skeletons. So, yeah, combat tricks is a good idea.
I mean, this kind of feels like green black so far is get ahead and then use this Ancestra to stay ahead, which would probably make me not like the deck very much. But if that's the plan and you can actually build a green black aggro deck, I could see Seshra and Skeletal Swarming being a part of that.
Yeah,
Maybe not Seshra, but I could see this as your top end. Because like if you're able to force trades a lot anyway, or have some sort of sacrifice synergy, like let's say we venture in again. I'm looking at Tomb of Annihilation here. We do this, we sacrifice something on turn 5, and then play this and get the 2 skeletons. We've kind of done it.
Yeah, I think I'll need to play with it and see how this deck works. It's not jumping out to me just yet.
Yeah, both of these are like screaming heavy synergy to me rather than just like evaluate these cards in a vacuum. So if green black is a heavy synergy deck and you can get the pieces, maybe we're onto something. But I'm not super excited by either of these cards yet.
Yeah, if the deck turns out to be amazing, sure, I'll first pick it. I'm going to start out not first picking it and therefore never picking it because somebody else will.
Yeah, basically. All right. Sorcerer class is blue-red for a class. When it enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. Level 2 is blue-red. Creatures you control have tap, add blue or red. Spend this only to cast instant or sorcery spells or to gain a class level. And 5, when you cast an instant or sorcery spell, that spell deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of instant and sorcery spells you've cast this turn.
So we're not in Strixhaven. And our
Correct.
blue-red uncommon signposty creature told us that blue-red was roll cards or roll dice.
Yeah.
So why are we suddenly a blue-red spells deck?
We're probably not.
So 2
But I
mana,
could,
draw 2. It is draw 2, discard 2, as opposed to discard 2 to draw 2.
yeah, that's not bad.
And then our creatures ramp only for instants and sorceries, or to gain
Or
class level.
to, yeah.
Oh, what do I want to do with this card? I want blue-red spells to be a deck. Blue-red spells is my favorite archetype through and through and through. I just don't know if there's a blue-red spells deck in this format.
Well, I could sort of see, like, aren't there uncommon classes too that are single colors?
There are, so we could multi-class.
We could multi-class. We could
Although,
use this to cast a couple spells on the cheap. We could use this as a rummage late game. It seems fine.
though again, with multi-classing, we'd be tapping all of our creatures on our turn to class up at sorcery speed.
Yeah, which doesn't seem great.
No,
I don't think I
really-
want to be a sorcerer, John.
I really wish these weren't sorcery speed mana sinks. Yeah, sorcery class doesn't look great to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on sorcerer class. I could see if I see this late and I don't have a lot of good mana sinks and I'm like, okay, maybe we'll just use this to pitch 2 lands and draw 2 cards. But like that doesn't sound like a rare to me. That sounds like, a bad tormenting voice.
Yeah.
Because you're down a card when you do this, right? So I think we're gonna pass on this one.
Agreed.
Targnar, Demon Fang Knoll, is green red for a 2/2 legendary creature. When it attacks you, if you attacked with creatures with total power 6 or greater, attacking creatures get +1/+0 until end of turn. And you can spend 2 red green to double its power and toughness until end of turn.
This seems fine. I assume red green would like to attack, and this attacks. It's got a nice threat of activation on it. We saw this with Amplimancer in Strixhaven. This one's cheaper. With pack tactics, maybe this will be a 3/2 and it'll double into a 6/4. This seems fine. It's not a bomb. It is just a 2/2 for 2 that has a mana sink on it, but I think it's like a fourth, fifth pick to me.
Yeah, it seems great to me.
Maybe emphasis on the fifth ever so slightly, but
Fifth.
But yeah.
And once I'm in green red and I open this, I might be quite interested in it.
Yeah, as well, pack tactics is one of the only flavor words that we'll actually see again. So this one we can actually use to know what most of the rules text is going to say.
Okay, cool. Tiamat. It wouldn't be D&D without Tiamat. 2 white, blue, black, red, green. Legendary Dragon God 7/7. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, search your library for up to 5 dragon cards not named Tiamat that each have different names. Reveal them, put them into your hand, and then shuffle.
I am sure some people will have some fun.
How many times do you think you're going to kill someone who has Tiamat in their hand?
Can I force them to show me their hand so I can check? Because I'm going to say a lot.
I hope so. Yeah, I think it would be a lot too.
Like, even with treasures, even with 5-color green, I don't think you're pulling this off. It's a vanilla 2, 3. Yeah, it's a vanilla 7/7 flyer. Yes, there are dragons in this set. Yes, there's some common dragons, although they're cheating a little bit. They're dragon-born, so it's not like you're getting a 5/5 flyer at common. You're getting like a 2/2. You're getting like a bard with a loot. Yeah, I'm not playing Tiamat ever. It's an F for me.
I'm not playing it either. Pass it. No thanks. Y'all have fun. Tree Last Sarah, Moon Dancer, is green-white for a 2/2 legendary elf cleric. Whenever you gain life, put a counter on it. Scry 1.
All right, so green-white does seem to want to gain life a fair bit, and this kind of is what's the name? Johnny's Bridemate. Plus a scry 1. Seems fine.
That seems good.
I don't think I'm first picking it. It is just a 2/2 to start. You got to get into a very specific deck.
Yeah, and I know there's another common that is caring about gaining life, but it doesn't seem like it'll be that hard. And could we trigger that off of any of the dungeons? Wasn't one of them gain life?
Maybe?
Yeah, there's Dark Pool. So like you could probably trigger it there too. This seems okay. I could maybe see picking this as high as third. Again, it would be like first picked good green card, second picked white removal spell. Oh, cool. Let's take this.
Yeah, I could go as high as third. I think like start of the pack, I'm looking fourth, fifth.
Okay. Triumphant Adventurer is white-black for a 1/1 death touch. As long as it's your turn, it has first strike. When it attacks, venture into the dungeon.
So what's the best combination of evergreen effects? First strike and death touch.
Yeah, what you gonna do? I mean, what you're gonna do is double block it and kill it.
Yeah, you double block and kill it. Combat tricks make this thing terrifying. Any sort of counters. I might even jam a aura on this, but I'm probably not going to be because I don't think I'm going to play an aura. I like this thing. It's cute. It's going to be absolutely obnoxious some amount of the time. I'm not first picking it over like removal though.
I might. Like, I want a card to be good for a 2-drop. I want it to be good on turn 2 and do something later. And this definitely does that.
This is probably 2 to 3 ventures by turn 5, right?
Yeah, assuming you play it on turn 2 and you're okay attacking. And if I top deck it later and I just need to block something, cool. Let's block something.
Yeah, I like this.
This seems fantastic to me. I'm first picking it.
I think I'm on second, third, but I like it quite a bit.
Okay, cool. Pass it to me. Volo, Guide to Monsters. 2 blue-green for a 3/2 human wizard. When you cast a creature spell that doesn't share a creature type with a creature you already control or a creature in your graveyard, copy that spell.
This is stupid, right?
No.
No?
So I
When
so I cast this on turn 4, and then I cast my next creature and get 2 of them.
That's stupid.
Okay, that kind of stupid.
Yeah, the inflection there is stupid. This is nuts. Like, unless this set has way less diversity in creature types than I think it does, which I don't know, maybe it does with every sentient thing having a race and a class, but this thing is stupid.
Well, so I think that would normally be a concern if this was in any color other than green, but green has to have random bears and crocodiles
Yeah.
and crap like that. Like I don't think you could I don't think you could go wrong taking this. You'll have to do a little bit of building, but you only need to get one extra creature off of it. And all it's asking is, hey, will you pay one extra mana for your 3/2? And yes, I will do that for the upside on this.
Yeah, and
I
especially if you're copying, like if this is your 4 and you're copying your 5, that's probably bordering on unreasonable.
Yeah, I think so. This is something that people are going to want to kill,
Yeah, yeah.
right? So I think I would first pick this too.
Easy first pick.
Well, it depends on what the other blue-green creatures look like, but again, it's green. There's going to be so many random unaffiliated beasts in green. Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, Xanathar Guild Kingpin is 4 blue black for a 5/6 legendary bee holder. They hold bees. At the beginning of your upkeep, choose target opponent until end of turn. Look at that player. That player. Okay, let's try again. At the beginning of your upkeep, choose target opponent. Until end of turn, that player can't cast spells. You may look at the top card of their library anytime. You may play the top card of their library, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast spells this way.
Would you describe this as stupid?
Yeah, I think I would
Yeah.
describe this as stupid. It does everything that you want the rogue enchantment to
Yeah.
do while it kills them.
Yeah. Yeah. This is what I want from the Rogue enchantment. Like, you just have this like natural Thief of Sanity sitting around. It's a 5/6 on 5 or on 6, which is basically vanilla test passing. Your opponent's not going to have any instant speed effects, which is nice. Is snap first pick on this. I'm never, ever, ever not first picking this. Heck, I'll force blue black. I
Yeah,
won't
let's
even
do
think
it.
about the rest of the draft.
I'm on board with it. Let's go.
Yeah.
You want to take us through artifacts that may help me understand what sort of fixing we've got?
Sure. That sounds like a plan. All right. So up first, we've got a reprint. Bag of Holding. Bag of Holding is a single generic mana for an artifacted uncommon. Whenever you discard a card, exile that card from your graveyard. Pay 2, tap, draw a card, then discard a card. Pay 4, tap, sacrifice Bag of Holding. Return all cards exiled with Bag of Holding to their owner's hand.
I love this card. I've liked it every single time I've played it. I super value looting, and the fact that I can get all the cards back later just makes you feel even better. I probably shouldn't, but I have first picked this quite a bit. It, one of the reasons why is it's colorless. So if I see this with like a pack of like okay stuff but not great stuff, I'm like, I know this is going in whatever deck I play.
Yeah, and this used to be a rare.
Yeah, it
And
did,
I
and
think
it
it was
got
fine at
downgraded.
rare.
Yeah,
This card's great. Like, if my rare sucks and there's no unconditional removal or good removal, I'm probably just first picking this. It goes in literally every deck.
yeah,
Maybe not
that's
hyper
exactly what I'm
aggro, but even
thinking.
then.
Yeah, and I don't know how hyper aggro we're going to be, but I'm happy with Bag of Holding. I think I would be happy to third pick it, but I have first picked it.
Yeah, agreed. Up next is the Deck of Many Things. The Deck of Many Things is 5 generic mana for a legendary artifact at Mythic. Pay 2, tap. Roll a d20 and subtract the number of cards in your hand. If the result is 0 or less, discard your hand. 1 through 9, return a card at random from your graveyard to your hand. 10 through 19, draw 2 cards. 20, put a creature card from any graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. When that creature dies, its owner loses the game.
Okay, so we've got our first card rolly thing. What is this actually going to do for me at 5 mana? It's mostly going to draw me a card out of my graveyard or draw me 2 cards. Actually, I would say it's mostly going to return a card at random from my graveyard to my hand. That's what it's mostly going to do. right? Because we've got to subtract our hand from it.
Yeah.
It's not a 5% chance to win. It's a 5% chance to win if you've discarded your hand or are empty-handed.
Yeah, you have to have
10 to
no
19 is
hand.
not, yeah, 10 to 19 is not more hits. Not if you read the first text. You'd think it is, but it isn't.
Yeah, this seems
Um,
unfortunate because I think I want this in a control deck. In a control deck, I want to have a hand.
sure, but like you can also just cast the things you want to cast. I can do this at instant speed, and it's going to return random crap back.
Oh,
I,
that's
I
true. We can do this at instant speed. I was so used to all the other mana sinks.
yeah, I think you actually want this because more often than not, it's at least going to draw you a card every turn. Sometimes it'll draw you two cards every turn. And if you've got the downside of crap, I discarded my hand. Okay, cool. Now it can't not draw you cards every turn. And you've got that, 1 in 20 shot of cool, I got the reanimator. I think I actually like this.
I think if you've built your deck correctly, meaning playing a five
You
mana temporary do nothing artifact isn't going to kill you, I think there's just so much value that you can get out of this. Like, let's be real, it's limited. You're going to be playing with an empty hand a lot of the time if you've made it to the late game. That's just how limited works.
Yeah, and we're talking about such a slim chance of it spiking you, right? The if you've got one or two cards in hand, it's incredibly unlikely that you'll have to discard them.
Yeah. And if you do, I mean, you get a random one back, but if you are desperate to keep the cards in your hand, keep the
Don't
cards in your
activate it.
hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to first pick this to see how it works out. I hope there's a lot of people who are hesitant about this. I hope they stay hesitant so that I can actually try this out.
Yeah, I think this is good. I think I would first pick it. It's also an artifact, so you can put it in any deck.
Yeah, exactly.
5 mana do nothings are not necessarily historically bad, but like what John has said, you do have to be aware of this. Like, so is opportunity bad, right? Like, there were formats where that was the entirety of the format,
Yeah,
right?
I'm 14.
This is card draw. That's what this is. Are you okay spending 7 mana to start drawing cards? If it's slow enough, then heck yes. But it may be that the format's too fast for us to play that. We don't know that yet. But on its face, this is a good card.
Yeah.
It's several good cards. It's
Yeah,
many good cards.
exactly. Up next, we got Dungeon Map. Dungeon Map is 3 generic mana for an artifact uncommon. Tap to add a colorless mana. Pay 3 tap. Venture into the dungeon. Activate only as a sorcery.
This is interesting, dude, because normally I don't want a mana rock because I get into that, what if I ramp into nothing? But this can't ramp into nothing. It ramps into itself.
It ramps into itself.
Yeah. So it's a mana rock, right? So I'm scared of casting a mana rock because what if I cast it and then I'm empty-handed and I don't have anything to do with the mana? Well, then I'll just use it to venture into the dungeon.
Well, you have to tap to venture into the dungeon, and you have to tap to make the mana.
Sure, but I'm just saying it's a mana rock with a built-in mana sink.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So
Yeah,
as
I don't
long as
know.
my deck is interested in ramping, I'm not as scared of not having anything to do with the rock later. Like imagine this was a land that, tapped for blue and then had this activated ability. You just play it in literally every deck you possibly could.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like sorcery speed mana sinks, but that's probably just my memory of mana sinks being me keeping stuff in my hand, passing the turn, and asking my opponent to do whatever they feel like doing, me interrupting or mana sinking. But in these cases, with the sorcery speed ones, sometimes you're just empty handed, and this is still something to use with your mana when you can't just hold stuff up.
Yeah, I like it. I don't think I'm going crazy over it. It's probably like fifth to seventh, honestly, because I need to be having a deck that is interested in actively getting to 6 or 7 mana. But once I'm in that, I'm very on board for this.
Yeah, and it is one of the few sources of repeatable adventure that doesn't require like attacking or something. Um, I think it will be format dependent. There are enough mana sinks that I'm really hoping this means this format is like glacially slow. And if it's glacially slow, who cares that you're paying 3 mana at sorcery speed for this mana sink?
Yeah,
Um,
I want to see the white cards before we decide that. But I like this. Where are you picking it?
I think it's pretty close to the wheel, like eighth,
Okay,
ninth.
so I'm just a little bit ahead of you.
Yeah, we'll see.
Thank you for
Up
the gift sub, Andy.
up next is Eye of Vecna. Eye of Vecna is 2 generic mana for a legendary artifact at rare. When Eye of Vecna enters the battlefield, you draw a card and lose 2 life. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 2. If you do, you draw a card and you lose 2 life.
I don't want to lose that much life, man.
It's a lot of life. You get to choose if you want to or not, but if you don't choose, what did you do with this card?
Yeah, so I guess I could play this in the green white deck where I'm
Yeah,
gaining life to trigger stuff, and then I don't care. It just says draw a card to me.
yeah. Imagine if you just had another Pride Mate or whatever, though.
Well, yeah, I guess Scry 1 isn't that far. I don't know how good this is going to be in limited.
Yeah, this feels a little bit more constructed. This is also part of a 3-part combo that is
It
not
has to
going to
be.
happen in limited.
Yeah, I mean that was the deal with Vecna. You get the eye, you get the hand, you reanimate the Lich, bad things happen. But
Yeah,
yeah, I don't think I want to play this in limited.
I'm effing this, I think. Like, maybe not an F, maybe 12th pick, but I'm not looking to play it.
I mean, we weren't that thrilled with Crushing Disappointment, right?
No, it was kind of a crushing disappointment.
Yeah, and I think Eye of Vecna is kind of a crushing disappointment too. I'm not saying you can't play it. Well, if the format is slow, you probably can't kill yourself. I've got to spend 4 mana and 4 life to draw 2 cards.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. We'll see though. Like I can envision situations where I might want to bring this in against an opponent that's not attacking me at all. But after seeing what green, red, and white anything wants to do so far, I don't know that I can get away with that.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see, but I don't think I'm looking to play this too much. Up next is 50 Feet of Rope. 50 Feet of Rope is 1 generic mana for an artifacted uncommon. Tap, target wall can't block this turn. Pay 3 tap, target creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. 4 and tap, venture into the dungeon, activate only as a sorcery.
That's interesting. So walls don't matter
No.
functionally. Keeping something tapped is kind of like if you can let something hit you once, we can cumulative upkeep assassinate it, but we're always paying that 3.
Mm-hmm. So it better be worth it. It better be like a 5/5 flyer or something.
Yeah, but like I'd
Which
never
already
pick
hit
this
you.
over the Yeah, it already hit you, and I'd never pick this over the removal spell, right?
Never, never, never.
I don't think I actually want this.
Yeah, I don't think I like 50 feet of rope. I want to tap the creature rather than keep it tapped. I don't know that I want to pay 4 to venture. I would prefer to pay 3 to venture, and I can do that at common, right? Nope, at uncommon.
That was uncommon. Like the treasure map is clearly, or the dungeon map is clearly better than this.
Yeah, I think I'm wheeling this and not super looking to play it.
Same.
Up next is Mimic. Mimic is 2 generic mana for an artifact treasure at common. Tap, sacrifice Mimic, add 1 mana of any color, because it's a treasure. Pay 2, Mimic becomes a shapeshifter artifact creature with base power and toughness, 3/3 until end of turn.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's not good. I want it to be Guardian Idol, but it's not, because you get mana 1 time.
Yeah, this is just actively bad. I don't think I would want to put this in a deck.
Yeah, 4 mana 3/3, but it's only a 3/3 for just a turn.
Yeah, that's not good enough. I don't want to play this, so I'm not picking it.
Agreed. I'm gonna F this. If I'm somehow desperate, I can't be desperate for fixing. I'll find it somewhere else.
Chat is not getting 50 feet of rope. So tie up doesn't keep it tapped forever. It's 3 mana. It doesn't untap for 1 turn. That's actively bad because now if that thing is killing you, you need to keep spending the 3 mana. And I understand that people are like, it doesn't tap it, right? So I understand people are like, hey, if there's a thing that's going to kill me, at least I can spend the 3 mana and keep it tapped. but you could have picked another card besides 50 feet of rope that would either allow you to race your opponent or to kill the creature that they played or to draw cards to try to find an answer. Because this is just not a good answer for something like that. This is bad.
Yeah, imagine if this was tap target creature.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
It'd be absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Also, when are they actually going to use freeze as a keyword? I feel like that's past
Yeah.
due.
It is. It is.
Up next is Spiked Pit Trap. Spiked Pit Trap is 1 generic mana for an artifact at common. It's got flash. Pay 5, tap, sacrifice Spiked Pit Trap, choose target creature, then roll a d20. 1 through 9, Spiked Pit Trap deals 5 damage to that creature. 10 through 20, Spiked Pit Trap deals 5 damage to that creature. Create a treasure token.
I don't want to play this either, but I probably will have to now and then.
I will. It's very much like that candle from Dominaria, right?
Yeah.
6 mana probably kill something.
But that wasn't quite good enough, but you had to play it every now and then.
Yeah, I played 1 sometimes, and I think with this I'll play 1 sometimes.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to go. So
super wheel.
Wheel this.
Yeah. Up next is Treasure Chest. Treasure Chest is 3 generic mana for an artifact at rare. Pay 4, sacrifice Treasure Chest, roll a d20. 1, you lose 3 life. 2 through 9, create 5 treasure tokens. 10 through 19, you gain 3 life and draw 3 cards. 20, search your library for a card. If it's an artifact card, you can put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, put that card into your hand, then shuffle.
This is not consistent enough for me to want to play it.
No, you get 1 go.
Yeah, you only get 1 go. And the 10 through 19 hit is probably what I would want if I'm investing 7 mana. And even that I'm not incredibly excited about.
Yeah.
Like once I've invested 7 mana into something, getting 5 treasure tokens, like realistically, what the hell am I going to do with that much mana?
Yeah,
like,
you're down mana at that point, and
yeah. So the 1 and the 20 don't matter that much because they're going to happen so infrequently. So I'm looking at this as you're mostly going to get the 3 life and the 3 cards, which is what I want, which I'm down. Right. Well, it's 7 mana over a couple turns. So you could conceivably like ramp into something with this or do something with it. I get it. And there are things that want the treasures. I get it. But I can't really build a treasure deck around Treasure Chest because I might not get the treasures. And I can't really build a control deck around Treasure Chest because I might not get the card draw. So all of that adds up to a card I just kind of don't want to play.
Yeah, I'm never picking this. Like,
yeah,
I'm never picking it high enough that I'll see it because it's a rare and I don't want to pick it anyways. So I would F it.
F it. All right. Can we get a potty break before we go deeper?
Absolutely.
All right. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Okay. Chat. I assume only you can hear me now. It looks like only you can hear me now. Damn.
The Frost Dargon. If you control 2 or more other lands, Cave of the Frost Dargon enters the battlefield tapped. Tap for a white, 4 and a white. Cave of the Frost Dargon becomes a 3/4 white Dargon creature with flying until end of turn. It's still a land. We got creature lands.
We do. We got 5 of them, in fact. Creature lands are good. Like, it's a fast land, so if you get it on turn 1 or 2, it's literally just a plains. And if it's a slow plains, whatever, you're getting a 3/4 flyer when you have the mana, and it makes sense. And that seems really good to me.
Yeah, anytime you have lands like this, they're one of the best cards you can put in your deck. Because what's the best way to explain these? This is better than every modal dual-faced card that was in Zendikar Rising, because those you had to choose spell or land. This, you just play it as a land, and then when you get to the point where it makes sense to activate it, you activate it. These things are absurd, and I'm going to pick them incredibly early.
Agreed. I'll pick this one first pick. I think this is the best one. A 3/4 flyer for 5 is kind of nutty.
Kind of nutty. Den of the Booger Bear is same text except for red, and you've got 3 in a red until end of turn. It becomes a 3/2 red goblin creature token. When it attacks, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token that's tapped and attacking. It's still a land.
This one's less good, but again, it's a mountain, and you're going to need mountains in your red deck. And when it makes sense to pay 4 mana to get a 3/2 that's also going to make a 1/1, that's great.
You could activate this one multiple times. This has got God, what was the Jund land I used to play? Raging Ravine.
You could do what?
I can double activate this one. So if I've got 9 mana, I can attack with a 3/2 and make 2 goblins.
Does that work?
I don't see why it wouldn't.
Is this the same as Raging Ravine?
It's worded the same.
It becomes... Yeah, it's worded the same. Cool.
But I don't think we're ever going to do that.
No, probably not.
Dungeon Descent is a colorless land that enters the battlefield tapped. It's got 4 tap an untapped legendary creature you control, venture into the dungeon.
Tapped colorless land, expensive sorcery speed mana sink that requires an uncommon or a rare.
Yeah, I'm not interested in this, dude.
No, I'll wheel it. I'll pick it up 12th, 13th. And hey, if I have a bunch of legendaries, sure, maybe.
No, I'm still not putting it in the deck.
Still not hurt. Yeah, if you have a bunch of legendaries, you're probably not just 2 colors. That colorless is going to hurt you.
Yeah, pass this one.
Agreed.
Evolving Wilds we know about, and it is a phenomenal thing to take early. It just it changes the dynamics of your draft. It feels like you're breaking the rules when you start a draft with an early Evolving Wilds, because you can splash whatever you want, and even if you end up 2 colors, it's a duel. Like you absolutely play these in 2 color decks. This is great.
Yeah, I'll put these in 2 colors. It's around like a 4th-ish pick, I think. You're not taking bombs over this. You're not taking this over bombs. You're not taking this over removal.
Correct, but I'm pretty dang happy taking it.
Yeah, agreed.
Hall of Storm Giants is our creature land for blue, and it's got 5 and a blue until end of turn. It becomes a 7/7 giant with ward 3.
It's good. It's like the other ones. This one, I think, is still not as good as the flyer, because flying is flying, but a 7/7 is a 7/7, and it's ever so slightly harder to kill without ward 3. It's an easy first pick again.
Agree. Hive of the Eye Tyrant is our black one. 3 and a black, it turns into a 3/3 Beholder with Menace, and when it attacks, exile a graveyard from the defending player's library.
This might be the weakest, because I don't care about exiling a card from their graveyard. I could double activate it, and I could exile 2 cards from their graveyard, but I don't care. But again, it's a 3/3 when you want it and when that's relevant. So maybe I'm not as highly picking this one. Maybe I'm like second pick on this one and not first, but still high.
I mean, this still looks great to me. It's arguable that Menace is better than making a 1/1.
Oh yeah, I missed the Menace.
I think I'm pretty happy with this.
Yeah, 1.5 pick.
I don't know what the green one does, but I'd imagine it's as good as all the others.
Yeah, let's click that link. If you click the card, you'll get the translation.
Okay. It's a Hydra Nest, and I can turn it into an XX green creature that's still a land. It doesn't have trample or anything, but looks fine.
Yeah, so it's just ever so slightly missing the vanilla test, but it scales, so it's whatever mana you got at that time.
It scales well, so it'd be good in Battlegrounds.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Or Storybook Brawl.
There you go. And we've got Treasure Vault, which is an artifact land. That's a type you don't see very often. Tap for colorless, XX, sack it, create X treasure tokens.
Can I just say no?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not playing it, but
That's
somebody's
a lot of mana.
Yeah. But John, we could cast Tiamat.
That's true. Well, we can't. Somebody else can.
Somebody else can. I like it.
Yeah, I'm not picking this up. Somebody else can have it.
Yeah, agree. And is that all of them?
That's all for lands.
Okay.
So there's no dual lands. There's no easy fix in land-wise in this set.
We also didn't get an artifact that fixes us for mana, interestingly.
We didn't. I wonder if perhaps that'll be in the additional reveals.
It could be. Like, I could see a Traveler's Amulet or something fitting quite nicely in here, but like with Evolving Wilds here, it means if you want to splash, you need an Evolving Wilds.
Yeah, it does seem that way.
Or access to lots of treasures, which does seem to be a mechanic that's here, so that could work.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. We are getting some more preview cards as the day goes on. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've had 24 new ones, which actually completes the set.
Okay.
Um,
Are they in Scryfall yet, or can we just go? Is there anywhere else we can go to see them?
they're in Mythic Spoiler in just like chronological order. So we have a
I
white card and
hate.
a black card, and I also hate Mythic Spoiler.
Okay.
So let me just check.
They're in
Yes,
the official gallery?
they weren't when I checked. Nope, they are not in the official gallery. I'm looking at the official
Uh,
gallery, and card number 3 is not there. But card
what's
number
card
3 is in
number
Mythic.
3?
Blink Dog.
Oh, cool. They made a blink dog.
They made a Blink Dog.
Clear my cache. Um, I've never looked at this page before, so that shouldn't be doing something for me, right?
Yeah, and I've done a Shift F5 refresh. This isn't happening. So
Okay.
I would want 12 people to confirm to me that it is in the official gallery for me to believe this.
Okay. Fair enough. We'll just keep going with what we've got then, because that's kind of all we can do.
Cool. We can always go back to maybe Scryfall, have them all at the end of the day, and pick up what we had.
Okay.
All right, ready for weight?
Yep, let's party.
All right, up first we got a +2 mace. +2 mace is 1 and a weight for an artifact equipment at common. Surprisingly, it gives equipped creature +2/+2, equip for 3.
I mean, I think I'm digging this so far. I'm not going to pick it incredibly early, but like what we've seen of the creatures so far, they're not getting huge. And this does make something that wasn't a threat into a threat and give me a mana sink. I think I would like to have a +2 mace in most of my white decks.
Yeah, +2/+2 is pretty big. Equip 3 is a little, like 1 mana too high, but this is what I talk about with the thin line. If this was equip 2, I think it's insanely
Be
good.
busted. Yeah.
And this is what scares me about the red-white deck is this could be equip 0 with a Bruinor at uncommon. You don't even have to get a rare to make this equip 0.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not picking it super highly. I'm on like 8th-ish pick, but maybe
I was
even wheel.
5 or 6.
Really?
Like
Wow.
once I know I'm in this,
Yeah.
I want 1. I probably don't want 5, but I could see some decks that would play 2.
Yeah, agreed. It's a pretty decent piece of equipment. Up next, we've got Celestial Unicorn. Celestial Unicorn is 2 and a white for a creature unicorn at common. It's a 3/2. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Celestial Unicorn.
It's upgraded to Johnny's Pride Mate. I've always been relatively happy with 3 mana 3/2s in most sets. So this has that going for it, even without life gain synergies. And if you happen to get some life gain synergies, it will scale quite well from there. I know Green White is interested in that. So I think this is probably in the this is the 7th pick range where you're like, okay, I've established myself in Green White. Now I'm interested in this.
Yeah, so it's 1 more mana than Pride Mate. You get 1 more power. The interesting thing is it's common. Pride Mates were uncommon. So you were lucky to get 2. Celestial Unicorn, you should be able to get 2. 3, 4 is not out of the question, although statistically not average. I think this could really make those decks sing quite well. Like a single life gain and this becomes a 4/3 and you paid 3 for it. That's amazing. So I think I'm on like 6th through 8th. And I think collecting multiples of these will really make that deck work well.
I'm down. It does look like we've got extra artifacts on the WotC site now.
Yeah, they've updated some cards. They don't have all of the cards though. So if we did like the WotC site, we'd be missing the cards that are on the Scryfall site.
Okay.
Doing the Scryfall sites means thanks WotC, basically.
Okay, I'll stop.
Wait, why was Hand of Vecna not on Scryfall?
I don't know.
Man, this has been a mess.
Yeah, it's been a real mess.
All right, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Maybe take a break after white and see if we can find some place that has collated everything that we have so far. All right.
Agree.
Up next, we got Cleric class. Cleric class is a single white mana for an enchantment class at uncommon. If you would gain life, you gain that much +1. Level 2 is 3 and a white. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. 4 and a white, level 3. When this class becomes level 3, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. You gain life equal to its toughness.
Okay. So this is not doing a whole lot on its own.
No.
Because I got to
it's
spend
not.
a lot of mana to get that reanimate. So
Yeah.
we'll answer these questions real quick. The set was supposed to be released today, which is when we planned this, but it is not released today, which is why we're a little bit far behind. The set will be playable on Arena on Thursday.
So this is 10 mana like all the other ones.
Yeah, but it's a solid mana sink. And it does seem like there's going to be white decks that are interested in gaining life anyway. Like the first ability doesn't do anything. The level 2 ability is actively good.
Yeah, it's just another Pride Mate. But it's whatever you want as the Pride Mate. Your flyer is a Pride Mate.
Yeah, this one's going to have to be a bit of a synergy card because I could see first picking this pack too once I've got a couple life linkers and I've decided that I'm in some sort of life gain strategy. But I don't really want to pick it early unless I'm just speculating a bit.
Yeah, like you're
so
probably not playing this in red-white, but you're obviously playing this in green-white.
Exactly. So that's where I'm going to put it. This is going to have to be my first cheese grade or synergy grade, if you will. If I see this 7th pick, I might consider trying to move into this archetype if I'm not firmly established in something else.
Yeah, this is the trick with especially letter grades. I find a lot of set reviews now are, there's 50 different grades they give out, which kind of makes none of the grades matter. It's a synergy pick.
Yeah,
You're
I
going to
think
pick
this
it
is
late pack
definitively a
1,
synergy.
you're going to pick it high pack 2, pack 3.
There you go.
Up next, we've got Cloister Gargoyle. Cloister Gargoyle is 2 and a white for an artifact creature gargoyle at uncommon. It's an 0/4 when Cloister Gargoyle enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. As long as you've completed a dungeon, Cloister Gargoyle gets +3/+0 and has flying.
This has got to be pretty good if they're printing it at uncommon. We get we get a 3 mana 0/4 wall that can start us on a dungeon crawl. And if we can then combine that with 3 more cards that will allow us to venture, it turns into a 3/4 flyer. I think you'd normally expect to pay 5 mana for a 3/4 flyer. And this is a little worse than that because if we top deck it later, it's probably not doing that. But presumably, if we built our deck right, it is that.
Yeah, like if the Tomb of Annihilation is the black-white dungeon, we only have to do it potentially 3 times to have this be a 3/4 flyer, plus our 4/4 legendary death touch that we picked up.
Okay.
This has to be one of those things where there has to be a reason why this is uncommon, assuming that the designers did their job well. And like even if you do top deck this late, if you are a venture deck, which you are probably if you did this, it's just a 3/4 flyer for 3.
That seems pretty good too. I have no idea where I'm supposed to take this. I would imagine in the 3rd to 5th range.
Yeah, I think I'm on like 5th-ish.
I don't think you can call this one a synergy card. I think the cleric class you can. Like every deck is going to be interested in venturing into the dungeons. Like that's just a mechanic that goes with the set. Everybody wants to do it.
Yeah, it's like learn lesson. Like there's no learn lesson synergy. You do it.
Yeah, it's just the thing that you do. Whereas the life gain deck, there seems to be one that's really interested in this. Have the reviewers come up with a standard valuation for venture? I'm not even sure what that is asking.
I think the standard valuation is that it's good and you should do it.
Yeah, after looking through the dungeon, you want to do this, and there's multiple payoffs for completing dungeons, so you want to do it. And it looks like you would probably go through the Tomb of Annihilation if you're black-white, the Lost Mine if you're not, and then start on the Dungeon of the Mad Mage.
Yeah. What is venture worth? I think it's less than a card.
It's close.
It's close, but it's mostly scry.
That's worth almost a card. That's a half a card.
Scry's half a
Like
card? Fair.
what if this gargoyle just said 2 white, it's a 0/4. When it enters the battlefield, scry 1. If you have 8 lands in play, it's a 3/4 flyer.
Repeat that?
Okay. It's a it's a 3 mana 0/4, scry 1. If you have 8 lands in play, it gets +3/+0 in flying.
Yeah, yeah. That's real good.
Yeah. I think I would play that. And I think this is better than that. My biggest question out of the review is it worth having exactly one venture in my deck? I think if you have exactly one venture in your deck, you may have done it wrong, right? But we'll have to see what this looks like at common. But I don't think you're going to have exactly one venture.
Yeah, I also don't think it's really a question. Like, there's no downside to having a venture.
Yeah.
You
So
just
if
have
the
it.
card is playable on its own and has venture, like this, the gargoyle, if it's my only venture, I'm not playing it.
Yeah, like I guess you don't play one in a blue venture, instant speed, probably.
Yeah,
But
not interested in that.
all the venture we've seen is on a creature or it's attached to something else.
Yeah, I guess that's fair to Dave's question. Is like I don't want the cloister gargoyle if it's my only venture, but as long as I have other ventures, I do want the cloister gargoyle. And there's some of them we've seen, like that black-white Death Toucher. If that's my only venture, I'm okay with that. I'm playing him anyway.
Right, right.
Okay, sorry to
All
go
right.
so deep on that, but it is something to understand.
Moving on to Dancing Sword. Dancing Sword is 1 and a white for an artifact equipment. At rare, equipped creature gets +2/+1. When equipped creature dies, you may have Dancing Sword become a 2/1 construct artifact creature with flying and ward 1. If you do, it is not an equipment. Equip 1.
This is super great, and I'm first picking it.
Yeah, it's real good. Equip 1 is really good. Is Bone Splitter +2/+0 for Equip 1?
I don't remember. I thought it was just +1/+1.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of something else that's +2/+0. I got some people in
Maybe.
chat saying yes. It's +2/+0 for 1 equip. This is +2/+1 for 1 equip. And you don't have to turn this into a 2/1 construct. I think I'm actually not turning this into a 2/1 construct until that 2/1 flyer is winning me the game by poking them in for 2. I'm just going to jam this on something else and give it +2/+1. And then jam it on something else. And then when the fancy strikes me, get that little flyer for the win. I'm first picking this. The card's great.
Me too.
Up next, we got Dawnbringer Cleric. Dawnbringer Cleric is 1 and a white for a creature human cleric at common. It's a 1/3. When Dawnbringer Cleric enters the battlefield, choose 1. You gain 2 life, destroy target enchantment, exile target card from a graveyard.
So I like this. I'm going to need 2 drops. Why not have one that when I top deck it later can gain me some life? That's not irrelevant. I may have life gain payoffs. I'm destroying enchantments, like there's going to be class cards. It's interesting. It doesn't say artifact. I want to pay attention to the artifact removal. It doesn't seem like I care much about exiling a target card from a graveyard, but why not have access to it? It's interesting that mechanically you would want to play this after the 3/2.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird. And I generally like 1/3s. I think this would be better as a 2/2, but I think I'm okay putting one of these in my deck.
Yeah, I don't think you're sad to put this in your deck. I think you're wheeling it, and I think it's one of those cards that's sort of on the cusp of cut or keep. Don't feel bad either way. And if it's in your sideboard and surprise there's a class enchantment or something you want to kill, well, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. It's not powerful, but it's flexible. And you need 2 drops.
Exactly. And since we only play best of 3 here, we have a sideboard. We have a reason for it.
There you go.
Up next is Delver's Torch. Delver's Torch is 1 and a white for an artifact equipment at common. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever equipped creature attacks, venture into the dungeon. Equip 3.
Oh, God. You had me until the equip 3.
Yeah, but if we have Brunor, it's equip 0.
Yeah, but what if you draw this and don't draw the Brunor?
You're bad at Magic then. You should have drawn Brunor.
Obviously, I don't want to play this.
Yeah, that equip cost is way too much for me. I just feel like there's better ways to venture into the dungeon. There's certainly better ways of getting +1/+1. For example, playing a creature that has power and toughness. Yeah, there's better cards than this.
I think there are. If there is a deck that is very interested in like it to function, it really needs to complete a dungeon. This is a way that you could do this. But on its own, I'm not playing this card.
Agreed. Agreed. Up next is Devoted Paladin. Devoted Paladin is 4 and a white for a creature orc knight at common. It's a 4/4. When Devoted Paladin enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn.
I think I like the Devoted Paladin as a one of.
Yeah, it's a Dawnbringer Eagle that doesn't have flying.
Yeah.
Or Dawn
And
Feather Eagle.
and most of what we were doing with that was pumping our team. You would need like a go wide strategy, but a 4/4 is a decent blocker at 5. Like if this is a 4/5, I think it would be a no-brainer and we'd be very happy about it. But I think overall I like this and I'm not sad to play one. I'm still looking to get it like 7th pick, but yeah, I would put this in a white deck.
Yeah, I'll put one in as my top end, 7th, 8th, early wheel. But yeah, it is basically the Eagle with the slight downside that the Eagle at least could fly in on future turns for the 3, but the Eagle also frequently just won the game that turn.
Yeah, and Dave's got a point here too. Like I'm evaluating it now because I'm not entirely sure how aggressive we can get. But if you've got like 3 of these at your top end in your white go wide deck, but like, am I making a bunch of tokens? Do I have a 3/2 flyer for 3 or something like that? Then all of a sudden I'm going to be even more interested in this. So I'm evaluating it as that most decks would want the first one, but if you're particularly aggressive and this is your top end, you could definitely want more. I think the Eagle was often paired in a set because that was a Kaladesh card I'm remembering.
Yeah.
We had servos all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
We had arbitrarily large creatures. There were tricks where you could crew something and play this. So without that, I think the card gets a little bit worse.
Agreed. And Dom has an interesting point here. This is a 5/5 the turn it comes down because it's not other creatures.
Yeah, still, I wonder why that matters, but sure.
Yeah, no idea. Up next is Divine Smite. Divine Smite is 1 and a white for an instant at uncommon. Target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls phases out. If that permanent is black, exile it instead.
Yeah, I would gobble this up. I would pick this highly. This is an incredibly powerful sideboard card. I don't want to main deck it though.
Yeah, the hate cards that were in the early M sets, those could hit 2 creatures, or 2 colors, right?
Yeah,
There was a
and
white
some
one that
people
hit.
would argue about main decking them.
Yeah, and I often did main deck. I think it was the white one was black and red. It would just exile straight out. And I main decked that. But I did main deck that in pod where you weren't going to be playing against a white deck because you drafted white. I'm not main decking this, but this is a great sideboard card.
Yeah, and I think that does mean that you should pick it higher than cards like filler cards, right? Because like this isn't going to be incredible when it comes in out of the size board.
Yeah, it should be on the wheel, but it should be like 9th pick. It's the white card that's left in the pack that's better than your vanilla 2/2.
Yeah, heck, it's better in some cases than like a clunky removal spell.
Yeah. I'd take it over like sorcery speed, kill a tapped creature, take vengeance, whatever that was called.
For sure.
Yeah, and there is the slight possibility of like phasing things out as a weird snakeskin veil, but that's not why you want to be playing this card.
And you can't phase your own stuff out.
Oh yeah, right. So you're countering their combat tricks, I guess. Whatever. You don't want to do that.
It's not enough.
Up next is Dragon's Disciple. Dragon's Disciple is 1 and a white for a creature human monk at uncommon. It's a 1/3. As Dragon's Disciple enters the battlefield, you may reveal a dragon card from your hand. If you do, or if you control a dragon, Dragon's Disciple enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. Dragons you control have Ward 1.
This is interesting as an uncommon. But I mean, if we have a bunch of dragons, this is another one where I'm like, if I have a bunch of dragons, this is the 2-drop that I want. And this being here at uncommon is like cluing me in that we should probably be able to do that.
I'm wondering if it's at uncommon just because they don't want you to have multiples of it. They don't want your dragons to have Ward 4.
Maybe?
We'll have to see a dragon count at common and uncommon. Like a 1/3 for 2 is fine. And if my dragons at some point have Ward 1, that's cool. This getting the counter on it, that's hyper random. Whether or not that's going to happen, it is just upside.
I mean, a
Um,
2/4 on turn 2 is pretty incredible.
that is. You have to have a dragon in your hand.
Yes.
So pick wise, I think I'm still putting this on the wheel, but I do have to see just how many of those non-wingedy flyy dragons there are.
Yeah, I need to see how many dragons there are before I can make a proper evaluation. Because if it's a 2 mana 2/4 50% of the time, then I'm playing this card and picking it highly. And
Yeah,
if it's not, then I'm kind of not interested in it.
yeah. We'll have to see a dragonborn count
Yeah,
or whatever they're called. Are they called dragonborn in D&D?
they are. Mustard Jar! I think they're called Dragonborn.
All right, sounds good. Up next is Dwarfhold Champion. Dwarfhold Champion is 1 and a white for a creature, Dwarf Warrior at common. It's a 3/1. As long as Dwarfhold Champion is equipped, it gets +0/+2.
I mean, this looks great to me. I
It's a
love
3/1
2
for
mana
2.
3/1s.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, these things are great. So you've got to play 2 drops. Why not play a 2 drop that if your opponent stumbles, you can smack them in the face? And sometimes they trade down, sometimes they trade up, but you're getting 4 power and toughness. And I like 3/1s a lot better than 1/3s. The fact that we've got some equipments in the format is cool, but you don't have to have them. Like it's fine on its own. And if you do equip it, it's a powerhouse. Obviously, I'm not picking this incredibly highly, but if I'm taking it seventh, I think I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, I love these cards. Chat knows that I love these cards. Maybe I hated Strixhaven because there was not a 1 and a white 3/1. Who knows? That was probably the only reason. Yeah, I don't think I'm looking to equip this. Like, I'll equip my flyer before I'll equip this. There's a lot of things that I'll equip before I equip this, but if I can, cool, whatever. I want these late as much as I love these, as much as I talk these up. I still want them 7th, 8th, ninth pick, but I'll play
Yeah.
them.
All right, let's go.
Up next, we got Flumph. Flumph is 1 and a white for a creature jellyfish at rare. It's an 0/4 with defender and flying. Whenever Flumph is dealt damage, you and target opponent each draw a card.
What am I supposed to do with this?
I don't know. In Dominaria, I liked Howling Golem.
Yep.
The trick with Howling Golem, and the thing to know with Howling Golem, because of course, basic level strategy is symmetrical card draw. At best, that's neutral. At worst, you're helping your opponent out. But with Howling Golem, if your deck was good enough and you were confident that your deck was better than average, then you drawing a card was an upside to your opponent drawing a card, assuming their deck was average or below. But it could attack.
It was also in a format where you were playing 18 lands and splashing off of 3 basics, and being colorless was a huge part of the draw for Howling Golem for me.
Yeah, and historic.
Yeah, it did a lot of things in that format, and this doesn't look like it's doing any of that. This just
This
looks
does
stupid.
it does literally nothing. It doesn't in any way disincentivize your opponent from attacking because they're going to get a card if you're just going to be able
Yeah,
to block their 2/2 or whatever. I don't want to play this card at all.
I don't either. Pass.
F the jellyfish.
F.
Up next is Gloomstalker. Gloomstalker's 2 and a white for a creature dwarf ranger at common. It's a 2/3. As long as you've completed a dungeon, Gloomstalker has double strike.
I don't love 3 mana 2/3s. I like them when they have an activated ability, or I can tap them and draw a card or something. If this was just a double striker, though, it'd be absurd.
Yeah, so I think the question is, if we're black-white, are we aggro completing the Tomb of Annihilation? And turning
I
on
think we
this,
might
and
be.
turning on our gargoyle, and turning on our legendary that would return this card from the graveyard to the battlefield.
Yeah, I think we are. So I think black white is incredibly interested in this. I think the other white color pairs are probably like okay to play it if we're missing a 3 drop.
Yeah, I think that's important. I think this will be important to the deck. I think you still pick it up real late, real late on the wheel.
Yeah, I ain't going crazy for this, but I think I would want one if I'm in black white.
Yeah, agreed. And I see chat's pointing out the other cards. They're not currently part. All the cards currently revealed are not a part of any one image gallery, annoyingly. So we're going to grab the ones that weren't revealed at some point.
Yes, and we apparently could find them on Mythic Spoiler, but I would rather nail my feet to the ceiling than try to do a set review from Mythic Spoiler.
Strongly agreed. All right, up next, we've got Grandmaster of Flowers. Grandmaster of Flowers is 2 white for a legendary Planeswalker Bahamut. Bahamut is a mythic planeswalker starting with 3 loyalty. Let's start with the abilities. +1, target creature without first strike, double strike, or vigilance can't attack or block until your next turn. Also +1, search your library and or graveyard for a card named Monk of the Open Hand, reveal it, and put it into your hand. If you search your library this way, shuffle. As long as Grandmaster of Flowers has 7 or more loyalty counters on him, he's a 7/7 dragon god creature with flying and indestructible.
Okay, so this is a pacifism
Mm-hmm.
that my opponent can attack.
But it's a pacifism, so it's not good, right?
Well, I
In
mean,
this
pacifism's
set.
already that is what people say, but pacifism's always good. So this is a 4-mana pacifism that my opponent can try to attack, and if they can't do anything about it over the course of like 4 turns, I get a 7/7 dragon.
Indestructible dragon. And yeah,
So
it
who
stops
cares if
being a
he loses
planeswalker.
counters at that point?
Yeah. It won't lose counters at that point. It won't be a planeswalker anymore.
Why?
Because it doesn't say it's still a planeswalker. It just becomes a
Okay.
7/7 dragon god creature with flying and indestructible, with loyalty counters on it, but it's no longer a planeswalker. So
Okay.
it won't lose
This is a
them.
pacifism that turns into a 7/7 flying dragon. This looks great to me.
The card's insane. It's an easy first pick. Like, it defends itself incredibly well. Presumably, you will also have creatures to help defend it, and you win the game.
Cat is still like arguing that it can
Uh,
still use its loyalty abilities.
Line 3, word 2 is the word creature. Oh, I guess it doesn't say the word become. Become is the important word.
Yeah. It says he's a 7/7 dragon god.
But it is missing the common text of like in addition or it is still a planeswalker. There might be too many words on cards these days.
There might be, because I don't know what the heck this one does. I know that whether it stays a planeswalker afterwards or not, this is still something I want to play.
Yeah, so is this a first pick or is it just a first pick?
It's a first pick.
Cool, got there. Up
Neat.
next is Guardian of Faith. Guardian of Faith is 1 white for a creature spirit knight at rare. It's a 3/2 with flash and vigilance. When Guardian of Faith enters the battlefield, any number of other target creatures you control phase out.
Okay, so this is sort of like a weird negate. Right? Like my opponent's trying to kill one of my creatures. I functionally negate that by phasing out something else, unless I'd just rather have a surprise gotcha 3/2.
Yeah, it's a no crap button.
Yeah, this guy seems okay. It's one of those weird things where like I'm almost never going to just sit and hold this through multiple turns. But the moment could unless I've got a bomb that I have to protect. This seems pretty good.
Yeah, it seems quite good. It's not necessarily the rare I want to open, but I'll second, third pick this.
Phasing doesn't do anything with enter the battlefield abilities, right? People are asking about
No.
that. I don't think that interacts at all.
Yeah, the creature's still on the battlefield, just in another plane of existence, kind of under the blanket.
Yes. So you got to remember, Tom, when we're talking about phasing, you put a cup on it. It's still there. There's just a cup on it, so it can't attack, block, or be targeted by anything. But it's not leaving the battlefield. It's just under a cup. And then when it phases back in, you take the cup off.
Yeah. Remember when I thought this was going to be a core set, and now we've got phasing on a rare and phasing on an uncommon?
Yeah. Phasing doesn't trigger leaves the battlefield because it's not leaving the battlefield. It's just got a cup on it. Phasing doesn't trigger any of that stuff. You just put the cup on it. This guy seems fine. I would probably take this third-ish. I don't think I'm going to first pick it and go into white, but I'd happily play it.
Yeah, there hopefully will be better stuff to first pick, but I'm on second, third.
Okay.
Up next is Half Elf Monk. Half Elf Monk is 3 and a white for a creature human elf monk at common. It's a 1/4 with vigilance. Pay 1 and a white tap target creature.
I like that.
Yeah, it's not the cheapest tapper that we've seen way back, but it's a 1/4. It blocks really well. It's got vigilance, so it can attack, I guess, if you want to. And yeah, tappers are just good generally.
It's another good mana sink.
Yeah, 4 mana isn't what I'm used to spending on a tapper, but this one is a 1/4, so it's not just tapping. It's also No, it's
I
never
don't.
blocking, but
Well, I mean, it could the turn you play it.
it can block if you're not tapping.
Yeah. This is a weird card. Like
It
trim
feels like
one
it's
mana
pulling in
off
two
of it.
ways.
Yeah, like cut a mana off either the casting cost or the activated ability, and I think I'm incredibly happy with it. I still think
Mhm.
I got to play it. I don't know that I'm going to go nuts over it, but I think I want one of them.
Yeah, I'll play it and I'll like eighth pick it, ninth pick it. And yeah, I do only
Yeah,
at 4 mana, I only really want one.
yeah, that's the thing. But like, I might want the first one bad enough to like pick it sixth or seventh.
I could see that. Being a common though, there should be at least 2.5 copies in the pod.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Up next, we got Icing Death, Frost Tyrant. It really sounds like what happens when you eat too much cake. So I guess
That's pretty good.
it should be Icing Death, Frosting Tyrant.
There
Two
you
white
go.
white for legendary creature dragon at Mythic. It's a 4/3 with flying and vigilance. When Icing Death Frost Tyrant dies, create Icing Death Frost Tongue. A legendary white equipment creature token with equipped creature gets +2/+0. Whenever equipped creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls and equip 2.
Let's first pick it.
Yeah, sold. It's very good and will win the game. And if it dies, it will continue to win the game because now you have a giant territorial hammer skull.
Yeah, Stanley was great. This thing seems amazing. Let's do it.
Snap first pick. Up next is Ingenious Smith. Ingenious Smith is 1 and a white for a creature human artificer at uncommon. It's a 1/1. When Ingenious Smith enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Whenever one or more artifacts enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Ingenious Smith. This ability triggers only once each turn.
Oh.
That's a lot of words.
That's a lot of words for I'm playing a 2 mana 1/1.
Yep.
How many artifacts? Treasure is an artifact, and that would give this a +1/+1 counter. Even if we create 200 of them in one turn, we still get one counter.
Yeah.
So let's let that settle in. I need to be casting an artifact. I need to spend my turn 2 to cast a 1/1. Turn 3, cast an artifact to make it a 2/2. And then after that, if I cast another artifact, I've made a 3/3. But these artifacts had better be doing something.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, how many artifacts do I need to be playing to guarantee that this draws me a card, more or less?
Several.
Thank you for the hot math take. That's incredibly useful.
Too many.
So 10 would be the answer to that, roughly.
And top 4. Yeah.
See, I can't get a card that makes a treasure with this. It has to be an artifact.
Yeah.
I don't think this is good.
Seems like way too much work. It feels like it's meant for Commander janky constructed or something.
I
And even
remember
then, I
trying to
think there's
figure out
better
lore
stuff.
hold, and we had the 1/1 that was uncommon and got a counter when we did the lore hold mechanic, and it was actively bad. And I
Yeah.
loved lore hold, but that card was just terrible. And I think this is kind of in the same spot. It's cool, but I don't want it. Make it a 2/1, and my opinion on this changes entirely. And I'm
Yeah.
just putting it in every white deck.
Yeah, like 1/1s for 1 are a hard sell for me, almost regardless of what they do, in reason. 1/1 for 2, it's got to be insane.
Yeah, I need to be very heavily invested in red white equipment to want this, which I suppose is a good thing because it means no one else is possibly ever going to take it. So if you get in red white equipment, you probably get a free Ingenious Smith.
Yeah, so you wheel this pretty hard and you play it in probably one specific deck.
That deck, yes.
And an ideal version of that deck. If you didn't end up with an ideal version, you may still not want this.
Correct.
All right, up next we got Keen-Eared Sentry. Keen-Eared Sentry is 1 and a white for a creature human soldier at uncommon. She doesn't seem to have noticed the person behind her, though. So you have hexproof. Each opponent can't venture into the dungeon more than once each turn.
Okay, so you see, that's the one she doesn't catch.
Mm.
That's the flavor of this, is like one of them can get through, but not this one.
Got it.
This is an okay piker.
Yeah, like it's the majority of the time it's going to be a vanilla 2/1 for 2, right? It's just a
Yep.
piker. Like you have hexproof does not matter. Yes, it matters now and then, but it doesn't matter. And each opponent can't venture into the dungeon more than once. Like that's going to hurt explicitly the like heavy dungeon deck and nobody else.
And even the yeah, this is just a piker. It's fine. You can play it. We don't have to like go crazy with this.
Yeah, wheel hard. I would not feel bad either way. Bring it into the sideboard occasionally, and it might be, useful.
Okay. She knows they're there, but she can't do anything about it. Somebody still gets to go in the dungeon.
Up next is Minimus Containment. Minimus Containment is 2 and a white for an enchantment aura at common. Enchant non-land permanent. Enchanted permanent is a treasure artifact with tap. It's treasure. It loses all other abilities.
Okay, so we just turn something into treasure.
Yeah, it's basically a pacifism.
Basically a pacifism,
Well,
but
not
it
even
ramps your
pacifism.
opponent.
It's an arrest. It's more than an arrest.
Okay. Fair, but it is potentially ramping them. But generally speaking, I'd rather ramp my opponent than die to their bomb. So I'm going to first pick this.
Yeah, ramping my opponent's not a concern as long as I'm not like killing their, vanilla 2/1. Kill something worthwhile.
It is worth noting that like a removal spell like this, I don't want to just fire off on turn 3. This is a removal spell that I'm saving for something that's going to win the game.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're interested in doing that.
Agreed. Up next is Monk of the Open Hand. This is what you get for free off of Bahamut. A single white mana for a creature elf monk at uncommon. It's a 1/1. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Monk of the Open Hand.
I'm probably only putting this in a deck that has Bahamut.
Am I even putting it in that deck?
I mean, sure, why not? It's cool if I can get it for free.
Wouldn't you rather +1 Bahamut to pacifism something?
Yeah, but I mean, okay. I probably just don't want to play this.
Yeah, this isn't for many decks. Like blue-white we saw from the monk class, it apparently wanted to cast a second spell. We are most of the way through white, and we haven't seen anything else that cares about that until this, though. Yeah, I'm going to wheel this hard, and I don't really want to play this in any decks.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't think I want this either. I know you could do the thing, but like, you still don't put this in with Bahamut. You don't need an infinite chump blocker. John got me. You just pacify the thing that you were going to chump block.
Yeah, you could also play not a 1/1 to protect.
Yeah, because you might draw this, and that's a disaster. So this is just bad. It has all the problems that the Kaldheim second spell deck had, is that it's already good to cast 2 spells in a turn. Yeah. So make sure one of them isn't a bad spell, and you don't have to do it.
Yeah, don't play bad cards to make your good cards better.
Yep.
Up next is Moon-Blessed Cleric. Moon-Blessed Cleric is 2 and a white for a creature human elf cleric at uncommon. It's a 3/2. When Moon-Blessed Cleric enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an enchantment card, reveal it, then shuffle, and put that card on top.
This seems pretty good to me. It's no Heliod's Pilgrim, but I like what this is doing. Like maybe I've got a class card and a couple pacifisms, and I want to draw them now. Cool. If I don't have to use it. I can just play it as a 3/2.
Yeah, vanilla 3/2 for 3 is never bad. It's on the play it or cut it level. But if you've got a Minimus Containment, if you've got, have we seen other ones? There's other ones. There will certainly be other ones. We might have a class, etc.
Yeah,
it's totally fine.
I'm down with this.
Yeah, it's a late-ish pick. You're like 6th through 8th, maybe even the wheel. But
no, this is 5th pick.
5th pick?
Yes. My opponent. So how many times is there, oh my God, they played a bomb. I have to kill it right now and I can't. This is another thing you can top deck besides your pacifism that will do that. And as long as you have one class card, you've also got, oh, cool. I don't need to pacify anything. Let's get my class card and start working on it. Like, this is great. If there wasn't a pacifism in the set, I don't want this. But there is. I want this.
That's true. 5th pick. If I have those cards already.
Yeah. Even if I don't, like if you're white, you're going to get them.
Yeah. Was Minimus common? Ooh, it is. It is.
It's common. You're going to get one.
Sold.
Yeah, let's do it.
Up next is Nadar, Selfless Paladin. Nadar is 2 and a white for a legendary creature, Dragon Knight at rare. It's a 3/3 with Vigilance. When Nadar, Selfless Paladin, enters the battlefield or attacks, venture into the dungeon. Other creatures you control get +1/+1 as long as you've completed a dungeon.
Man, Centaur Coursers come a long way, eh, dude?
Yeah.
I'm probably first picking this. This seems absurd to me. I get a 3 mana 3/3 and a dungeon pip. If I attack with it, I'm almost through the Tomb of Annihilation if I need to be. Like this thing seems great. I'm just gonna first pick it.
Snap first pick, and it's even a dragon, should that matter.
Yeah, which it could every once in a while.
Yeah.
Cool.
Up next is Oswald Fiddlebender. Oswald Fiddlebender is 1 and a white for a legendary creature, Gnome Artificer at rare. It's a 2/2. Pay white, tap, sacrifice an artifact. Search your library for an artifact card with mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrificed artifact's mana value. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Activate only as a sorcery.
Freaking hate cards like this because I've got to screenshot my deck
Yeah.
and then have it spread over there so I can remember what it can get. I mean, yeah, it's a birthing pod for artifacts. The problem is birthing pod pretty much always sucked in its original format. Like I saw so many people trying to make that work and you couldn't do it. It
Yeah.
wasn't even that good in cube. I could sort of see this being interesting in a deck that has treasure tokens and a 1-cost artifact that it's interesting to find. And it's a 2 mana 2/2. It's hard to argue with, but I don't think we're really going nuts over this.
Yeah. I think this is a vanilla 2/2 for 2.
Yeah, I think that's most of what it is, which makes it fine. I'll play it, but I'm not picking it highly.
Yeah. I'll wheel it, which means I'll never see it. It's a rare.
Yeah.
Up next is Paladin class. Paladin class is a single white mana for an enchantment class at rare. Spells your opponents cast during your turn cost 1 more to cast. Level 2 is 2 and a white. Creatures you control get +1/+1. That's a glorious anthem. Level 3 is 4 and a white. Whenever you attack until end of turn, target attacking creature gets +1/+1 for each other attacking creature and gains double strike.
Man, I never wanted to play a paladin, but I do now.
Yup. This one's real good.
Yeah, let's first pick this and then win the video game. This is better than I'm used to something like Honor of the Pure or whatever. This is just great.
Yeah, like 4 mana for an anthem is fantastic. The tax on your opponent doesn't really matter, but 4 mana for an anthem is amazing, and that 5 mana effect is going to be very difficult to lose with as long as you have creatures.
Yeah, this is crazy good. Take it. Do it.
Agreed. Up next is Paladin Shield. Paladin Shield is 1 and a white for an artifact equipment at common. It's got flash. When Paladin Shield enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +0/+2. Equip 3.
This is kind of combat tricky.
Yeah, it's like the Zendikar equipment, but it's got flash. So it's a flash aura, right?
Yeah.
We're back in like Theros time or something. There was a flash aura there.
Yeah, I'm not incredibly excited about this, but if I can engineer a scenario where I can save a creature and then have it left over, it's fine. This is a card that I always think I'm going to play when I see it revealed in a spoiler, and then I never do. So I'm kind of thinking that's the case here. Like, there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm just not going to be able to fit it into a deck. I assume we're going to have a better combat trick than this, and that if I'm doing that, I'll just play that instead.
Yeah, that's the trick. I see these and I always think I'm never going to play them, and I never do.
Yeah.
Give me power. Give me power. If this was power,
Yeah,
sold.
Agree.
So wheel it, maybe F it, somewhere around there. Up next is Planar Ally. Planar Ally is 3 white for a creature angel at common. It's a 3/3 flyer. Whenever Planar Ally attacks, venture into the dungeon.
I want a 3/4.
Yeah. I think I'm still fine with this, though.
It's okay. I don't know that I want this.
I guess in the black-white deck, we're planning to maybe be done the dungeon by turn 5. Maybe.
Probably not. Like, this would be what finishes the dungeon for me. I'm just thinking in most decks, I'd probably rather have that paladin that pumps the team than this.
Yeah,
Five
that's
mana,
true.
5 mana 3/3 flyer with upside. You windmill slam 20 years ago. Sure, so do I. I get one venture. Yes, we'll jam one of these at the top end of our curve in a few decks, and I would arguably say most decks. It's fine, but I'm not going over the moon on this. I'll play one.
Yeah, I'll play one.
Like, how many 5-drops can you jam in your deck? Like
2-ish,
2,
3-ish?
3, maybe 4.
Yeah. Yeah,
And if
I agree
all
with
of them are
those.
this, I'm okay with it, but I still don't feel like I would like hyper value this. I don't know. I get concerned about I want to make sure I have early game in all of my decks. I literally had plenty of Silver Quill decks that didn't have an Owlin Shield Mage, and they were fine.
Yeah, and I think it's usually very easy in a draft to find a 5 drop that does something. It can be a lot harder to find enough 2 drops that you need, right?
It's yeah, and enough 4 drops. Like I played decks that had 5 combat professors, and I was incredibly happy. I
Yeah.
played a deck that had 2 of the Owlin Shield Mages, and they were okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm on like eighth-ish pick here.
Yeah, I think I am too. I'll,
Being
I,
a
I
common,
will
I think you
happily
might wheel
play
one.
this. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think this is a 3/3 flying saga. I think it I think it's fine. And if there's 2 in the deck, I'm not embarrassed. But like how many of these are you playing, Amy?
This, I think,
Like
is
I
where
could
we need to sort of figure out, probably by playing, just how valuable venturing is.
dungeons are going to be the thing. Okay, if dungeons are the thing and you just play everything that says venture, then sure, give me 3 of these. But looking at it on its own, I'm not 100% sold right now.
Yeah. We'll have to see where it shakes out.
All
Up
right, all right, all
next.
right.
Up next is Plate Armor. Plate Armor is 2 and a white for an artifact equipment add-on common. Equipped creature gets +3/+3 and has Ward 1. Equip 3. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each other equipment you control.
So I got to spend 6 mana to give something +3/+3.
Yeah.
That's a lot of mana. But the joke is, if I have enough other equipment laying around, then I can equip it for free.
Except you played so much equipment that you don't have creatures.
Yeah, that's my issue. Is like, how many equipments can we play? If there's something that will make a bunch, I'd almost need something like call the cavalry, raise the
Hmm.
alarm, something like that.
Yeah.
+3/+3 is a very large boost. It's 6 mana. It
If our
does
deck
turn any.
has one other, well, if our deck has one other equipment, we have to find it and draw it and play it as well before this does anything.
Yeah.
This might not be consistent enough.
I don't think that it is. However, I do think that this is going to be quite good in the equipment deck and probably only in that deck because this is your 6 drop. We're going to play it and equip it on the same turn and smash you with something you didn't think was going to be smashing.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have Bruinor and you have another equipment or 2, you start to get up to enough that you're hopefully, with some consistency, going to make this equip 2.
Yeah, but like let that go, right? This
Yeah.
this is your 6 drop. Just put it in the 6 drop slot in your white aggressive deck, and it's fine at doing that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, like,
It +3/+3 is a lot. Like whatever you had that wasn't very threatening, it is now.
yeah, your hamster's threatening at that point.
Hmm.
So,
So I
eighth-ish wheel?
no. Well, it's one of those things where, like, if I'm in red white and I open this, I'm taking it.
Yeah, it's like pack 3. This is a pack 3 card.
Yeah, but if I see it, pick 5, I'm taking it because that means nobody else is looking to do the red white equipment stuff. I wish
Right.
we could get something else for red white to do besides equipment because it feels like we've got it locked in. Like blue red does spells, huh? Red white does equipment, huh? And it's
Yeah,
like come up with something more interesting. But if
I'm
that's what this deck is doing, then I want it.
I'm really surprised how many archetypes they've copied from Kaldheim not even a year ago.
Yeah, they do seem to be similar.
Up next is Portable Hole. Portable Hole is a single white mana for an artifact at uncommon. When Portable Hole enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value 2 or less until Portable Hole leaves the battlefield.
This is a 1 mana removal spell for things that you don't need to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want that.
You ever want to kill a vanilla bear?
I mean, so I'm looking at this essentially as a white shock.
Yeah.
If I don't have enough 2 drops, all of a sudden we could consider playing this. Other than that, I probably don't want it.
I think I'll generally play one, but there's some amount of memory here from a large number of cards like this that killed 3 drops. We had Baffling Disappearance and Glass Casket and other ones. 2 is a lot less. This does kill class cards.
So does the common 1/3 in white. Like, I'm
Yeah,
not playing this to kill class cards.
yeah. There's enchantment hate to kill class cards. This would kill tokens, but I haven't seen tokens that we care about.
It could kill some equipments. I mean, it is flexible, but it's only killing little stuff that doesn't generally matter. I'd be very interested in it to bring it in against a red-white deck. And again, if this format is incredibly fast and you have to just kill everything if you're going to try to stay alive, sure, this is better. But I'm suspecting that this is here for constructed and not for limited.
Really, I think this is here for limited. I think they just failed a little bit. That said, I'm still playing one. I'll play a shock in most decks, although shock can hit face. But you know,
This is uncommon. I'm not taking this high enough to get to play it.
that's true. That's true. You're going to see less than one per draft.
Yeah.
That's a shame. I'll play one if I
But
have it, but I'm not spending a high pick on it. Like wheel.
agree.
Up next is actually it's also an artifact, which means they can just kill it too with wheel at best. Wheel at best.
Yep.
Up next is Potion of Healing. Potion of Healing is 1 and a white. Is that going in his mouth or his nose? His mouth.
I think it's going in his nose. That's where. How do you drink your potions, John?
Fair. It's an artifact at common. When Potion of Healing enters the battlefield, draw a card. Pay a single white tap, sacrifice Potion of Healing. You gain 3 life.
So this is a bad revitalize.
Yeah.
So if there's some artifact synergies, sure, go ahead. Otherwise, no thanks. If you've got a bunch of stuff that needs life gain triggers to happen and you don't have a better way to do it, I guess go ahead. But I'm not interested in this.
Yeah, it's going to be unlikely that I play this. It's going to have to be a very specific deck, and I somehow just didn't get better artifacts or better life gain or better whatever. So hard wheel.
All right.
Up next is Rally Maneuver. Rally Maneuver is 2 and a white for an instant add-on common. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. Up to one other target creature gets +0/+2 and gains lifelink until end of turn.
You know, you got to work hard to sell me on a 3-mana combat trick.
What
But
about
you,
+2/+0 first strike?
this basically says win a combat and 20% of the time win 2 combat, like have 2 creatures survive a combat.
Mm-hmm. I do
The
love
other
my
kills
first strike
this.
combat tricks.
That's actually what I was thinking of, Amy. There was a +2/+2 in Amonkhet, and it was really good. This is going to lead to blowouts, and I think this is the combat trick you need to remember most. You can beat this card by just blocking with one creature and letting the other one through.
Mm-hmm.
When people didn't, my goodness, did it get some work done. We're going to have to respect this. The dream scenario of your opponent blocks like an idiot is only going to happen in the first week or 2 of the format.
Or on
So
Arena.
well, eventually people will start
Yeah.
playing around this because you can play around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can force them to have it, right? But you force them to have it by they attack in with some 3/3s, and you've got a 3/4 and a 2/2, and you're like, okay, I'll block one of them, and they're like, crap, okay, I'll kill your dude and gain 2 life, and like, okay, you got me, because you're spending your turn to do this at 3 mana,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like if this is 1 mana, it's the best card we've ever seen.
Yeah. So it's a combat trick. So you're on 8th pick to wheel.
You can't be
And
with this card. If you want one, you cannot take it that late.
yeah. Man, I hate when combat tricks are at uncommon.
I do too, but this one's good enough to be at
Yeah.
uncommon.
Yeah, you don't
So it's
want
almost
multiples
like
of these running around.
this is almost a situational removal spell if you can get it to work. So I think the more aggressive your deck is, the more interested you are in this, and the sooner we are in a format, the higher I'm taking it. I could see this going as high as 3rd to 5th pick for me, and then probably going down over the course of the format once people start playing around it.
Yeah, I could see that. I think I'll start just a little bit lower on it, but I do love first strike combat tricks because they are essentially just removal.
Yeah. There, okay. I see a bunch of people talking about blocking with this. There is no combat trick ever printed in the history of Magic that is fine on blocks.
Yeah.
Okay. Your opponent attacks first. They have all their mana up. You are insane. Okay. I play some shooter games. One of the things you can tell when someone is standing still in a shooter game is that they're either a brand noob or they're the best player in the world and they're planning on you missing. This is the same thing. You've got to have incredible steel nerves to say any combat trick is good when you're blocking, because that does not exist. Combat tricks are terrible when you're blocking because you're asking to get 2-for-1. So get out of your head any scenario where you're going to use rally maneuver when you're blocking. If you're doing that, you're going to be incredibly sorry that you did that, unless there is no instant speed removal in this format at all, and this is the only combat trick and your opponent's not playing white.
Yeah,
Sorry,
combat tricks on.
I gotta nip that one in the bud.
Yeah, combat tricks on a defense is pure desperation move.
Yes.
Up next is Ranger's Hawk. It's a 1/1 for 1 white mana. It's a creature bird, it's at common, it's got flying. Pay 3, tap another untapped creature you control, venture into the dungeon.
Man, I don't like 1 mana 1/1 flyers.
But Healer's Hawk.
Oh, Healer's Hawk sucked, but this may
Yeah.
actually be good.
Really?
I say good. I don't mean good. I mean playable. Whereas Healer's Hawk was just you put it in your deck if you wanted to lose. I think this one is decent. I can put it in red white. I can put an equipment on it and give the equipment flying. If I run out of stuff and don't have good attacks, I can venture in the dungeon. And if I'm doing Tomb of Annihilation, I can get my 4/4 a heck of a lot faster. I think this is going to be a role player in some white decks because I'm at least interested in it in red white and black white. I think I want to wheel it, but I think I would probably play this one.
I really hate the activate only as a sorcery.
Yeah, it's bad, but like there's scenarios where you don't have an attack, and like this is basically activate it 3 times, get a 4/4, right?
But so it's you don't have an attack and you also don't feel like blocking because you're tapping 2 creatures.
I hear you, but like it, you got to remember you do this 3 times, I get a 4/4, and I've dealt 4 damage to both of us. So I imagine you play this and you attack, but sometimes if you play best of 3, your aggro deck floods out. And
Yeah,
if I
that's
flood
true.
it out and I'm like, okay, I just need to dump some mana into something and make something happen, and this can do this.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think I am
So
going to start somewhat low on it.
I'm not planning on sacking anything in the tomb. Let's understand what the tomb does, right? Like the tomb is we both lose life, discard a card. Okay, cool. I've probably got some lands. Like I could do that. We could also go through this path. Yeah, this one just burns everybody. Why would we not just go this path? I guess we're not doing it in 3 turns that way, but we're still dealing like 5 damage to everybody, and then we get our 4/4. I think I could see playing one of these. I'm probably still looking to wheel them, but I could see playing one of those.
Yeah, I'll wheel it, and I don't think I'm looking to play it. I think there's better ways to get through the dungeon that isn't costing me 2 potential attackers or blockers. Especially if I'm... Well, I guess I'm not sacking things. I'm just burning people for 5 if I'm going through that way. Yeah, I'm going to start on the wheel.
The fact that you can equip it, I think, makes this playable.
Yeah, we haven't seen many or any cheap flyers in white yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It might just be a bird that holds swords. Still wheeling it. Up next, we've got Steadfast Paladin. Is this one on Scryfall? I have it downloaded from one of the other galleries instead.
I don't see it here, but you can tell me what it does and I'll tell you why it's bad.
Sure, it's very complicated. Steadfast Paladin is 1 and a white for a creature dwarf knight at common. It's a 2/2 with lifelink.
Okay, so it's just a 2/2. Okay, here it is. Cool. So I play this into the pony thing and then I do the thing.
Yeah, it's a Misa Unicorn.
Yeah, seems good. Take it, play it.
Yeah, easy.
I'm probably like 6th picking this, but pretty happy about it.
Yeah, like 6th-ish. And of course, pack 2, pack 3, you, assuming not everybody's playing white, you can probably pick these up on the wheel even, but not in
Yeah.
pack 1.
Probably not. People overvalue lifelink, and some people are even arguing that lifelink is better than flying these days because it's harder to race. I've seen people
Wow.
make that argument, and I don't think they're that wrong. Would you rather have this or a Windrake? Because I'd rather have this. I think we're past the days of
Yeah.
Windrake being playable.
God, that's sad. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. So yeah, and lifelink and equipment set, we saw this play pattern in Kaldheim, and this does kind of seem like Kaldheim too, if you're playing red white. Um, so yeah, all of a sudden I'm interested in this.
Agreed. All right, up next is Teleportation Circle. Teleportation Circle is 3 and a white for an enchantment at rare. At the beginning of your end step, exile up to 1 target artifact or creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control.
Okay, so like worst case scenario, I'm giving something vigilance. Best case scenario, I've got some sort of ETB that I'm happy about.
Yeah, and you're paying 4 mana and a card for it.
Well, if I've got a couple enter the dungeon cards that could do a thing, I don't know. I would evaluate this if you've got good ETBs. This looks like a pack 3 card. I'm certainly not first picking this. It's
And
4
your
mana, can attack or block.
and your equipment's dropping off.
Yeah, but not every deck's an equipment deck, right?
Yeah, the green one's lifelink with counters on your creatures.
Sure, but there's a creature we've already seen that comes into play and gains you life. So like blinking that doesn't seem too bad. It also pops enchantments later. So I could see a deck that would be interested in this. I just don't think it's every deck.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say that means I have to grade it as wheel. But pack 3, if I've got 4 good ETBs and think I might could pick up another, let's talk.
Yeah, I'll wheel it. I want to see this pack 3. I don't think I'm ever picking it pack 1.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah. Because yeah, I think my issue there is like red white, you're looking to equip your creatures. Green white, you're looking to get counters on them with the life gain stuff. So there's already disincentivification from putting in something with the plan on bouncing a whole bunch.
Yeah, but we've already seen a couple common creatures that venture into the dungeon, and like blinking those is pretty cool. We can accrue a lot of value there. This can knock off pacifism, as Chad is pointing out. Like, there's some things you can do with this.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Up next is Veteran Dungeoneer. Veteran Dungeoneer is 3 and a white. Creature human warrior at common. It's a 3/4 when Veteran Dungeoneer enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon.
Am I crazy to like this more than the bird?
No, because the bird's bad.
No, I mean the 3/3 bird for 5.
Oh, the angel. No. This blocks real well on the ground if you're not attacking.
Yeah, I just like the idea of the bird is like, say they're beating me to death with a 3/3. I play the bird and trade with it. This I play. Yeah, I don't think the angel is bad. I just think this might be a little bit better because there's such a huge gulf between 4 mana and 5 mana. But I think this looks pretty good to me.
The angel was on attack, right?
No, the angel, you just played it and it ventured.
No. Whenever planar angel attacks, venture into the dungeon.
Is that really what it said?
Yeah.
Oh God, it's even worse.
I'm
not even guaranteed to get a venture there. Yeah, I don't get to venture when I play it. And then I may not even get to venture at all. Whereas this, I'm getting into the dungeon and I've got a good blocker. Yeah, this is way better than that angel.
I don't know if I'd be that strong, but I do think I ever so slightly prefer this to the angel. 4 mana is just way easier to fit into your deck than 5.
Yeah, that's my argument is I have been stuck on here's my thing, guys and gals. I have been stuck on 4 mana before. That's happened to me in the course of Limited. And I've been in scenarios where I finally draw the 5th land and I need my 5-drop to help me at stabilization. And the angel doesn't do that. It has to be able to attack or I'm not even getting to do anything. So like sure, we want both and we'll play both. But if I'm with Nate here. 3/3 flying is kind of weak top end. That's all I'm saying.
Agreed. So this is like 6th through 8th. It's a common. You can get them and they're good.
Yeah, that's probably correct.
And you could flicker them with Teleportation Circle.
And it does something if you flicker the Dungeoneer, but it doesn't if you flicker the Angel. Just saying.
Up next is White Dragon. White Dragon is 4 white for a creature dragon at uncommon. It's a 4/4 with flying. When White Dragon enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls. That creature doesn't untap during the controller's next untap step.
Huh? Seems okay. It's
Yeah.
got the advantage of like I feel like I'm overpaying for the 4 mana flyer by just a tiny little bit, but I'm getting that tap down, which may give me an attack, and is certainly fine if I'm defending. This seems okay.
Yeah, it seems like a fine. This is your 6-drop because you didn't get a bomb rare 6-drop.
Yeah, and that works for me. I would be happy with that.
Yeah, so like the 6th, 8th, 4th, 5th. Definitely not 8th, maybe like 4th through 6th.
Yeah.
Emphasis
Sorry,
on the
chat kind of
six.
broke me with two Frost Tricksters stapled together because that's exactly what it is.
Yep. All right. Up next, you hear something on watch. 1 and a white for an instant at common. Choose one. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, or this spell deals 5 damage to target attacking creature.
That seems pretty good to me. Why would
Yeah.
this be bad? This is Gideon's Reproach. Well, it seems good to me because I don't play aggro decks. I can't play this in an aggro deck unless I'm really incentivizing people to race me. But this looks pretty good.
I think you could play it in an aggro deck. If your opponent's trying to race you, you deal 5. If your opponent's not trying to race you, hey, you've gone wide and you pump your team for a turn to win.
How many of these can I play? Because I kind of want to play all of them.
I think it's deck dependent, but I think it is around 2.
Okay. This looks like a really good common to me.
You know, I do wish it was Sandblast. I wish it was attacking or blocking, but whatever.
It'd be
Your
better.
opponent's going to attack you.
Yeah.
If they're not attacking you, you're probably in a good spot.
Yeah, fair. If you can't kill the thing, then that's fine. It just doesn't get a blocker out of the way. And
Yeah.
the combat trick could, in some situations, do that. So I think the more aggressive your deck is, the less interested you are in this card.
Yeah.
But that said, I think I'm still very interested in this card and I want one. I don't quite know that I'm ready to first pick it, but it looks like it'll kill everything.
Yeah, I think I'm closer to 4th, but maybe 3rd.
Okay, I could get behind that.
Up next, you're ambushed on the road. Single white mana for an instant at common. Choose one. Return target creature you control to its owner's hand. Target creature gets +1/+3 until end of turn.
And there's a good old-fashioned combat trick. That's a good one. It's 1 mana, you're going to survive the combat, or 1 mana bounce your thing. This is fine. I don't feel like I need to play it, but I think I'd be pretty happy to play it.
Yeah, I never played Rescue in Dominaria because it was bad, but when you have
Correct.
a combat trick attached to it as a better option and you can rescue when that's appropriate, it's fine. It's not great. It's fine.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can
going to wheel it.
Yeah.
But I
Wheel
can
it.
see this getting in there.
Yeah, wheel it and, don't feel bad cutting it either, but also don't feel bad playing it.
Yeah, I'm down with
and
this.
That wraps it up for white.
So what do we have about finding the rest of these cards?
Let me do a refresh on the official gallery. They still have not updated the official gallery. What about
Did you try clearing your
Skyfall?
cache?
I did several times.
Okay, because I'm sure you wouldn't have thought of that on your own.
No, I don't know computers. Arborea Pegasus is 3 and a white for a creature Pegasus at common. It's a 2/3 with flying. When Arborea Pegasus enters the battlefield, target creature gets +1/+1 and gains flying until end of turn.
I am hearing reports that your chat cannot hear me.
That's strange. Talk again?
Oh, good day, Governor.
Now
Okay,
they
seem
can,
to
and
be
I did
started now.
nothing. Weird.
Oh, well, thanks for doing nothing. All right. This feels like it should be a 3/3.
Yeah, for 4 mana.
It's okay. I'm not sold on this. I'm looking to wheel it. I guess I don't need to spend a million years thinking about this card.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
this looks okay. I'm just not blown away by it.
Yeah, I'm on wheel this one. I'm not sad if I don't get one. I'm not sad if I even cut it.
Yeah, it seems like it should say vigilance or something, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
it's missing something, either a power or something else. Like it isn't enabling an attack that you probably didn't have, and I could see it being okay at forcing through damage in aggressive decks. So I guess if you're more aggressive, we can talk about this.
Agreed. All right. Up next, we've got ourselves Blink Dog. Blink Dog is 2 and a white for a creature dog at uncommon. It's a 1/1 with double strike. Pay 3 and a white. Blink Dog phases out.
Hmm? So it's a 3 mana 2/2 that I can protect.
It's a 3 mana 2/2 that you can protect, and the equipment encounters don't fall off.
Okay, so if we're equipping it, I can be interested. If we're putting counters on it, maybe I can be interested.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I kind of hate it, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think you need to have a way to augment this, or it's just kind of not worth playing. So my guess would be that if I'm in the equipment deck and I open this in a late pack, I'll probably take it. And if I'm not in the equipment deck, I probably don't want it.
Yeah, I think that's around where I am. The trick here, of course, is you could play cards that are good without being augmented and then augment them instead of playing
Yeah.
a card that is bad if it's not augmented.
Yeah, that's the challenge for me. So it's not that this is unplayable, it's that I probably don't want to play it.
Agreed. Next up, we've got Badoop, 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 Priest of Ancient Lore. Priest of Ancient Lore is 2 and a white for a creature dwarf cleric at common. It's a 2/1. When Priest of Ancient Lore enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life and draw a card.
Okay, this seems like an important one not to have had because this seems pretty okay to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like we had a rare in the last set that was essentially a 3 mana 2/1 draw a card and lose a life.
Yeah.
Because I never made a pest token with that thing.
Mm-hmm.
This guy makes me sneeze.
He's real good. I'm gonna fifth pick.
I'm gonna fifth pick, and if I wheel one, I'm gonna scream for joy and play it too.
Yeah, it gains a life, puts counters on your Pride Mate, does everything you want to do.
Yeah, this guy seems great. Let's go.
Indeed. Next up on the white front, we already did Steadfast Paladin. That was somehow in one of the spoilers that I had. We got Loyal Warhound as our final white card here. Loyal Warhound is 1 and a white for a creature dog at rare. It's a 3/1 with vigilance. When Loyal Warhound enters the battlefield, if an opponent controls more lands than you, search your library for a basic plains card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle.
We've played with cards like these before, and they were good.
It's a whole lot of cards. Well, it's 2 cards stapled into one.
Yeah.
It's a good card. It's a 3/1 for 1 and a white. I'm sold. It's got a keyword on it. I'm more sold. And if I get a ramp, or not a ramp, but a ramp for me, but catching up, it's fine.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those scenarios where if you're on the draw, this is a pretty good 2-drop, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not the rare that I want to see in my pack, but it's pretty dang decent.
Yeah, I would take it. So I think I would certainly play this. I don't know that I'm first picking it over solid removal.
Yeah, I don't think I'm first picking this unless the pack is weak. I think I'm around third-ish pick on this one.
That's probably where I am too.
There's one more that we're missing that's not in Mythic Spoiler, but is in the official card list. We've got I need this card image for myself here.
Is this the Book of Exalted Deeds?
It is the Book of Exalted Deeds.
Okay.
Sure, let's do that. And then let me scroll down to that and open that. Here is the Book of Exalted Deeds. White for a legendary artifact at Mythic. It's a legendary artifact. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained 3 or more life this turn, create a 3/3 white angel creature token with flying. White, tap, exile the Book of Exalted Deeds. Put an enlightened counter on target angel. It gains you can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. Activate only as a sorcery.
This is essentially like Griffinary that we saw before in one of the M sets.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to consistently gain 3 life. Gaining 2 life looks like it's marginally trivial.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gaining 3 life a whole heck of a lot to justify
Al-
playing a white, white, white artifact.
Although, if I am playing this, that revitalize card that no one
Yeah,
else wants starts
it
to
turns
get
into an
pretty
angel.
interesting to me.
That's true. It could be a build around. You've got to get there with it. And if you don't get there with it, I don't think you play this card.
And we haven't seen green, that's fair. So if there's some
Yeah.
stuff in there,
Yeah.
we could start to do something. So, because you really only need to trigger this once to be like, okay, we're pretty good. And if you trigger it twice, you're probably winning.
Yeah. 6/6 in the air is pretty dang good. And at that point, you can think about if you want a platinum angel something.
Yeah, I would be down for that. A question from chat. Having seen an amount of triple and quadruple pip cards, is there a reason to go one color? How often do you go monocolor in draft, John?
What format?
All of them?
If it's Eldraine, a lot. If it's not Eldraine, absolutely not.
Yeah. It is very, very rare that monocolor is a reasonable way to go in draft. Now, I didn't draft a lot of Eldraine, so I can't really tell you much about what to do there. But I can tell you about of all of the other formats that I've played, it was correct, I think, to go monocolor probably twice in thousands of draft.
In
So
Eldraine?
you could no, I didn't play
Oh,
Eldraine.
yeah, right,
So
right, right.
excluding Eldraine,
Okay,
I've done
okay.
thousands of draft. I've gone monocolor. I can remember 2 decks. One was a blue deck in Dominaria, and I think it was supposed to be mono blue, and it worked. But it really didn't come up that often.
Yeah, it's exceedingly rare. You're
Yeah,
giving away a lot of value and a lot of power by doing that.
yeah, which I don't think is realistically something that happens. It can happen in Cube, but that's not limited. So go ahead.
Agreed. All right, so we've got a couple of artifacts to catch up on too. Let me go grab AFR 245 and let me post that into the Discord for you. We've got Great Axe. Great Axe is a single generic mana for an artifact equipment at common. Equipped creature gets +4/+0, equip 5.
I would say this is not so great.
It is not so great. Like, I literally have to have Brunor on the field. And
Yeah,
I can't guarantee that.
yeah, I don't want this.
There's better equipment that you can get your hands on even for the equipment deck than this one.
Yeah, and Amy's right. If you happen to want this, don't worry, you'll see one. You're
Yeah,
probably going to end up with one of these in your sideboard in every draft that you do.
exactly. All right, up next, we've got ourselves Leather Armor. Leather Armor is a single generic mana for an artifact equipment at common. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has ward 1. Equip 0. Activate only once each turn.
This sucks, right?
Yeah, I don't like this one either. Like
Like a
+0/+1
lot.
is worthless, essentially. Ward 1 is worthless, essentially. I'm not
See,
getting paid off.
the thing you've got to remember about leather armor is you can put as many basic lands as you want in your deck,
It's true. It's
and
completely
those
allowed.
do something. If you want it for the +3/+3 as a helper, but like I said, you can play as many basic lands as you want, and a basic land will help you just as much to equip that artifact. So I don't want leather armor. This is bad.
Yeah, it's the old don't play bad cards to make good. Don't play bad cards to make bad cards good. Don't play bad cards to make good cards better.
Yep.
I believe, nope, not our last artifact. Our next artifact is going to go into the Discord. It is artifact number 247. Let me open that up. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's the right one. 4 generic mana for an Iron Golem, artifact creature Golem at uncommon. It's a 5/3 with vigilance. Iron Golem attacks or blocks each combat if able.
This is an interesting take on something like Juggernaut because by giving
Yeah.
it vigilance, you kind of can't ignore it.
Mhm.
My guess would be that this is going to trade down somewhat. We've seen some 3/1s, and that I'm not going to be that excited about it, but it's at uncommon.
Yeah, I feel
Why
like
uncommon?
there could be a number of reasons. Uncommon doesn't always mean power level. The fact that you have to, as a player, think about how this is going to have to attack every turn, but also think about how it's going to have to block every turn is a slight increase in like cognitive resources.
Yeah. Fair. Okay. So it's not necessarily power level. It's just that I got too much thinking to do with this card.
Yeah.
It still seems okay. Like a 4 mana 5/3, I'm obviously excited about. Borderland Minotaur is my favorite card, and this is a colorless version. So I think I got to take this. The question is how highly. Like, let's say we open a pack that has pretty medium cards, but they're all color committed. Am I just taking an Iron Golem because it's colorless?
Maybe.
I might. So I think I would want to take this fifth pick, but I might take it a little earlier.
Yeah, I could see that. Like, if there's any stumbling on your opponent's side, this is just bonkers and going to end the game.
Yeah. It like you slam this out, have a couple removal spells, they're probably dead.
Yeah, agreed. So it's kind of a weird picking place, but I think it'll work.
This
I
is
think
not
it'll
a
do
turn four
enough.
play. This is definitely a turn four play. If you don't want to play this on turn four, don't take it. Like
Yeah.
I think this is good, but you want to play it out and see if they can deal with it.
Yeah, agreed. All right, up next, we've got ourselves the Hand of Vecna. Hand of Vecna is 3 generic mana for a legendary artifact equipment at rare. At the beginning of combat on your turn, equipped creature or a creature you control named Vecna gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of cards in your hand. Equip, pay 1 life for each card in your hand. Equip 2.
This one seems pretty good to me. How is this not really good?
Because frequently and limited, you have no cards in your hand?
Not if I've got the Hand of Vecna in my deck. And I can play this on turn 3. So how many cards am I going to have if I play a 2/1 and then turn 3 pay this and pay the life?
Uh, 4? 4-ish?
Okay. So I'm attacking you for 6.
Yeah, that's
That seems
fair.
pretty good. And then I draw a card, attack you for 7, play another card, play something else.
Yeah, so you stop playing cards.
Yeah, yeah, you could put it on a life linker. That would be fine too, and just not care about that. They're certainly not going to race it. You can put it on a flyer. Like if your deck only goes up to 5 or 6 mana, just don't play out all your lands.
So what happens if you don't have this on turn 3? What happens if you draw this on turn 7? Turn 8?
If you've remembered that you have it in your deck and you're holding a land or two, then it's a +2/+2 equipment.
Yeah, I guess if it's +2/+2, it's the +2 mace.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's a colorless +2 mace that I can play in any color.
And yeah, you've got fail. You could equip it for free, but if you equip it for free, it does nothing.
Sure.
It will eventually become +1/+1 the next turn.
How frequently is this better than the +2 mace? I think anytime you could play it on turn 3, it's incredibly better.
Yeah, instant speed card draw is a combat trick as well.
I am first picking this, and you should be too.
All right, I'll give it a go.
It's colorless. It goes in every deck. Most likely case +2/+2. No, but if you ever cast it,
Oh, that's very
on,
important. This is at the beginning of your combat.
Okay, fine. I can't do it on turn 3. I can do it on turn 4. Still good enough.
Well, no, you can do it on turn 3, but it's at the beginning of your combat. You can't block with this. It doesn't have that +X/+X at any point.
Well, it's to block with it.
True, if you're blocking, you're in desperation.
Yeah, this is not for blocking. Okay, so I can play this, equip it, and smack you for 1,000,000 damage.
Yeah. We'll see. I'm curious about this one. I'll start at first picking it. I'll start at first picking it for you.
This is really good. How is this not the rare you want to open? This is a colorless card. Every deck you're going to play, this can go in. Seems more aggro deck. Any deck can automatically become an aggro deck when you have the Hand of Vecna. Like, trust me, I love blocking. You'd bet money the +2. You guys are crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye
Might
on this one because I do think that I empty my hand a lot, even keeping lands. But
on
you
turn
just have,
three,
yeah, you just have to modify your play pattern and not play your hand out.
or just play it on turn three. I'm not hyperboling, Dave. I am absolutely not hyperboling. Sure, it has downsides. It can't block, and I love blocking. I'm a huge fan of blocking, but making one of your creatures get +2 to +4 in the late game is huge. That's a threat they're gonna have to deal with, and the opportunity to be able to turn three this and just like close a game out immediately is way too powerful to ignore. This is a strong card, and you should take it. There, I've said my piece.
Sounds good. Sounds good. We'll see how it plays out. Um, so now I'm not even pulling from Mythic Spoiler. I'm pulling from the
There's something
official
about a
one.
dagger.
Yeah, the dagger's coming up here. So the dagger is a single generic mana for spare dagger artifact equipment at common. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice spare dagger. When you do, this creature deals 1 damage to any target. Equip for 1.
This looks kind of crappy to me too. Although I suppose it would be good against an opponent who has a bunch of X1s. I suspect that you would probably have a decent amount of these in your sideboard, and I could see bringing them in for that.
Yeah, I could see sideboarding them in if your opponent's playing a bunch of like 3/1s for 2, 2/1s for 2, stuff like that.
Yeah, but other than that, I don't think I particularly want it.
Yeah. It's not quite the bow because you have to sack this dagger.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
Yeah. And the bow wasn't good. Um, yeah, so wheel this and sideboard it. Okay, I have a billion windows open. We have gone through all the white cards and all the artifact cards that we've missed. There's a land card that we missed. So let's do
Okay.
that. And then I think we get to go through blue. And as long as I've done this all correctly, which we'll see if I've done it correctly, I should be able to interrupt you if you jump ahead to a card that we have not yet done
Okay.
for any future one. So the last card that we're going to have to do completely out of order is Temple of the Dragon Queen. Temple of the Dragon Queen is a land at uncommon. As Temple of the Dragon Queen enters the battlefield, you may reveal a dragon card from your hand. Temple of the Dragon Queen enters the battle tapped, unless you revealed a dragon card this way, or you control a dragon. As Temple of the Dragon Queen enters the battlefield, choose a color, tap, add 1 mana of the chosen color.
This is evolving wilds functionally.
Yeah, it's an Evolving Wilds that doesn't thin your deck, which, whatever.
That doesn't matter. It's an evolving wilds that doesn't have the well, it does have the flexibility of getting either color. This is just another evolving wilds variant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think this is fine. I would take it the same level I'd take Evolving Wilds, which is higher than most chaff. Like
Yep.
in I'm probably like the first one is so important. It really changes your deck. So I think I would be looking to take this one earlier. It is worth noting that like when you're splashing, putting a Temple of the Dragon Queen in your deck is functionally giving me one red source in my blue black deck, whereas Evolving Wilds is giving me two. So it's not as good as Evolving Wilds. Unless I'm
Yeah.
legitimately doing dragon stuff, Evolving Wilds is better.
Yeah. Agreed.
So I think it's Evolving Wilds with downside, generally speaking. Untapped with the dragon, sure, that could conceivably happen, but the tapped part isn't what you're worried about with that when you're splashing. So I think this is just a slightly worse Evolving Wilds, but I'm pretty happy to have it.
Yeah, and Evolving Wilds are common, so we'll just see the Evolving Wilds more anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good for blue.
All right. Air Cult Elemental is 4 blue blue for a 2/5 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, return up to one target other creature to its owner's hand.
I have to interrupt you. We missed a card.
Okay. Let's do the Air Cult Elemental first, and then I'll backtrack to that one.
Sure. Right, I need to do a... Yep, go ahead.
Okay, well, just like running down this card, it's like generally speaking, I love bounce creatures. We've seen 3 mana ones, we've seen 2 mana ones, we've seen 4 mana ones, we've seen 5 mana ones. They've always been good. At 6 mana, are we pushing it to the point where they're not good anymore?
6 mana might be pushing to where it's not good anymore. 2/5 is Weak. Sorcery speed, bounce one creature. Kind of weak.
The weak.
Kind of weak, yeah. I feel like there's got to be better cards in blue than this, right?
I
Roman
hope
Ghostlight was a
so.
3/2. It attacked a lot better than this will ever attack.
And it was a 5 mana.
Yeah.
Again, I've griped about the difference between 4 and 5 mana. The difference between 5 and 6 is huge as well.
hmm Yeah, I think I wheel this one. I think it might be tough to actually find a place to play this.
I'll probably have it in some number of decks, though. Like, it's okay.
Yeah, that's always the important thing with these grades. We don't want to play cards, but it's limited. Sometimes we have to.
Yeah, agree.
All right, so jumping back just one card, we've got an Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. Aberrant Mind Sorcerer is 4 blue for a creature, human, elf, shaman at uncommon. It's a 3/4. Psionic spells is the flavor text. When Aberrant Mind Sorcerer enters the battlefield, choose target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard, then roll a d20. 1 through 9, you can put that card on top of your library. 10 through 20, you can put it into your hand.
I'm gonna need you to link me an image of this because that was too much to remember. My brain short circuited.
Just did.
Okay, let's pull this one up. All right, so what am I getting here? 5 mana, 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, I choose an instant or sorcery, roll a d20, and I'm going to get the card back.
Yeah, either immediately or slowly. So it's like the we had this in a core set, didn't we?
Why isn't it a flyer?
There's a number of cards that are flying and are not. There's a skull we're going to see, and I'm very angry about it.
So this is like a weird Biblioplex assistant that could spike into a good Biblioplex assistant.
Yeah.
Sure. So a little better than half of the time, I'm going to just return the card to my hand. If it always did that, I'd been happy with it. If I got flying to make up for the fact that it doesn't always do that, I'd have been happy with it. If this costs 1 mana less, I'd be happy with it. This is certainly playable, but I'm not picking this early.
I think I'm fine with it. I think I still pick it where I picked Biblioplex Assistant, which is not early.
Yeah, that was the thing.
It's like 6th through 8th. Well, not even 6th. That's like 7th, 8th.
Yeah, and it's fine, but this is an uncommon. Biblioplex Assistant was a common.
Yeah, that is true.
So I don't particularly like that. All right, is Arcane Investigator next?
It is. Why does this always breaks on me? Yeah, I think you're good for a bit.
Okay. Arcane Investigator is 1 in a blue for a 2/1. You can spend 6 mana and roll a d20. On 1 through 9, you draw a card. On 10 through 20, you look at the top 3 cards, put 1 into your hand and the rest on the bottom.
So this is mana sinks that I like. It's a 2/1 for 2, so it's already a piker. It's already fine. I'm not looking for these, but I will certainly play them. And then, assuming this format is not ludicrously aggro, 6 mana, draw a card. I'm sold. I'm a big fan of that. And maybe it's even better where I get some card selection. I love this card. I love this card a lot.
You're probably still trying to wheel it though, right?
Pretty close. I think it's a little bit more 7th, 8th-ish.
Yeah.
Like this this is not as good, but this reminds me of the mage cycle from M11.
Azure Mage.
Yeah, Azure Mage, which was 4 mana to draw a card as opposed to 6 mana.
Yeah.
And
but
I think we were in a slower period of Magic back then too, which we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. This one's instant speed, which is also nice. So you could hold up your counter spells or whatever, and then do this if you don't need to play them. So I like the Arcane Investigator too.
Yeah. I'll be looking for these. I'm excited by it.
Excellent. Bar the Gate is 2 in a blue for an instant. Counter target creature or planeswalker. Venture into the dungeon.
So 3 mana Essence Scatter Venture. I like it. I like Essence Scatter. Unconditional countering target creature. Like creatures are what you're countering in limited, unless it's Strixhaven, I guess. Venture is going to be just a minor. It'll range from minor upside to major upside. So I like this as a counterspell.
All right, I got to plant a little flag here and help some people out and make them better at limited, even if they don't want it. This card sucks. You shouldn't put it in your deck. Arcane Investigator is great. I see a comment in my chat. This is filler. You don't have time to pay 5 blue to draw a card in Modern Limited. That's not why we're putting it in our deck. We're putting it in our deck to trade with 3/1s. But if I draw the Investigator later and I have extra mana, then I can start drawing cards. Whereas if my opponent draws the 3/1 later, they can't do anything with it. This is a far cry from Essence Scatter. Essence Scatter counted as a 2-drop for me, and it did something later. I'm leaving up 3 mana on turn 3 and not doing anything after my opponent's cast a 2-drop. I feel like this one's going to be a little easier to read, and I don't think I'm as excited about Bar the Gate. It's not unplayable, but I think comparing it to Essence Scatter isn't fair. It would be like saying a 3-mana 2/2 is basically the same thing as a Grizzly Bear. Like, this is fine. You can play one, but this is not Essence Scatter.
Yeah, it's not Essence Scatter, but I'll certainly be playing one. 3 mana is harder or easier to read for sure.
This is a lot worse than Reject. Reject was fringe playable. I had decks where I played Reject and I was okay with it. This is definitively worse. Like, again, a counterspell that can function as your 2-drop, I'm excited about because I can play it on curve and it sort of does something later. This, like holding up 3 mana to try to get somebody for something, that's not good enough. It's too slow.
Yeah, I guess I don't like playing Cancel.
Yeah, yeah. Compare it to Cancel, and all of a sudden we're like, ugh.
Yeah, that's true. 3 might be a bit too much. I'll wheel it. I'll probably
wheel it if you want
still
it.
play one.
Okay, I want, but you have fun. The Black Staff of Waterdeep is blue for a legendary artifact. You may choose not to untap the staff, and you can animate Walking Statue. 1 in a blue. Another target non-token artifact you control becomes a 4/4 artifact creature for as long as the Black Staff remains tapped. Activated only as a sorcery.
So it's a 1 mana, do nothing. You can't animate a treasure, which would be the ideal thing to do because that's supposed to be the artifacts that don't take up slots in your deck that you have. So you have to play an artifact that you want to turn into a 4/4. I don't know that I want to do this. Seems bad.
Yeah, no thanks.
Like my equipment's going to be on creatures.
I'm going to 2-for-1 myself to build a 4/4. I guess the good news is when they kill it, I can make another one. But how many artifacts do you think I'm playing?
Not enough. Non-token, I think, absolutely kills this.
Yeah, same. If it was token, we could talk.
Yeah, I'll F this one.
There's 1 rare artifact land. You're not doing this with lands.
Yep.
All right, Charmed Sleep. 1 blue for an aura. When it enters the battlefield, tap a creature. It doesn't untap.
It's solid. It's pacifism. Kind of.
Yeah, this is great. I'm first picking this out of some packs.
Agreed.
I would like to be third picking it. Yeah, this is a reprint. This was at least an Eldraine. But some Narcolepsy variant has been in just about every set for a while, and this is a particularly good one. You do need to hard commit to blue, but I like this.
Yeah, quite good.
Clever Conjurer is 2 in a blue for a 2/3 with Mage Hand. Untap target permanent not named Clever Conjurer. Activate this only as a sorcery.
So it's ramp in blue?
Yup.
I think I'm pretty happy with ramp in blue, not to mention, and by pretty happy, I'm still pretty low on this. I'm pretty happy with Pseudo Vigilance. I don't know that you're going nuts with like, haha, got them on tap abilities, but Pseudo Vigilance, ramping, this seems fine to me, but still in the like 6th through 8th pick range.
I'd agree that it's probably there, but that 6-drop bounce spell is starting to look a little more attractive to me if I could conceive of getting 2 of these for my 3-drop slot.
Yeah. It is sorcery speed only, but that's not too big of a deal. Your ramp will be at sorcery speed as long as you're not ramping to an instant, which you're typically not ramping to an instant. And you're not getting a surprise blocker out of this, but you are still giving like Pseudo Vigilance.
We all liked Kelpie Guide better than Garth. Yeah. Like it's not as good as that. However, it is fulfilling a lot of the same roles that Kelpie Guide was. The question is, like, Kelpie Guide in that format was like, hey, let's get to 8 mana and do big things. As long as you're doing big things, I'm pretty interested in this.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Contact Other Plane is 3 in a blue for an instant. Roll a d20, 1 through 9, draw 2 cards. 10 through 19, scry 2, then draw 2 cards. 20, scry 3, then draw 3 cards.
So half the time inspiration, the other half the time better than inspiration. Assuming this format's friendly to inspiration, I like it.
Yeah, as long as we can spend 4 mana, like inspiration was always good on its own. I'm pretty high on this.
Yeah, and I can hold this up while I hold up my 3 mana counterspell.
Or you could play, good cards,
Fair,
but
fair.
that, whatever you want to do. We could even cast it early when we're stuck on lands with our clever conjurer.
Yeah, exactly. So I am
Hmm.
still, it's like sixth pick here. I'm not spending a super real pick on this, but I'm happy if this is playable.
It depends on how fast the format is, because some people went nuts on Tamio's Epiphany in War of the Spark, and you could get away with it. So, like, there may be a blue deck that's like, yeah, sure, I'll play 4 of these. I kind of hope there is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like divination. Some formats divination is amazing and some formats it's bad just because of the speed.
Yep. And we'll have to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Dipney Lich is blue, 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 blue for a 4/3 Skeleton Wizard. Cost one less to cast for each instant and sorcery you've cast this turn. When it attacks, exile up to one target instant or sorcery from your graveyard. Copy it. You may cast the copy. You may cast Dimilich from your graveyard by exiling 4 instant or sorcery cards from your graveyard in addition to paying its other costs.
Skull is flying, is it not?
It's hovering, as Dave is going to tell me in chat in one moment.
This is like constructed, right? Like it's a 4/3 on the ground that's hard to cast. If you've cast a bunch of spells, it's less hard to cast. You've cast a bunch of spells, so now you get to flashback one of your spells with your magical infinite mana that's somehow left over.
Okay, so let me temper these expectations somewhat. Have you ever had a deck that was an 11/7 mana base?
Yes.
Did you ever put an Evolving Wilds in that deck?
Sure.
Did you ever have removal spells in that deck?
Generally.
This guy goes in that deck.
So I pay blue, 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 and I get a 4/3. And then my removal still needs to be 3-ish mana or less, 4-ish mana or less.
No, because by the time you get there, I'm saying this is a 7 drop. That's the argument that I'm making. It's something that you would be playing late anyway because you'd want to have spells in the graveyard to copy. And you cast it, you get a Borderland Minotaur. You attack with it, you get to cast something out of the graveyard. I think it's fine. I don't think it's busted because the casting cost is incredibly difficult to pull off. That said, I would probably still be pretty happy to first pick something like this because it's attack and cast a free spell, right?
Attack and cast a free spell. Oh, whenever it attacks, not when it ETBs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like that's potentially incredibly powerful as your top end. It's not.
And yeah, it's not a free spell.
Well,
It's a free draw.
There you go. There you go. I know I know I still have to pay for it, but I don't have to draw it, right? So like let's say that we've got the board clear, this can close out a game. Let's say we need another removal spell, this can do it. I understand there's a really high cost on doing this, and it would warp your mana base. If you're not playing 11/7 with an Evolving Wilds, just stop taking this card. But in that deck, I would consider this, and I might warp my draft around it to try to fit this in.
Yeah, I could see this in like a blue-black deck that's heavy on the removal.
Yeah, and consider it a 7 drop, and then all of a sudden we're like, hey, maybe this is something. So I like this.
Yeah, you've talked me up, and since I realized it's attacks, not ETB, it's better.
Yeah. All right. Let's move along to Displacer Beast, which is 2 in a blue for a 3/2 at uncommon. ETB Venture, 3 in a blue, return it to its owner's hand.
This seems fine. It's a 3/2 for 3, so it's already vanilla and fine. We can venture into the dungeon. That's a neat little bonus. Late game, we can mana sink this to return it. We can do combat shenanigans with this. It dodges removal. It does a whole lot for what it is.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with this. I would probably 5th pick this.
Yeah, 5th pick sounds about right. 5th, 6th. It's not a bomb. It's not blowing the game wide open. You're probably not exactly going into blue for this, but it's solid.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think the venture on this is really what's saving it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Djinn Win Seer, 3 in a blue for a 3/3 flyer. ETB, roll a d20, scry 1, 2, or 3.
3/3 flyer for 4 scry 1 sounds fine. Is that snapping? No, snapping Drake's a 3/2 for 4.
Yeah, it's better than that.
It's better than a Snapping Drake. It's got Scry 1. Maybe it even does like a pseudo interpretation of that Sphinx from Dominaria, or even better. This seems fine to me. I think I'd be happy to play multiples of these. Like this feels like a core set flyer role player card. Like these are what I like
Yeah,
to have in my blue decks usually. My blue
I,
decks that are
I,
attacking.
I'm working through the issue of there's always a 4 mana 3/3 that scries some amount in every set, and it's never good. This one has flying. And
Yeah.
so I see this text and I'm like, this is our Cascade Seer, this is our Octoprophet, and they're never good. And we always think we're going to play them, and we never do because they suck. But all of a sudden, when that has flying, I think that changes things.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'm with John on this one. It just took me a minute to get there.
Yeah. I think I'm pretty high on this, like fourth, fifth, sixth pick. I value my fourth picks. I think I still get a good bit of like removal and stuff around fourth pick sometimes. Like fifth, sixth pick for these, and I'll play multiples of them in most blue decks. All blue
All
decks, I
right,
think.
let's do it. All right, one blue blue for a Dargon Turtle. It is a 3/5 flash. When it enters the battlefield, tap it and up to one target creature an opponent controls. They don't untap during their controller's next untap steps.
Huh?
Eh?
3 mana. 3 mana, 3/5 flash. I do it, let's say their turn. I stop their attacker. My turn comes around. This thing's still sleepy. Their thing's still sleepy. Their turn comes back. Their thing's still sleepy. I get a turn with their thing off turns later.
And a 3 mana 3/5.
It's a 3 mana 3/5. It's very slow to get going. It's a dragon. I think this is
Yeah,
fine. It's not the rare that I
yeah,
want.
same, but it's a rare that I'll play.
Yeah. I'm not. I keep saying if we get really good removal, we haven't seen any yet. If we get really good removal, I'm taking it over those.
Yeah, well, we've seen really good removal. We've seen a pacifism in white and a narcolepsy in blue. That's really good removal.
True, true. I'm waiting for black kill spells.
Well, it's not quite a vanilla 3/5 for 3, right? It's a vanilla 3/5 with suspend. Like it's
Suspend
coming
too,
down
yeah.
when you'd expect of 3/5 to come down, which is turn 5. But the fact that you don't have to pay the extra mana, I think, is pushing this into like this is pretty good.
Yeah, and like you top deck turn 9, your 3/5 that's going to save the game, and it'll do it in 2 turns from now.
Yeah. Well, it's not tapped on turn 3. It's untapped on turn 5 if you play it on turn 3. So I
Mhm.
don't know that I'd want to play it on a blank board. It's weird. It's
Yeah.
weird, but I think I'm still picking it pretty highly.
Yeah, I'm on like second, third pick. I just want better rares.
Yeah. Okay. Same. Eccentric Apprentice is 2 and a blue for a tie fling wizard, 2/2 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've completed a dungeon, up to one target creature becomes a bird with base power and toughness 1/1 and flying until end of turn.
It seems great. It's a Windrake with Venture into the Dungeon. I'm already sold, although Windrakes are no longer what they used to be. And if we've completed the dungeon, we've got some choices of what to do, whether that be turning off their big flying blocker, whether that being just getting one more point of damage in the air on our side by turning something into a flyer. This does a lot, and I think I like it a fair bit.
I think I do too. I'm a little concerned that Windrakes just aren't good enough anymore, but the fact that I get to go through the dungeon and if I can do that 4 times, I get the other thing turned on, I think I like this too.
Yeah, I'm still holding out hope that we can have a set in 2021 where a Windrake can be fine.
Yeah, because if that's the case, that's good news.
Yep.
Yes, the Dragon Turtle is cool with the untapped guy. We found a combo.
Got there.
Feywild Trickster is 2 and a blue for a 2/2 Gnome Warlock. Whenever you roll one or more dice, create a 1/1 blue fairy dragon creature token with flying.
So 3 mana 2/2, and as long as we're playing ideally blue red, but maybe even blue something because there's a decent amount of die rolling in blue, we're going to get a 1/1 flyer. If I get 1/1 flyer, if I get 1/1 flyer out of this, I think I'm fine to happy. And if we get more, which hopefully we can, because a lot of these die rolling are mana sinks, it seems like we're going to be rolling dice You know, if we make it to the late game multiple times, getting 1/1 flyers seems good. It kind of reminds me of the bird wizard guy that made birds. Those 1/1s that fly pile up.
Yeah, my concern with this is like the play pattern you want to do is play this on turn 3 and then start rolling dice every turn and get your 1/1s going. If the format's too fast, then you would have to block a 3/1 with this, and it's not very good. And it's also possible that like we'll top deck it later and it's not going to do much because then we have to top deck the die rolling cards to get it going. But I could see in a situation where we're curving out and have a lot of die rolling that this could be quite good.
Yeah, like we play this on turn 3. We play that roll a die snapping drake scry thing on turn 4. We've got ourselves 4/4 in the air plus a 2/2 on the ground plus we scried 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously good, but like comparing it
The
to
top
the
deck is
Bird
awful.
Wizard, yeah, Murmuring Mystic. There we go.
Yeah.
That's the card name. That was a 1/5. Like you could block the heck out of some stuff with that.
Yeah. It was a much better creature. This is just a boring 2/2.
Yeah, I think it would be better as a 1/3, and it's
Yeah,
certainly better as a 0/4.
yeah. I agree with that. I
Because
think
the
I'm on
stat
like
line's just gonna off.
I think I'm on like 5th through 6th. I definitely want to see if this deck can go off. But
Same, I'll try it.
it's got that bad top deck.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Somebody asking, do the rules say you can only roll dice when cards say you do? I mean, technically, you could just roll a die on your side of the table whenever you feel like it, but it's not part of the game. No.
Yeah. All right, let's fly, you fools. I'm wearing my Gandalf Airlines t-shirt. It's perfect.
Nice.
Um, this is an aura enchanted creature, has flying, and whenever this deals combat damage to a player, venture into the dungeon.
So, flying opportunity would be better, but this is still pretty decent for an aura, right? It costs a card, but flying on an aura plus upwards of a card worth of value? I'm tempted.
I don't think so, John.
No?
I don't think so. So the thing with opportunity and why I liked that was the idea that if I get in one hit, I've got my value, and if they untap and kill it, I'm like, it kind of sucks. I'd rather they didn't, but at least I got my card back. But we're pretty sure that venturing into the dungeon isn't worth a full card. So that means I need to connect with this probably twice, potentially 3 times to be like, I definitely got my value. And at that point, it's so catastrophic for them to kill it. Right? Yeah, FTK's got it. The payoff relates to what you can get for one hit. Like the payoff for a flying opportunity would be I got my card back. I've essentially cycled this and I still have it in play.
Yeah.
I don't want this.
I really like the surprise fly aspect to this. Like I've played combat tricks primarily because they gave flying.
That's not why you were playing them. That was a bonus to have them. Like I loved Heroic Leap too. The fact that you could occasionally just win a game out of nowhere with it was bonus, but you were playing it for +2/+2.
That's true. I think I'm going to
This
play this a little bit higher. You
I
played.
don't okay.
So the trick with the venturing thing is you're venturing sometimes as scribe 1, you're venturing sometimes as a 4/4 death touch creature. So you have to average out what all of those are. If the base is scribe 1, which is like half a card, does that mean venturing's kind of like 0.75 of a card?
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess the upside is what if they don't?
Yeah.
But I'm terrified about that. I don't want this card. I need a lot to play an aura, and this is not enough for me to want to play it. I understand what you can do with it. You can play it late game and get in for extra damage and finish out a game. But like this is looking to set up a value engine. Like play this on something or play an early creature. This is one. Play it on something early and then accrue your value. I almost think this would be better if it was 3 and a blue. There. So if you're gonna play this, assume that it costs 5 mana and it untaps lands. do not play this on your 2-drop. If you play this on your 2-drop, you're going to lose the game, and you should lose the game.
Yeah, it's like Divine Gambit.
Yes. No. Divine Gambit was just good. It's Mark of the Vampire is what it is.
Yeah.
In Ixalan, which I think was the best way to augment a creature in Ixalan.
Yeah.
And everybody else was talking about the 2-mana aura that gave things flying or whatever, and that just led to blowouts. And this is going to lead to blowouts too.
Yeah.
So I think we should consider this like Mark the Vampire in that it's playable. I doubt I'll ever go for this. I'll never see one high enough to pick it.
Yeah. So you're starting F. I'm gonna start fifth.
I gotta say, if this wheels and I'm in blue, I'll probably take it. But I'm not going into blue for this, and it would take a lot for me to be like, heck yeah, let's fly.
Agreed.
All right, it's not going to wheel because other people are bad at draft, and they'll take it, and then I'll beat them, and that's okay. Like I'm good with this. Grazilax Illithid Scholar is 1 blue for a 3/2 horror. When a creature you control becomes blocked, you may return it to its owner's hand. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card.
It's opportunity.
Basically.
Yeah, this seems great. Like 3/2 for 3, that's fine. We've already talked about that. And giving giving all of your creatures one single copy of shared opportunity, because you only get to draw one card regardless of how many hit, is really good. The first clause here, there's a lot of control on your opponent's side as to whether you're going to be going nuts with value on it, but it's an option there. It's just gravy. So I think this card seems good. I think it's a first pick.
Yeah, I think it is too. Just the fact that you could get in with it by itself is fine. They can't get you with defensive combat tricks. Again, they shouldn't be anyway, but the word like that makes their combat tricks like unsummons for you, right? Because you don't have to return it to your owner's hand. You just can.
Oh, curiosity, not opportunity.
What are we talking about?
Hitting a creature hitting to draw a card.
Oh yeah, curiosity. Sorry,
Yeah,
we used the wrong
curiosity.
word there. But yeah, I think I would first pick Graz.
Agreed.
All right, Guild Thief is 1 and a blue for a 1/1. Sold. Orc Rogue. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and you can spend 3 and a blue. It can't be blocked this turn.
I don't hate this.
I do.
Really?
Yeah.
It would be better if it was a 1/1 for 1, so that you could kind of semi-guarantee that first hit to make it a 2/2.
No, it would be better if it was a 2/1 for 2.
Agreed. Yeah, I could see that.
There's some ways we could tweak this to make it playable, but I don't want to.
The fact that it's a 1/1 probably hurts it a fair bit. I really like the fact that it's a late game mana sink unblockable creature.
That's good, but it takes so long to get going if you top deck it. And like it doesn't block anything super relevant. We've seen 2/2s, we've seen 1/3s. This is just going to get ignored for a while. Although I suppose there's the play pattern of like they play a 3/1, don't have another play, and they're like, am I supposed to attack and let them start getting the scaling? And then do you block? I don't know. I don't like this.
I think I do. Rojo says the unblockable is so expensive. This is cheaper than what we've had for unblockable lately. Like the Serpent was more than this.
Yeah, but that was a 3/5 for 5.
It was a
that
3/5. Yeah.
That's because it does something.
I think I like this. I think this can run away with games. The trick is, it can be very easy to kill early on.
It can be very easy to kill early on, and we've already seen solid removal spells that can just invalidate this.
But like if this becomes a 2/2, and your opponent is not somehow just absolutely in control of the game, does this become a must kill? Because it's a 2/2 that every turn is going to grow. It's going to be a 3/3. It's going to be a 4/4. It's going to be a 5/5.
Potentially, but you're not playing any more spells. And like, sure, it would eventually get the game over, but I mean, so would most flyers at that point.
Yeah, I guess
this.
I'd prefer flyers. I would prefer flyers. I think I just value unblockable. Unblockable as a mana sink. I think I value highly. Like you're not going to win by spending 4 mana to get 1 damage, but you're only getting 1 damage once.
I like it too, but remember, we've seen blue black do this for two. I
Yeah.
loved that card. That card was great. If this was a 1/3, I would love it. If it was a 2/1, I would love it. It's the stat line that's killing it for me.
Yeah, you do get blown out for a lot of mana investment to make this like even a 3/3, and then they kill it, and you may have spent like upwards of 10 mana on it. Yeah, yeah, the 1/1 probably does just kill it.
I don't like it. I don't want to. I mean, you're welcome to play it if you want to, but yeah, I don't want this. Uh, Emirth. How do I say this? Is that an L or an I? I can't tell.
It's a
I guess
capital,
it's an
so it'd be an
I.
I.
Emirth. Emirth. Desert Doom. Okay, whatever. 3 blue blue for a 5/5 flyer. Ward 4 as long as it's untapped. If it deals combat damage, you draw a card. If you have fewer than 3 cards in hand, draw cards equal to the distance.
It's a mythic dragon. I'm going to first pick it. It's a 5/5
Yep, sold.
flyer, ward 4, sold. Draws cards.
Okay. Yeah, sold. Let's do it. Mordenkainen is 4 blue blue for a 5 loyalty planeswalker. +2, draw 2 cards, then put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. -2, create a good boy illusion token. Its power and toughness are each equal to twice the number of cards in your hand. Is that static or does it change as I continue to draw?
It's static, which means it continues to draw. It's a characteristic defining ability. So it's
Okay.
always checking.
It's always checking. Okay. And -10, exchange your hand and library, then shuffle. You have no maximum hand size.
So the thing that I like about a lot of the planeswalkers, other than Bahamut in this set, is that they don't seem to be nuts. They're still very good though. Like I'm still first picking this. Drawing 2 cards and putting 1 away is totally solid. Ideally, my hand's going to be full of cards, so that dog's going to be pretty dang big. We only need what, like 2 cards for it to be a 4/4?
Yeah, that's good enough.
Ultimating this is fine, but that's not my plan.
Yeah, and again, once you've gotten to 6, you probably don't need a whole lot more mana. You can hold some lands and functionally loot them away at that point. This guy seems great to me. Yeah, we'll first pick it.
Agreed.
Mordenkainen's Polymorph is 1 and a blue for an instant. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a dragon with base power and toughness 4/4 and gains flying.
So I hated Resculpt. It was awful.
Yep. I played it sometimes, but it was not something I wanted to play.
I like this a lot more. It's still not amazing, but
it's playable though. If I need it for a combat trick,
trick,
I can do that. Yeah,
it's like Heroic Leap. It doesn't give +2/+2, but you cast this on a 2/2 and it gave +2/+2.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. This is not Square Up. This is a little bit better than Square Up. The flying makes it better.
Square Up was
real bad.
Square Up instant speed?
Yes.
I'd never cast it.
I never did either, and I never saw anybody cast it because it was bad. But this at least means I can punch you in the face for 4 damage if I need to. I'm not playing this. Let's be real, but you could.
Yeah, agreed.
Pixie Guide, 1 and a blue flying. Oh wow, it actually does the D&D rules text for advantage. That's pretty cool. If you would roll 1 or more dice, instead roll that many dice +1 and ignore the lowest roll. If I have the 2/2 in play that makes a flyer and this, do I get 2 tokens?
When you roll 1 or more dice, create a 1/1. So this is 1 or more dice.
This is one instance of that. Yeah. This also seems incredibly good to me. 1/3 flyers are always a lot better than they look. So this at common, this is the common 2-drop I want in blue.
Yeah, I've learned that 2 mana 1/3 flyers are always better than they look. They always do something that 1/3 flyer is just better than it looks on the stat line, but the effect that they typically have is also better than it looks. So yeah, like a blue-red deck that's all in on die rolling is going to be very happy with this. Even a blue deck should have enough die roll. This seems great. Like I'm relatively high on this.
Yeah, and if it didn't even have that granted advantage text, it would still be fine.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, like Power of Persuasion.
We have a couple of cards.
But I want to talk about Power of Persuasion. All
A
right, where
little
we got to go
emphasis.
next?
So these are pulled from the official preview thing that I don't know. Maybe it was updated at some point. Who knows? Let me grab that picture. We've got Blue Dragon.
Okay.
So Blue Dragon is 5 blue blue for a creature dragon at uncommon. It's a 5/5 with flying. When Blue Dragon enters the battlefield, until your next turn, target creature an opponent controls gets -3, -0. Up to one other target creature gets -2, -0. And up to one other target creature gets -1, -0.
It's a bit too expensive for my tastes, although we have seen a ramp creature in blue. It's important if you're going to play a 7-drop that you have a plan for getting to 7 mana. And I
Yeah.
could see a blue deck that's playing that ramp creature and one of the dungeon maps and is playing this at the top end. But it's also not like it just wins the game for you when you play it. It is a decent threat, though, and I think you're getting what you pay for with it.
Yeah,
It's playable, but I'm not going to pick this incredibly early.
yeah, I don't want to pick it early. It's a 7-drop. You got to be ramping either through treasures or through that rampy dude, and it's kind of just a 5/5 flyer. Like, sure, you're gonna maybe turn off some creatures for a turn, but I think having a 5/5 to block also probably turned them off a little bit.
It did. It's got the advantage of if you cast this and then they kill it, you're probably not immediately dead.
Yeah, so that's an upside.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'm not going out of my way for this.
agree.
All right, the other card that we missed was Mind Flayer. Mind Flayer is 3 blue blue for a creature horror at rare. It's a 3/3. When Mind Flayer enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature for as long as you control Mind Flayer.
That's kind of a fair mind control, I guess.
Yeah, we've seen this with. Didn't we have a dragon? Well, I guess the dragon like turned off abilities, but I feel like we've seen something like this, and I like this a fair bit.
I sort of remember something in Avacyn Restored area that did something like this,
Hmm.
but
Was it a flip card? I
regardless,
think. Yeah.
yeah, I sort of remember that. But yeah, we take this, we play this.
Yeah.
I would first pick this.
Yeah. Easy first pick. All right. I think that's all we've missed so far. So we can go to Power of Persuasion.
Now I can talk about Power of Persuasion. Okay, Beguiler of Wills is what I was thinking of, Jacques. Good call. I don't remember if it
Yeah.
was exactly that. But Persuasion is 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Choose target creature an opponent controls and roll a d20. 1 through 9, return it to its owner's hand. 10 through 19, put it on top of their library. 20, gain control of it until the end of your next turn.
So I don't like sorcery speed bounce. That's not something I typically enjoy. Certainly not for 3 mana.
That's because
Sorcery.
you like putting blue auras on your creatures and you don't want me to bounce them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
3 mana Riptide at sorcery speed. That's fine. I like that a fair bit. This randomly being a threaten, I dislike. I think. Like I guess
Yeah.
it's just it's quote unquote free value, but they're just going to get that creature back unless it somehow dies. This isn't the bounce spell I want. The bounce spell I want's coming up.
Yeah, I could see playing this if I have some pixie guides.
Oh, it'll have summoning sickness, but we have it until the next turn. So it has
Yeah.
summoning sickness while we get it. They have their turn. Our turn, we get to attack with it. Wild.
It's weird. If you've got a lot of the card draw stuff, though, I could still see playing it, but this is not consistent enough for me to be happy about it. So I don't think I'm playing this one.
Agreed.
Ray of Frost is 1 and a blue for an aura, enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, if enchanted creature is red, tap it. As long as enchanted creature is red, it loses all abilities. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step.
So 1 and a blue, and it's was it Waterknot that didn't
Assassinate.
tap?
No, Waterknot was the same thing as the one we have. This is just Assassinate.
Yeah. Unless you're randomly paired up against red deck, in which case, cool. It gets tapped right away.
Yeah, it doesn't tap, but Assassinate killed things that were tapped, right? usually at sorcery speed. So that's why I'm comparing it to this. We can just keep something locked down. Obviously, this is something you would sideboard in against red. I don't think it'd be that embarrassing to main deck.
Yeah, I can see main decking this one.
It's uncommon because it's a color hoser, and they don't print those, generally speaking, at common.
Yeah, those are
But
never ever
yeah,
common.
yeah. But I think I like this one. I would pick this pretty highly.
Yeah, and if you're
Uh,
against red, it's like if you're against red, they can't even activate their abilities on the card anymore, which is great.
yeah. If they had like a mana sink on them, so why not?
Hmm.
Rhyme Shield Frost Giant is 3 blue blue for a 4/5 with Ward 3.
Okay.
That's better than I expected for that mana cost.
Yeah, what was Benthic Giant?
What is Benthic Giant?
It's from Theros, original Theros. It was a 4/5 for 6 with hexproof.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, like it's a big dumb thing that's a little bit hard to kill. It's
I think it's good at holding the ground.
it's a medium to big thing.
Yeah, it's a 4/5. Sorry, my window's in the way of that. It's a 4/5. So I could see a deck that's like trying to get there with flyers in the air, and you play one of these just to slam it down and block on the ground. If you're gonna play that aura card, this is not a terrible target for it, because you'll at least get in 4 damage, venture into the dungeon, and tax the heck out of their removal spell. I think this is playable. I also think it's something you're going to wheel routinely. But if you want one, go ahead and grab it.
Yeah, I think it's a reliable wheel.
Scion of Stygia. 2 and a blue for a 2/1 Tai Fling Shaman with Flash. Cone of Cold. When it enters the battlefield, choose target creature an opponent controls and roll a d20. 1 through 9, tap it. 10 through 20, tap it, and it doesn't untap.
So my Frost Breath has a body.
Your Frost Breath has a body. I think that's a better Frost Breath.
It's a better Frost Breath. Half the time it'll only tap the creature temporarily, but you've got a body. You can throw the body in front of whatever you were afraid of and keep going on with the game, see what happens. It's not amazing. I'm still looking to like 6 through 8 through wheel it, but it seems fine.
If you're going to play that counter spell, it's a decent thing to keep up in conjunction with that.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think I like this. Again, I'm wheeling it, but yeah, this will fit into some decks. I was not anticipating this to fit into some decks when I saw the cost in the stat line, but that's a reasonable effect, especially with Splash.
Yeah, definitely.
Secret Door. Blue for a 0/4 wall with Defender, 5 venture into the dungeon, sorcery speed.
There's better ways of venturing into the dungeon. There's better mana sinks. I don't really care for an 0/4 Defender.
I don't
It's an
really either. If
artifact,
it was
I
a
guess.
1/4, I think we could talk.
There's some minor artifact synergies, but play better decks.
Yeah, I don't think I like this either. Yeah, things that don't threaten to trade with or at least kill an attacker don't actually hold back of much of your opponent's team. I don't like it. I want to like it. It's very close to something that I like, but I don't like it.
Yeah, just let me venture not at sorcery speed.
Yeah, then I'm more interested.
Yep.
Shocking Grasp is 1 and a blue for an instant. Target creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn. Draw a card.
Did this card need a downgrade? Was -4/-0 too good?
It doesn't matter. We always think this isn't going to be that good, and it's always playable.
Yeah. Yeah, -2 still does something. It may not take all the power out, but it probably takes enough of the power out, and it still cycles.
Yeah, it is a downgrade from what we usually see, but it's probably still playable.
Yeah, so wheel, and, if you got a spot, it's fine.
Yeah. Shortcut Seeker is 3 and a blue for a 2/5 when it deals combat damage to a player venture.
2/5 or 4.
It's a solid blocker for a deck that's looking to get there in the air, and it gives you some advantage over something like a Wisconsin Crab if you get attack with it. I think this is actually okay.
Yeah, it's probably fine. It's like Wisconsin Crab. It is weird that it's a solid blocker that really wants to hit them in the face.
No, I look at it as a solid blocker that if I have to attack them, I'm not like, God, why did I put Wisconsin Crab in my deck? And in this case, I'm like, hey, look, we did it.
True. Yeah, this rogue also does not look like a 2/5.
Well, it's
Um,
because you try to kill it once and it escapes through the shortcut, and then you've got to kill it again. So
uh,
that's making up all the booty.
fair. Yeah, I think
It's
I'm on wheel
vanishing.
this, and I think it's got a spot. You can play it. You don't have to feel ashamed to play it.
All right. Soul Knife Spy is 2 and a blue for a 3/2 elf rogue. When it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card.
It's opportunity,
Yeah.
curiosity. Yeah. Turns out vanilla 3/2s for 3 aren't even a thing anymore. We get them with an aura baked in. This seems very fine. Like
Yeah,
very
I think I'd
fine
be
in that it's, it's still a latish pick, but this
I
is what
want
limited
this.
decks are made of.
I want this. No, I don't want to. How high can I take this? I want it. You're gonna wheel this, aren't you?
I think you can wheel this.
But I want to play it. I'm probably gonna try to wheel it too. It's a common, but this looks really good to me. All right.
I wonder,
Split the party. Oh, go
uh,
ahead.
we've got another card in between, and I wonder if our concept of wheeling is in any way affected by Strixhaven having so many rares and uncommons and such.
It might be. I think you have to take this a little higher than wheeling. I think I would probably fifth or sixth pick this. Like, there's going to be times where you're on the play and you've got a bounce spell or something, or even that little tiefling dude that taps things. Like, if I hit with this once, I'm living the dream, and they're gonna block it.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so in Discord, we've got Silver Raven. Silver Raven is a single blue mana for an artifact creature bird at common. It's a 1/1 flyer. When it ETBs, scry one.
It sucks.
It
Can we
does.
talk? Can we talk more about Soul Knife Spy?
We could if you would like.
It's really good. Yeah, I'm never playing this Raven. I don't know why it exists. 1/1
Yeah,
flyers are not good enough.
it's that bird from Dominaria that wasn't good either.
Yep. Okay. Anything else, or can we split?
We can split.
All right. 3 blue blue, sorcery, choose target player, return half their creatures they control to their owner's hands, rounded up.
So I played, was it 6 mana bounce 2 in
Yes.
Kaldheim? So this will be
I
5
played
mana. Yeah, this will be 5 mana, probably at least bounce 2.
I played 3 mana bounce 2 in Visions.
That must have been nice.
It was. It really was.
5 mana is a fair bit, but I this is the kind of blue deck I like to play usually. I like to play like bounce tempo. And
Yeah.
this is a like worst case scenario, you're still bouncing one card because they only have one creature or two creatures, in which case that's probably still also fine for what's going to happen immediately after that.
Yeah. So this goes very well in a tempo deck where you're looking to land some early threats, maybe a Soul Knife Spy or two, and then bounce some stuff and get in some hits. It goes very poorly in a deck that's looking to be controlling. If you're ever casting this defensively, you're going to lose that game. So adjust this properly. If I'm in that blue tempo style deck where I want to bounce things and get in damage, I'm picking this early in pack 2 and 3. If I'm in a blue deck that's a little more controlly, I don't even want to be anywhere near this.
Agreed. Agreed.
All right, Sudden Insight is 4 blue blue for an instant to draw a card for each different mana value among non-land cards in your graveyard.
I hate these cards
Why?
because it's 6 mana and there's every chance this is 6 mana, draw 1 or draw 2. I want this to draw me at least like 4.
Build a reasonable deck. It'll draw you 3 cards.
I don't think I'm
I'd still
playing
rather
this.
have the inspiration variant. I don't want this to.
Yeah, I'm not playing this card.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not the worst thing ever if you have to play one and for some reason you didn't get the inspirations, but you probably weren't drafting open at that point. Yeah, this is opportunity.
Yeah, this is opportunity.
Thank you, Amy. But I think I'd rather just play the inspiration. I can cast it sooner, I can cast it cheaper, and late game as a top deck, it'll probably do about the same thing.
Yeah, agreed.
Tasha's Hideous Laughter is 1 blue blue for a sorcery. Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until that player has exiled cards with converted total mana value 20 or more. How many cards is that, John?
We did the math with a Monte Carlo simulation, thanks to Sidian. It's about 11.
And that's not good enough.
That is not. 11 is not the 25 or so that you need to hit.
Yeah, so pass on that.
Yeah.
All right, next up is Talismino de Trapacero. Do you have an English one of this?
I do actually, because again, who knows when this WotC website is actually updating, but it appears to be updating at some interval.
Okay, Trickster's Talisman, thank you, John, is blue for an equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice the talisman. If you do, create a token that's a copy of that creature, equip 2.
I read this last night. I don't hate it. I think I like it. It's a very low cost. It's 1 mana to cast, 2 mana to equip. You're in blue. You're going to have flyers. You put this on something that has some sort of evasion that is going to deal combat damage, and hey, you've got 2.
Well, what if I don't have a creature and I need to block something?
I mean, then you never play equipment ever.
Yeah, I don't often play it.
I think I want to give this a try.
Yeah, fair. I want to give it a try too. I can't decide if I hate it or love it.
Because, like, throwing this on any flyer, I'm pretty happy with. We've seen a number of unblockables or mana-sake unblockables.
We've also seen like 0/0s that come into play as a copy of a creature you control, and those were notoriously bad.
Yeah, yeah.
So if this is that, then it's not going to be very good.
Yeah.
I feel like kind of what this is saying is, hey John, have you got good attacks? If so, you can win. But guess what? If you have good attacks, you can
Why aren't you
probably
winning
win
already? Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be a win more. Could be a win more.
I don't think I like it.
I'll
gonna
give it
come
a
down
try
on this.
once.
It's bad.
I'll give it a try once at a 6th
Okay.
or 8th pick.
Report back to me because I think it's bad. All right, True Polymorph. 4 blue for an instant. Target artifact or creature becomes a copy of another target artifact or creature.
This is weird.
Yep.
So it's a 6 mana clone, but you are sacrificing a creature as part of the casting cost of that clone.
Correct. Or you're turning one of their creatures into something bad.
Or that, yeah. I don't care for this at 6 mana.
Kind of don't either, because it's got it's very board state dependent. If it wasn't for the cost of a card, it is instant.
It is instant. I feel like we frequently get cards where the common response is, yeah, but you could turn your opponent's creature into something bad. And you never do.
No, you never do.
Yeah, I don't like this for 6. I think it's way too overcosted.
I think it's playable. I think we're going to be playing some cards in our decks that we're not terribly excited about, and sometimes they're going to play a bomb that could block itself and kill it, and we'll just take that and do it.
True. I'm never playing this, though, because it's a rare, so somebody will take it infinitely higher than I ever will.
Agree, but like if I happen to have one of these in blue, I will play it, and I could see picking it highly in pack 3. If there's not many blue cards in the pack, I don't have a lot of top end, but I've got some creatures. Let's talk.
Yeah, agreed. And yeah, you can change a treasure into something.
Yeah, and that's kind of cute too. So I think I could do that. All right, up next is the class I think I'm most excited about, Wizard class. I thought we were done with Strixhaven.
Yeah.
Blue, you have no maximum hand size. 2 in a blue, draw 2 cards. 4 in a blue, whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control.
So level 1, whatever, doesn't matter. Level 2, we did a sorcery speed inspiration, sure. And then level 5, what's the card called? Some lore scale quaddle or something?
Yeah, it scales really well.
Yeah. So it'd be good in Battlegrounds.
It's a snake.
I do get it. Yeah, I like this card. It's very low cost to get going. Level 2 will already have replaced your card value. you're
You
not
could
getting.
conceivably have this be better than the divinate or better than the inspiration. This could draw you the lands you need to get into a game. Because if you
Yeah,
turn one or two it, it's functionally just divination if you weren't doing anything else with that mana. I'm first picking this.
yeah, that's true. This is divination on 3. I Yeah, I'll first pick it if there's no bomb, I think.
Yeah, I guess I would be happy to third pick it, but I will first pick it.
Yeah, agreed.
Um, Lizard's Spellbook is 5 blue blue for an artifact. Exile target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard, roll a d20, sorcery speed. Okay, it's any graveyard. Copy that card, you may cast the copy. We still got to pay the mana. Copy that card, you may cast the copy by paying 1. Or copy each card exiled with Wizard's Spellbook. You may cast any number of the copies without paying their mana costs.
How much does this cost me to play?
7.
Uh,
All right, so this is your. Let me walk you through what we're going to do with this. This is your top end.
mhm.
You've got a couple card draw spells, you got a couple removal spells. By the time you get here, they've used a couple card draw spells and a couple removal spells too. I don't think this is a meme. We've already seen a ramper in blue. We've got a treasure ramper that I've already seen. I think this is a playable finisher in your deck.
I need this format to be slow, and if it is, I think this is very good. The
There you
slight
go.
downside is you're not using this the turn you cast it, right?
Correct.
You would need a good bit of extra mana on top of that 7.
Yeah. Thinking of it like a planeswalker that they can't attack is not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, I'll hope that this format is slow enough and first pick this. And if it's not, a week from now, this card never gets played.
Yeah, fair. Okay. I'll first pick it and then I'll probably decide the format's too fast and I hate it. And then we will come to a river. 1 in a blue, instant, choose 1, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Find a crossing, target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked.
I love it. I love it. It's 2 mana, instant speed bounce. I'm sold. I love that a lot. And if I don't want to bounce something, I could just sneak something through.
Yeah, and you've got things that draw cards when you sneak them through.
Things that get counters. You get 1/1s for 2 that get counters.
You can kill people.
That's
This
also
seems good.
choice.
Where are you taking it?
I take these high. I take these like 4th, 5th. I really
Oh
like
God,
them.
you're a monster.
Give me
This
blue
is
bounce tempo.
how many are you playing?
4?
Really?
I love bounce.
That's insane to me. Like I feel like one of these in a blue deck I'm very happy with. 2 of them I'm like, I don't want it. Because I feel like I need to get some value out of it. I'm not getting a card's worth of value if I bounce my opponent's creature. I'm getting a card's worth of value if they try to use a removal spell on mine and I bounce it, or they put an aura on their guy and I bounce it, or they use a combat trick and I bounce it. And I feel like with one of those, I can make this happen.
Is 4 damage value?
It depends. Is my opponent at 20 or at 4?
Yeah, true. But you
So
bounce and you attack. These don't go in your control-y blue decks. These go in your much more aggressive blue decks.
I guess I've never played a blue deck that wanted to be that aggressive because I tend to default to mid range. So I'm going to call this 6th and I want 1, but you take it higher and I guess I'll never see them.
I'll take every copy.
All right. Tell me how that works. You find the villain's lair. 1 blue blue for an instant. Choose 1 counter target spell or draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards.
So it's cancel, except you've got the option of a double cycle. Does this make
And
cancel good?
no, this card sucks.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I thought it was going to say draw 2 cards, and I was going to be like, holy crap, they've done it. This is amazing. But of course it wouldn't say that.
Yeah, draw 2, discard 2 sucks.
I mean, again, it's worth noting that sometimes you will want to bring in a cancel, but in that case, we saw a better counterspell that was easier to cast and did something.
Yep, agreed.
So
I'm not putting this in a deck most likely.
better than cancel, still sucks.
Yeah.
You see a guard approach, blue for an instant, choose 1, tap target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn.
I like Snakeskin Veil so much more.
Yeah, it's not that.
Just hexproof means that this is basically dispel.
It's kind of like a weird negate.
I don't like this. It doesn't do enough for me.
I don't like it either. I don't think I would be embarrassed to have one in the deck, but I'm not taking this highly. I expect I'll have a sideboard with a couple of them, and that's fine.
Yeah, it's an easy wheel to maybe even last pick.
Okay, this is not cancel with cycle two because you spend this card and then you draw two and discard two cards and you're down a card. That's bad. And I'm gonna get it back up on my soapbox, and I'm sorry to do this because I know this is taking a long time, but cycling sucks. Cycling a card that is a 6-drop with cycle is great, but just spending 2 mana to draw a card, you never want to be doing that. The flexibility is what makes it good, right? So it always infuriates me when there's a 2 mana spell that does something stupid and it draws a card and people are like, oh, it's cycling. That's not what cycling does. Cycling is a 6-drop that I could cash in if I don't have the mana yet. All right, step down from my soapbox. Juan T. Malison. That sounds like an exchange student or something. One in the blue for a 2/1 Snake Rog. It can't be blocked as long as it's attacking alone. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, venture into the dungeon. Wow.
So 2/1 for 2, unblockable as long as it's by itself. And yeah, you get an opportunity off of it. I like it. It's not the rare I want, but it's the rare I guess I deserve.
It's the rare I want. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's
What's wrong? You
first
don't
pick.
want a 2/1 unblock? Yeah, I would first pick this happily.
Your rare could be like a 5/5 dragon for 4 for some reason.
Yeah, and sometimes I won't get to 4 mana and I'll die. But with this, I'm going to be able to cast this on 2. It's going to do something on turn 2, and it even does something late game.
That's true. You've talked me up from a first pick to a first pick.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. All right, and Thangarth, I love you. This is not a tormenting voice stapled to a cancel. Tormenting voice, you are up cards. The Villain's Lair, you are down cards. That's a big difference. This is bad.
All right.
Okay.
So I am going to transform to a sitting desk for just a moment. And we'll start on black.
Okay, I need 2 seconds. I'll be
Sure.
right back.
Okay, so we don't have to do the Japanese version of this. 41 black cards on this site. And I have 43.
I return.
Excellent. I have downloaded some images that hopefully are better. So the first one, I believe you're going to need the image in Discord. And let's zoom into that. All right. So up first in black, we've got Acerak the Arch Lich. 2 and a black for a legendary creature zombie wizard at Mythic. It's a 5/5. When Acerak the Arch Lich enters the battlefield, if you haven't completed Tome of Annihilation, return Acerak to and return this guy to its owner's hand and venture into the dungeon. Whenever this guy attacks, for each opponent, you create a 2/2 black zombie creature token unless that player sacrifices a creature.
Yeah, I'll take this guy. I'm first picking that. Are you?
I think so. I think figuring out that black-white is basically complete the Tomb of Annihilation brings this up quite a bit. It's my Alexa's chiming in. It's kind of like an imitation of a Grave Titan. sort of, kind
If you
of.
think about it, I'm assuming that some of my other cards will get me started and that I can complete it in 4 steps. We've seen common ones that do it, and like I don't want to turn 3 this just to traverse the dungeon, but
Yeah.
the fact that I can doesn't make it worse. I'm evaluating it kind of as a 6 drop.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm first picking this guy.
Yeah, I mean that's basically what it boils down to is we're first picking it. I think it's good.
Agreed. All right. So up next we've got do you have Asmodeus the Archfiend?
I do not. I have
Okay.
Baleful Beholder.
Now you have Asmodeus.
All right.
Asmodeus the Archfiend is 4 black black for a legendary creature Devil God at rare. It's a 6/6. If you would draw a card, exile the top card of your library face down instead. Black black black, draw 7. Pay a black, return all cards exiled with Asmodeus the Archfiend to their owner's hand and lose that much life.
I mean, this has got some Necropotence energy going on here.
Yeah, kinda.
But I mean, I get a 6/6 flyer.
No
If
flying.
I untap, why isn't it flying? It seems like it should have flying.
It seems like it should.
Man, I was so sure it had flying. Okay, so I get a 6/6. I could stack cards under it, punch you in the face, and then if I want to take 7 damage and draw eight damage and draw 8 cards, I can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Is this good, John? I can't figure this out. That seems good.
It seems good. You don't have to take 8. You could just have, spent a couple of turns, have 2 or 3 or 4 cards in hand or in exile and draw those 4. You can also just pay black every turn, pay 1 life to draw the card that you drew for the turn.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
I think this is great.
Okay, let's do it.
First pick.
I'll first pick it. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to do is figure out, is this good enough to first pick? Yes, this is good enough to first pick.
Yeah. Up next is Baleful Beholder. Baleful Beholder is 4 black black for a creature Beholder at common. It's a 6/5. When it ETBs, choose 1. Each opponent sacrifices an enchantment. Creatures you control gain menace until end of turn.
This looks like your I didn't find a better 6/drop.
Yeah, black gets these every set, basically. I guess it's playable.
Yeah, it's playable. And it has stuff that matters when you cast it, right? Giving your team menace could close out a game. And at 6 mana, if they've got enchantments, they've probably got one in play by now. So why not just pop it? It's fine. I'm not taking it early. I don't want to jam myself full of these. In blue-black, you could conceivably ramp to it, but I still don't know that I'd want to.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks okay.
Yeah, I'll pick it up relatively late. Up next is Black Dragon. Black Dragon is 5 black black for a 4/4 creature dragon at uncommon. It's a flyer. When Black Dragon enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-3 until end of turn.
Man, if that was a 6/6, I think I'd be pretty happy about it. Or excuse me, a 6 mana card, I think I'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, these uncommon dragons are overcosted, understated.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah,
That said, I did want a dungeon map, and blue does have a rampy dude. But it looks like if you want a 7-drop or a 6-drop, you can probably find one. So again, if your deck has a plan in getting to like a lot of mana and not a lot to do with it, this is okay.
Yeah. I'm looking like 6-ish pick, but the deck has to plan to get there.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
You have to be ready to cut it during deck building.
Yes, I would be eager to cut it during deck building.
All right. Up next is the Book of Vile Darkness. The Book of Vile Darkness is black, black, black for a legendary artifact at Mythic. At the beginning of your end step, if you lost 2 or more life this turn, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Tap, exile the Book of Vile Darkness, and artifacts you control named Eye of Vecna and Hand of Vecna. Create Vecna, a legendary 8/8 black zombie god creature token with indestructible. It gains all triggered abilities of the exiled cards.
All right, so we're probably not assembling that combo, but if you do, good for you.
Yup.
So by itself, this is just like if I take damage, I start making zombies.
Yep.
I'm going to take damage.
Yeah. How much damage are you going to take?
I don't know, and it depends on where I draw it, and it's triple black. I'm just going to pass this.
Yeah, I don't want to play this. Like, I'm not happy if I paid black, black, black for a 2/2.
Yeah. Oh, and
Uh,
chat's pointing out too, it's my end step.
yeah,
So I have to take damage on my turn.
yeah,
That's really hard. You have to attack
yeah,
yourself.
yeah, yeah. That's basically impossible. This card's trash.
Yeah. Okay. Let's toss it.
All right. Up next is Check for Traps. Check for Traps is 1 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. Exile that card. If an instant card or card with flash is exiled this way, they lose 1 life. Otherwise, you lose 1 life.
I don't think I'm going to play this one, which is all right. So we had duress and we had some targeted discard in Strixhaven, and it was really good. But we need to have a moment of recalibrating. That format had a ton of non-creatures. So far, this looks more like a normal Magic set. This might be something that I would side in, but I'm probably not going to main deck this.
This exiles creatures. It's Agonizing Remorse.
Oh, it does?
Yeah. It's just
yeah,
if
I
it.
don't want to.
No, you didn't like Agonizing Remorse?
No, it was okay. I don't typically like 1-for-1 discard in limited because whatever I'm dealing with, I spent the mana to deal with it and they didn't spend the mana to play it.
Yeah, I've learned to not hate Agonizing Remorse. I still don't terribly like it, and I think people like it way more than I do, so I think they'll take it a lot higher than I do.
Yeah. I was never taking Agonizing Remorse highly. I was seeing Duress and Agonizing Remorse late and being like, we can probably play these. And I guess comparing it to Duress makes it sound like I'm hating on that. And I think I was initially. I wasn't quite getting the creature thing. But even on a reeval, I don't like discard like this.
Yep, that's fair. I'll put one in my deck sometimes, but I'm not looking to do it on purpose.
And I'd like to have one in the size board.
Yeah, absolutely. Up next is Clattering Skeletons. Clattering Skeletons is 3 and a black for a creature skeleton at common. It's a 4/3. When Clattering Skeletons dies, venture into the dungeon.
Seems fine to me.
Yeah.
That's a stat line I'm notoriously fond of.
You do like Borderland Minotaurs.
Yeah, and it looks like so far it'll line up with stuff. It'll block things. It'll trade down sometimes. It'll trade up sometimes. I'll cast this.
Yeah, seems like totally fine filler that you are not remotely upset to put in your deck.
Yeah.
Still like 6 through 8, but
it is, but it's about the same as the white card that does this when it comes into play. The difference is your opponent has a little bit more control about when you get that venture than you do. But like a white 3/4 and a black 4/3, like, yes, that deck is interested in completing the Tomb of Annihilation.
Yeah. All right. Up next, do you have Deadly Dispute?
I do not.
All right. Deadly Dispute is 1 and a black for an instant at common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or a creature, draw 2 cards, and create a treasure token.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah, it's Village Rites. Meh. People love Village Rites, but
they did, and I always beat them when they played it. And I had a few decks that it was good in. Like if we've got Active Treasons or something like that, and we could potentially do like a combo sacrifice deck, be on the lookout for that. If your opponent has a lot of targeted removal and you think you can leave up 2 mana, bring it in. If they've got pacifisms and narcolepsies, absolutely bring it in. There's stuff for this card to do. I'm just not putting it in a main deck.
Yeah, I don't want it in the main deck, and I've been teased too many times about a set actually having a black-red sacrifice theme and it not actually being supported.
Yep.
All right, up next is Death Priest of Miracle. Miracle.
Merkel. It's Urkel's aunt.
Like Angela Merkel?
Yes.
Okay. Death Priest of Angela Merkel is 2 black for a creature Tiefling Cleric at uncommon. It's a 2/2. Skeletons, vampires, and zombies you control get a +1/+1. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, you may pay 1. If you do, create a 1/1 black skeleton creature token.
Man. That seems like it could be 1 less colorless and it would be really good.
Yeah, I don't know why it's a 4-drop. I feel like wards are traditionally 3-drops.
Yeah, it's this weird situation where it's not lording all of my deck, it's lording part of my deck, and it's neat that it is token creature generation. If I can get skeleton out of it, I think I'm pretty happy with that. But I'm in this weird scenario where I've got to attack and try to get you to block and then play this and gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Th-
Adding in the mana sinks being frequently sorcery only, and a lot of these effects being your end step when they should ideally care about combat happening on both turns.
I mean, I think this is still potentially it's certainly playable. It may be potentially good. I just want it to be a little bit better for me to get excited because we saw like some green black stuff that was like jump through a bunch of freaking hoops to get not that much value. And this seems to be a part of it too, which may indicate that it's a slow, grindy format and like that level of value is good for us. And if that's the case, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, I suspect it'll be good. I just don't know if it'll be great. There's a question about how many skeletons. Again, with the issues with this set being out in various amounts on different websites, and Scryfall being the only site that I can easily search, there is 1 common skeleton and 2 mythic skeletons, so that doesn't do anything for you. Vampire, we've got 1 rare and 1 common, and zombie, we've got a couple of mythics, a rare. Zombies exist. We've got 3 common zombies.
Okay. It's something we can do. I'm probably going to have to fifth pick this and try it out and then give you a better evaluation.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am as well.
Yeah. And there is a skeleton in the dungeon. Sure. So like
Yeah.
there's ways you could do this.
Yeah. I'll keep an eye on it. I suspect it'll be fine enough, but I think it could have been better.
Yeah, same.
Up next is Demogorgon's Clutches. Demogorgon's Clutches is 2 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. Target opponent discards 2 cards, mills 2 cards, and loses 2 life.
I like Mind Rot, so I like this. I'm not taking it highly. I can probably wheel it, but I'll play the heck out of it.
Yeah, Mind Rot ++. Seems fine.
It's worth noting that the mills 2 cards doesn't really do anything, and the loses 2 life doesn't do a lot either. Like, it doesn't look like we're actually trying to mill people out, but sure.
Yeah. Up next is Devour Intellect. Devour Intellect is a single black mana for a sorcery at common. Target opponent discards a card. If mana from a treasure was spent to cast this spell, instead that player reveals their hand and you choose a non-land card from it, then that player discards that card.
Needless to say, I don't like this one either.
Yeah, you just talked a lot about not liking this. Yeah, I don't really, in limited, I don't really care for Thoughtseize. I certainly don't care for letting my opponent choose to discard their card. The treasure thing I'm going to be very interested in. This effect pops up a lot, and I still don't have any grasp on how much treasure you're going to have that you're going to be reliably using your treasure on things like this.
Yeah. But I don't want to be using anything on this because that'd mean I put it in a deck.
Yeah, I think I have to pass on this a fair bit.
Same.
Yeah. Sheepwave in chat, this was their preview card. And I know the pain of getting unplayable preview cards, let me tell you.
I mean, this is probably playable in some sort of constructed environment. Just not
yeah. Limited, no, somewhere else, most likely. Up next is Drider. Drider is 4 and a black for a creature elf spider. At uncommon, it's a 4/3 with reach. Whenever Drider deals combat damage to a player, create a 2/1 black spider creature token with menace and reach.
I don't like it.
Yeah, spiders are supposed to have big butts and block well.
Well, I can appreciate that it's an elf spider. Like, it's weird. It's something that's supposed to block flyers, but it wants to attack. But everything on the planet can just block. Like, it's not going to hit anybody. You're never connecting with this.
Yeah. This feels...
And it's an uncommon. Like, if this was a common, I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure, it's got secret reach, but I don't think I want this.
I don't think I want it either. It's one of those cards where, like, you're going to be stuck on 3 mana and suddenly you're facing down like a 6/4 that's going to become an 8/5 and it's going to suck and be obnoxious, but...
And it's actually just a 1/1 with a bunch of pants.
Yeah.
I don't think I want Drider. We can wheel this and maybe play it.
Yeah, I think that's my plan. Up next is Dungeon Crawler. Dungeon Crawler is a single black mana for a creature zombie at uncommon. It's 2/1. Dungeon Crawler enters the battlefield tapped. Whenever you complete a dungeon, you may return Dungeon Crawler from your graveyard to your hand.
I'm not particularly interested in this one either. I'm looking at it as mostly a 2-drop that I'd want to trade with other people's stuff. And it's worth noting it's not when I venture into the dungeon, it's when I complete one, right?
Yeah, this card
So,
is the
like-
one that's making me wonder, like, are we supposed to be completing dungeons left and right?
I think it's like a value engine thing where like maybe some constructed deck that's playing aggro is going to play 4 of these and trade them off or make you kill them. And then somebody wraths and then they complete a dungeon and something. I don't want 1 mana 2/1s and limited, generally speaking. I could play it. Like if I need an extra 2-drop and I didn't get one, sure, let's take it. But
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm going too high on this one. I'm going to look forward on the wheel, and it's going to be hard for me to find a spot in my deck for this, I think.
yeah, you can just run the same dungeon over and over if you want to. It's like World of Warcraft.
Up next is Eben Death, or Eben Death. Eben Death Draco Lich is 2 black for a legendary creature zombie dragon at Mythic. It's a 5/2 flash flyer. It ETB's tapped. You may cast Eben Death Draco Lich from your graveyard if a creature not named Eben Death Draco Lich died this turn.
I like Eben Death Draco Lick.
Eben Death Draco Lich, yep.
I mean, we're first picking this. It's a 5/2 flyer.
It's nuts. I think it's absolutely
Yeah, you can kill
fantastic.
people with it.
5/2
And
flyer
then if
for
they ever-
4. You cast it on their turn, so that comes in tapped isn't even a downside. Doesn't happen because it just untaps on your turn. You 5 them. They didn't know 5 was happening. They kill it. Cool. It's going to come back before too long.
Yeah, agree.
Easy first pick.
This is good. And should be a Skellington. Yes, I agree with Amy.
Yeah. Up next is Eyes of the Beholder. Eyes of the Beholder is 4 black for an instant at common. Target creature gets -11/-11 until end of turn. Do you think that'll kill some things?
Yeah, it'll kill everything. I hope this isn't our common black removal spell, though.
I hope not.
Because if it is, this format is not going to be as slow as we'd like it to be.
Nope. We need to see...
Doomblade.
We're not going to see Doomblade. This is 2021.
I know. I'm just saying, this is not good removal. This is
We need to-
playable removal.
We need to at least see Murder or Impale, not a
Uncommon.
6-drop. I mean, we have to play this, right? We have to play this.
You're going to have this in some number of decks. And
So
I can't evaluate this on the basis of how removal spells used to be 20 years ago.
Yeah. I think I have to
I don't
pick
know,
it.
man.
The first one, I think I have to pick 6th through 8th, but you can't load up on these.
No, you certainly can't. I need to see what the other removal spell is before I can talk about this. Because if this is the only one, sure, I'm going to pick it highly. But oh God,
Yep.
I don't want that many of them.
Yep. All right. Let's keep going. See how this set's going to be. Fate's Reversal. Fate's Reversal is 1 and a black for a sorcery at common. Return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Venture into the dungeon.
No thanks.
Yeah, I find people tend to love these, what is it called? Return Debt or whatever cards a lot. For me, there has to be very specific things going on. They have to be cheap. They have to be instant speed. They have to return 2 creatures. They have to do more than just give me 1 back. This basically just gives me 1 back and maybe a scry. So I'm not a fan of this. Maybe if I have a bomb that I would really like to recur and I have one of these and I'm looking for a 23rd card, maybe, but this is a hard wheel.
Yeah, same. Don't want this.
Up next is Feign Death. Feign Death is a single black mana for an instant at common. Until end of turn, target creature gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it.
I like this one.
Yeah.
We've got a decent number of ETBs. I can, something that was going to trade anyway, or they use a removal spell. This is not quite Snakeskin Veil, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, it's kind of like infused with Vitality in a way, although that gave Death Touch.
Yeah.
It'll re-trigger ETB effects. It's got a lot going on.
Yeah, it's only 1 mana. I'm still not picking it incredibly highly, but I'm looking to pick up one of these on the wheel in most of my black decks.
Yeah, it's a pretty good wheel to me. Up next is Forsworn Paladin. Forsworn Paladin is a single black mana for a creature human knight. At rare, it's a 1/1 with menace. Pay 1 and a black, tap, pay 1 life, create a treasure. Pay 2 and a black, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. If mana from a treasure was spent to activate this ability, that creature also gains Death Touch until end of turn.
I don't think I want this. It does everything except be a decent creature. This is a weird enchantment.
I need my 1/1s for 1 to be ludicrously powerful. This is not ludicrously powerful.
No, it does some stuff.
It does some
but
stuff.
It doesn't do enough.
Yeah, like if this didn't have power and toughness, it was an enchantment. Would you play it?
No. And I don't want to make treasure tokens. People are saying it's black for splashing, but you can just get Evolving Wilds.
Yeah.
It can make combat weird, but it's never going to make your stuff tougher, which means the only weirdness is your opponent's like, what do I trade for what? I don't think I want this.
Yeah, I don't think I want this. Like, if this was an enchantment, I would never play it. And it's basically an enchantment.
Just worse being a creature. So
yeah. Yeah, because if you are getting them because you're pumping mana into this, they aim any number of like 1 damage removal and it's dead.
Yeah. 1 drop that has an impact later, this is great. No, make a 2 drop that has an impact later and it's great. Like 1/1 menace just doesn't do enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like this. And yeah, it's a rare, not an uncommon.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Up next is Gelatinous Cube. Gelatinous Cube is 2 black for a creature ooze. At rare, it's a 4/3. When Gelatinous Cube enters the battlefield, exile target non-ooze creature an opponent controls until Gelatinous Cube leaves the battlefield. X black, put target creature card with mana value X exiled with Gelatinous Cube into its owner's graveyard.
Hey, that's kind of neat if you've got the mana left over to do it. Because like I'm always nervous about Fiend Hunter style effects. This card's obviously good. The fact that if I've got some time, I can just negate the downside, that makes this even better.
Yeah, it's just something to do with your mana. If you've got extra, it's a very good card. It's a 4 mana 4/3. It almost passes the vanilla test as is. Easy first pick for me.
Yeah, let's do it.
Up next is Grim Bounty. I'll send you this card as soon as I figure out where I got it, because apparently I didn't get it from the WotC site.
Okie dokie.
Oh boy. Grim Bounty. 2 black for a sorcery. Et common. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Create a treasure token. We did it. Kind of.
Okay, cool. We get at least okay adjacent removal.
We at least get Impale. Impale?
Yeah.
Eliminate? One of them was sorcery.
Yeah, it's upside. We get a treasure token. That's kind of neat. I think the black decks that I'm playing, I will probably want to have 2 of these in it, and I will probably be pretty happy with that. It'd be nice if we could get some instant speed, yada, 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 but this is fine. We're probably taking the first one 4th, the second one 4th.
Yeah.
The third one 6th.
Yep. Agreed. This is what we got to do.
Okay, and this is not bad. This is not bad.
No. It's bad compared to our memories.
Yeah, there you go.
Up next is Grim Wanderer. Grim Wanderer is 1 and a black for a creature goblin warlock at uncommon. It's a 5/3 with flash. Cast this spell only if a creature died this turn.
That sucks. I don't like this card. I don't like that it exists. I don't want to play it.
Yep. I deeply dislike it.
I don't like the design space. Like this is just bad.
Yeah. Like something has to die or this card is literally dead in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And if it dies, I get there by getting a 5/3, which this isn't happening on turn 2. This is happening on like turn 3, 4, 5, 6. 5/3 dies to a lot of things.
Scenario.
Yeah.
I wanted a sack payoff. Yeah, still do. Because this isn't it. I'm not sacrificing something to do this.
Yeah.
I don't like this card. I'm going to get got with it at some point where I'm mana screwed and somebody gets me by trading off my low drops and then just kills me with it.
Yeah.
Like I don't like this.
Yeah, I doubt I'm playing this card ever.
Yeah, same.
Up next is Herald of Hadar. Herald of Hadar is 4 and a black for a creature human warlock at common. It's a 4/4. Pay 5 and a black, roll a d20. 1 through 9, each opponent loses 2 life. 10 through 19, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. 20, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Create 2 treasure tokens.
I don't think I want to play this, but I could.
It feels kind of like the Spectre from Strixhaven. I don't want to play this, but I will, and it will end games that have gotten grindy.
Well, the biggest difference was I wanted to play the Spectre from Strixhaven. I actively wanted one of those in both of those decks. I initially thought that I wouldn't, but after I played with it some, I was like, heck yeah. So I guess if this goes in a super grindy format, then I want one of these. And if it's not, then I don't.
Yeah, this is very format dependent. If this is
Yeah.
grindy, I think this is very similar to that blue one that was 5 and a blue, draw a card, or draw cards, but better.
That was a 2/1 for 2, right? Like,
Yeah,
that's
this
my
is a-
issue here. Make this a 4/5, and all of a sudden, sure, let's take all we can get.
Yeah, that's true. I'll start out trying it out, hoping that the set's grindy, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Okay.
Up next is Hired Hexblade. Hired Hexblade, do you have this one?
I do.
Okay. Hired Hexblade is 1 and a black for a creature elf warlock at common. It's a 2/2. When Hired Hexblade enters the battlefield, if mana from a treasure was spent to cast it, you draw a card and you lose 1 life.
It doesn't seem so bad. Like, I'm getting a 2-mana 2/2. I'm going to need 2 drops, and if I happen to have some treasures laying around and I'd like to cash them in for a card later, let's do that. I'm not going crazy about this. Like, please, let's wheel it. But yeah, I'm going to play this some amount of time. It's a common.
I'm trying to think what I want to do with my treasures. Do I want my treasures to cast a bear and draw a card? Drawing a card's nice, I suppose. But
Making it so, like, I'm playing this because I have to play 2 drops. Nobody wants to play 2 drops, but your opponents play 2 drops, so you have to play 2 drops. And if I play this and trade with a 2-drop, cool. If I top deck it later, it's not doing anything. But if I can use that treasure mana to get deeper in the deck, let's do it.
Yeah, it's situational, and the floor is a vanilla 2/2 for 2, so it's not going to be bad. I think I'm stuck on treasures being something that I protect because I want that for my splashing or I want that for my ramp. And I'm wondering how
do that
much...
with Evolving Wild, I think, dude.
Yeah. We treat our treasures not as our splasher. We treat our treasures as a resource to use for something like this. That makes sense. So yeah,
I think in that case, we're still wheeling it, but like, this guy's fine.
Yeah, agreed. I'm not playing it. Next up is Horde Robber. Do you have that one?
I do not.
Okay, let me find that.
I'm also going to call it Horde Robert.
Horde Robert is 1 and a black for a creature tiefling rogue at common. It's a 1/3. Whenever Horde Robert deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token.
Seems okay.
I don't know how much I'm getting this in. I might get it in once.
Yeah, and like 1 treasure's not bad. I think I'd like it better if it was a 3/1 or a 2/2, maybe.
Agreed. Give me some power on it, not a 1/3.
Yeah, this is one of those things that I can't find anything bad about it, but I'm probably not going to play it very much.
Yeah, like I'm wheeling this at best, and I'm going to have to look for a place for it in my deck rather than just instantly putting it in, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Like, if your opponent's playing a bunch of 3/1s, side it in. You can block them.
Yeah.
But so can everything else.
Up next is Lightfoot Rogue. Lightfoot Rogue is 1 and a black for a creature, halfling rogue at uncommon. It's a 2/1. Whenever Lightfoot Rogue attacks, roll a d20. 1 through 9, Lightfoot Rogue gains Death Touch until end of turn. 10 through 19, it gets +1/+0 and Death Touch until end of turn. 20, it gets +3/+0 and gains First Strike and Death Touch until end of turn.
I mean, this is a solid piker that's going to get in some attacks, and it can attack for the entire game. I'd like Death Touch more on blocking than attacking. Right? Because I can never trade this off with anything if I need to be defensive.
Yeah,
it's hard to argue with a piker with upside.
Yeah, I always prefer a Typhoid Rats that just sits there telling my opponent they can't attack. But this is fine. It's a piker that can attack. It can attack basically unblockable until they have something that they don't care about to throw in front of it because it's going to die. And 1 out of 20 times, it's a stupid, busted, bonkers creature.
Yeah, I think it's like a 2.5/1 if we're going to think about it that way, and that seems okay.
Yeah. So it's a, like sixth-ish, seventh-ish. It's
That's where I'd
pre-wheel,
want to take it.
and I'll certainly always play it.
Agree.
Up next is Lolth, Spider Queen. Lolth is 3 black black for a legendary planeswalker. Lolth at Mythic starts with 4 loyalty counters. Whenever a creature you control dies, put a loyalty counter on Lolth, Spider Queen. 0, you draw a card and lose a life. -3, create 2 2/1 black spider creature tokens with menace and reach. -8, you get an emblem with whenever an opponent is dealt combat damage by 1 or more creatures you control. If that player lost less than 8 life this turn, they lose life equal to the difference.
Yeah, we're first picking this. This is kind of 5 mana for a pair of 2/1s, and then you're going to draw cards, and if they kill them, you can make more of them eventually.
Mm-hmm.
I think would be the play pattern you'd usually have happen with this, and I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I doubt you're ever ulting it, but if you have
No.
it protected, you're drawing a card and losing a life every turn if you want to. It's an easy
Yeah,
first pick.
I would be first picking this.
Mm-hmm. Good card is good. Up next is Manticore. Manticore is 3 and a black for a creature Manticore at common. It's a 2/1 flash flyer. When it ETBs, destroy target creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn.
This is kind of nice with some of the little skeletons we've got running around. You can attack in with a creature that's a little less valuable, let them think they're eating it. You flash this in. I could see this doing some work. You can also just flash it in as a blocker. If it was 1 mana cheaper, I think it'd be actively good. As it is, I think it's playable. Like, let's wheel it, but I can put this in some decks.
Yeah, we've seen this card a lot. Like Jarl of the Forsaken is basically the same thing. And the thing that I dislike with Jarl is you were left with a 4/2, which is pretty weak on the ground toughness-wise. This is a flyer. Like, I don't hate that I'm paying 4 mana, kill a creature, have a 2/1 flyer left over. You have to jump through some
I'm down
hoops
with
to
that.
do it. So I think I'll pick this pre-wheel, like 6-ish, 7-ish.
Interesting with the 1/3s as well. Like, you could attack in
Mhm.
with creatures that have more power than toughness and let them think they're going to bounce and then get them with it.
Yep.
So this looks fun to me.
Yeah. All right. Up next, we've got Power Word Kill. Power Word Kill is 1 and a black for an instant at uncommon. Destroy target non-angel, non-demon, non-devil, non-dragon creature.
I'm first picking this.
Yep, it's basically Doomblade. There are angels running around. There are demons. There are devils. There are dragons running around. There's a lot of mythics. There's a lot of mythics and rares this doesn't kill, but it's going to kill a lot of things at instant speed for 2 mana. You first pick it.
Yeah.
I would be curious on the number of mythics and rares that this doesn't kill, because I think it's more than I would prefer.
Yeah, agree. But that's what your other removal spells are for.
Yeah, you've got your Grim whatchamacallit. Up next is Precipitous Drop. Precipitous Drop is 2 and a black for an enchantment aura at common. Enchant creature. When Precipitous Drop enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. I guess you fall into it. Enchanted creature gets -2/-2. It gets -5/-5 instead, as long as you've completed a dungeon.
Man, that's a huge gulf. Get it? But
do,
like,
yes.
if I ventured through the dungeon, this is great. If I haven't, it's okay.
Yeah, it's a very overcosted deadweight. But like the
Which doesn't look
upside,
like it's killing that much stuff, but the upside is I get Bob Nicholas's cruelty at sorcery speed.
yeah, and the upside is like, if you do put this on not an X2, you've shrunk it, and eventually it's going to die. I don't hate
Yeah,
this.
fair enough. Because
And
I
we get
can
a
put it on
venture.
something, and I get to venture. I can put this on something, and eventually I'll kill it. This is actually good, isn't it?
I think it is. Like deadweight, the whole thing is I frequently would be like, you could even shrink something. I never ever wanted to. But here I can shrink with a later kill at some point.
Okay. I think I like Precipitous Drop.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to pick this pretty highly. Maybe even like 6th pick.
I was going to say maybe even 5th. I think it is good.
Okay. I could be moved.
There is bounce. There is a way to stop it, but just don't let that happen. Up next is Ray of Enfeeblement. Ray of Enfeeblement is a single black mana for an instant at uncommon. Target creature gets -4/-1 until end of turn. If that creature is white, it gets -4/-4 until end of turn.
So I'm going to pick this one relatively highly once I know that I'm black, and I'm going to be actively looking to side it in against white decks. Obviously, it's also worth keeping an eye out for those pesky X ones in other decks, because 1 mana to kill something small is a pretty good deal. It's also not that embarrassing to main deck,
I,
because you could probably win a combat off of this.
I think I just main deck this every single time. It's 1 mana, instant speed. We've seen a lot of X ones. -4 is going to basically turn off every creature's power. And if my opponent happens to be white, this is ludicrous kill spell.
Okay, fair enough. Let's main deck it.
Up next is Talisman del Sacador. Let me grab the English for that, because that is also up. What is this? This is card 117. I already have the English card of this, apparently. AFR 117 is here. And into the Discord it goes. We've got Reaper's Talisman. Reaper's Talisman is a single black mana for an artifact equipment at uncommon. Whenever equipped creature attacks, it gains Death Touch until end of turn. Whenever equipped creature attacks alone, defending player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Equip for 2.
Man, I liked it better when it was in Spanish, because then I could pretend that it was good.
It's not good.
No, I don't want Death Touch on attacks.
Yep. They do that a lot, and I don't know why. I remember, I want to say Origins, there was a 1/4 with Death Touch that did something when it attacked, and it made no sense for it to have Death Touch.
Yeah, I don't get this. No thanks.
Yeah, no interest. I like the Blue Talisman more.
And I didn't like that one, so I don't like. I like the Blue Talisman more too.
Indeed. Up next is Sepulchre Ghoul. Sepulchre. The Ghoul is 1 and a black for a creature zombie at common. 2/1. Sacrifice another creature. Sepulchre. The Ghoul gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn.
I believe it's Sepulchre.
Sepulchre Ghoul.
Sepulchre Ghoul. So we've seen some things that like this is fine. This is a-okay by itself. We're happy to play this. Instant speed sacrifice effects are usually handy. Only being able to do it once a turn makes me a little sad, but we did see ways to get like repeatable tokens and do things with like skeleton tokens, and you're going to need to be playing 2-drops. So this looks fine to me. I suspect it will be better in green-black based on what we've seen before, because we saw a couple things that cared about stuff dying. So I think I'd like to play it there. And yeah, I'll take this. I'm probably looking to get it relatively late though.
I love Nantuko Husk.
This is not Nantuko Husk.
It is definitely not Nantuko Husk. And that makes me very sad. Because Nantuko Husk, you go wide, it's your sack outlet, it's usually in formats of where they actually, gave sack decks in limited. And at the end, towards the end of the game, you just sack your team and oops, 10 damage off the Nantuko Husk. Here, at best, it's only ever going to be a 4/3. It is a 2-drop.
You're ever getting.
It's a piker, so you're never sad. So I'll pick this late and wish that it was Nantuko Husk.
Be aware when you're playing this and your opponent attacks in with a 2/2 that like they know you have this ability and they may be trying to bait you into sacrificing something and then killing this. So just be aware your opponents know that this is here too. And now it's Sepultura Ghoul. So go ahead.
Up next is Shambling Ghast. Shambling Ghast is a single black mana for a creature zombie. Isn't a Ghast a ghost? At common, it's a 1/1. When Shambling Ghast dies, choose 1. Target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn, or create a treasure.
This would be very good against a deck of X1s.
It's a Festering Goblin?
Yeah, and those were playable even in their own format. I don't particularly love this, but like it can still trade with 2/2s. Like this is okay to put in your deck, but I'm not incredibly excited about it. I'd probably be looking to wheel it if I wanted it to play it at all. But if you're playing this and you've got your opponent jamming 3/1s, by all means, bring this in out of the sideboard.
Yeah, I'm not going out of my way for this. I'm not terribly looking for it. I'm going to hard wheel it.
Yeah.
Up next is Skullport Merchant. Skullport Merchant is 2 and a black for a creature dwarf citizen at uncommon. It's a 1/4. When Skullport Merchant enters the battlefield, make a treasure. Pay 1 and a black, sacrifice another creature or a treasure, draw a card.
Hey, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's like a Thallid Soothsayer.
Yeah, but with a body that actually makes sense and a casting cost that's pretty reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Four or
Salad
three is better
Caesar
than
was
four.
4 for a 2/3. Like this is
Yeah,
way better.
yeah, this
I'm
blocks
going to
very
pick
well.
this one relatively highly.
Yeah, I like this quite a bit. This is kind of what I want for my sack deck is this.
Yeah, it doesn't tap and it's instant speed. So if you're killing any of my stuff, you got to kill this first or I'm going to draw a card.
Yeah, and so we could sack a skeleton off the Death Priest, draw a card, end of our turn, pay 1, make a skeleton. And we just get to keep
Yeah.
feeding that skeleton to this.
Yeah, because this merchant can sell those skeletons, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I like it. I'm going to pick it quite highly, upwards of like 4th.
Yeah, sold. Let's do it.
All right, up next is Sphere of Annihilation. Sphere of Annihilation is X black for an artifact at rare. Sphere of Annihilation enters the battlefield with X void counters on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile Sphere of Annihilation. All creatures and planeswalkers with mana value less than or equal to the number of void counters on it, and all creature and planeswalker cards in graveyards with mana value less than or equal to the number of void counters on it.
All right, so what does this do?
It's Meandering Board Wipe. You're going to wipe the board next turn.
So we're going to wipe the board next turn, and I get to choose what the cost is.
Yeah.
And they're not coming back when this artifact dies, right? They're just gone.
They are gone. They have been annihilated.
All right, I'm first picking it. Let's do it.
Yep. Slow Wrath is still good. And it's a Wrath that, like, you can keep your 6-drop if they only have upwards of 5 drops.
It's also a wrath that you're going to get to recover from first, because one of the downside of like later game wraths is potentially your opponent gets to untap and play something first. Well, they're not going to do that here.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not going to play anything, and you are the one that gets to untap. Unlikely that it's going to matter that you could do this for 0 to get tokens, but we'll see. You probably don't have Thieves' Tools, do you?
I do not currently.
All right. Thieves' Tools into the Discord. Up next is Thieves' Tools. Thieves' Tools is 1 and a black for artifact equipment at common. When Thieves' Tools enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. Equipped creature can't be blocked as long as its power is 3 or less. Equip 2.
I don't want this. Do you want this?
It's terrible. No power boost. It makes my little things unblockable. No interest.
I thought I was going to get a treasure when it connected or something. Like maybe we could start doing something like that. I don't think I want this.
No, it doesn't do enough. I have no interest. I'm hard F on it.
Yeah, pass.
Up next is Vampire Spawn. Vampire Spawn is 2 and a black for a creature vampire at common. It's a 2/3. When Vampire Spawn enters the battlefield, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life.
It's interesting that that could work in black-white, but it seemed like green-white wanted to gain life more than this does.
I guess this offsets the other life that you're supposed to be losing.
I guess.
But yeah,
this is going through the Tomb of Annihilation and losing some life.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with this card. It's just also not great. So if it wheels and you don't have enough 3-drops, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just exceedingly filler.
Yeah,
Wheel, find a spot. What happened to my cards here? One moment. Vorpal Sword is next. Vorpal Sword is next. A single black mana for an artifact equipment at rare. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has Death Touch. Equip black. And 5 black. Until end of turn, Vorpal Sword gains whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player. That player loses the game.
This one seems great to me.
Yeah.
Like, obviously you need to be black, but being able to give +2/+0 and Death Touch to any creature and cheap enough to move around means that I can get in attacks with a big thing or little things and then move it around and have it on blocks too. Like, this seems fantastic.
Yeah, it's not even the end of the world if you can't activate the 5 black. Like, it's still +2/+0 Death Touch for an equip cost of 2.
Yeah, and that's great.
Yeah, this is a easy first pick, I think.
I think so too.
Up next is Warlock class. Warlock class is a single black mana for an enchantment class at uncommon. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, each opponent loses 1 life. Level 2, 1 and a black. When this class becomes level 2, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Level 3, 6 and a black. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses life equal to the life they lost this turn.
I still think I liked Wizard class and Cleric class better than Warlock class. But this is not bad because it's kind of replacing itself on the cheap in an installment plan. And it does look like we've got some sacrifice stuff going on. So I think I would play this. I think I'd kind of want to be in the deck that could use it first and then get it rather than building around this. But I can see some power here.
Yeah, 7 mana is a lot to get to level 3, but it does replace itself very quickly, possibly on turn 2 if you go this and then level it up. And yeah, it's just a bit of extra value. I will say this is going to ruin some people on Arena as they have to learn how the stack works, because you need to put the level 3 trigger underneath the level 1 trigger.
Correct.
It's like a pancake.
God, don't start that crap.
But
so
yeah,
where are we taking it?
Oh.
Like highly impact 2 potentially, but you open this, I can't imagine I'm ever taking it.
I'm not taking it over a bomb. I'm not taking it over removal. So I'm not on pick 1 or 2 or 3. I think I'm on like 5-ish. But then once I know that I'm heading in this direction in pack 2, pack 3, I'd love to pick one of these up.
Yeah, it's exactly where I am.
All right. Up next is Westgate Regent. I don't think you have it by that name.
I do not.
Now you do.
Thank you, sir.
Westgate Regent. I live very close to a place called Westgate Honda, and I keep wanting to say Westgate Honda. Westgate
then
Regent.
You should just say that from now on, dude.
Westgate Honda is 3 black for a creature vampire at rare. It's a 4/4 with flying. It's got ward, discard a card. Whenever Westgate Regent deals combat damage to a player, put that many +1/+1 counters on it.
So how many counters do I get if it hits?
4 the first time, probably.
Okay. Yeah, this is a bomb. We're picking this.
I don't know. Do you like 8/8 flyers for 5?
Yeah, they seem pretty good.
All right. Fine. First pick, I guess.
Westgate Honda, go, go.
That is their motto. Up next, It's not. Up next is White. White is 1 and a black for a creature zombie soldier at rare. It's a 3/2. White enters the battlefield tapped. Whenever a creature dealt damage by white this turn dies, create a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature token and exile that card.
Okay, so it's a 2 mana 3/2, and when it trades off, it dies into a 2/2.
Yeah, with a very rare chance of maybe it not trading into a 2/2 and just making a 2/2. Very unlikely.
Yeah, unlikely, but combat tricks could help, and you could also use the feign death thing we had, which would be kind of funny to have a white feign death. I'd probably take this one relatively highly. This looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, it's one of those examples of like, this is a card that I think is a great uncommon, and it's in my rare slot. I'll pick it highly, second, third, fourth pick it, like worst, I think. It's good.
Yeah, second, third. I think I'd rather have solid removal or like a bomb, but like it's in that slot, so I'm not going to get one, which means I probably will first pick it some.
Yeah, exactly. Up next is Yuan Ti Fangblade. Yuan Ti Fangblade is 2 and black for a creature snake rogue at common. It's a 2/2 with death touch. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, venture into the dungeon.
It seems like a better 3-drop to me than that 2/3 that drains them, because it'll trade with anything, and if I can attack with it, I can venture, which it seems like I'm interested in doing.
Yeah, like I suspect I'm probably going to treat this like my overcosted typhoid rats. I probably want to keep it at home, but when I can get it in and venture, cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I like this guy. I could see going as high as 7th.
Yeah, I'm on like 6th through 8th pick for this one, and I want them in my deck. I'll play multiples for sure. One more for black. We got Zombie Ogre. Zombie Ogre is 3 black for a creature zombie ogre at common. Name Zombie Ogre, occupation Zombie Ogre. It's a 3/5 at the beginning of your end step. If a creature died this turn, venture into the dungeon.
This seems fine to me too at common. Like 5 mana 3/5s are usually a stat line I'm fine with.
Yep, it has stats that will block and eat things. It could attack, and it's not going to be. It feels too sad about it, and maybe we get some bonus venturing. It's not a high pick, but I'll play it.
Yeah, it's neat in that sacrifice deck. You can get through the tomb pretty quickly.
Yeah. So I'm
All
on
right,
like
cool.
6th or 8th-ish.
Yeah, that's where I am too.
All right.
All right, we ready to go into red?
Yeah. Do you have Armory Veteran first?
I do not.
Let me throw you that one to talk about. And
All
then I
right.
think you're good to go for a while. Discord, where'd you go? There you go.
All right. A Mori veteran is 1 in red for an orc warrior 2/2. As long as it's equipped, it has Menache.
So I mean Vanilla Bear, and if you're in that red-white deck, French Vanilla Bear. It's fine. It's not a card that I'm going to pick super highly, but I require these in my deck because we are playing a limited deck.
Yeah, and like this is a bear with upside. I'm pretty happy with that. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm probably looking to wheel it unless I'm in the equipment deck, at which case I may start stacking them a little higher.
Yeah, it's like a high wheel, like 9th.
Okay. Barbarian class is red for a class. If you would roll 1 or more dice, instead roll that many dice plus 1 and ignore the lowest roll, so it gives you advantage. Level 2, 1 in red to get to. Whenever you roll 1 or more dice, target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. And level 3, which is 2 in red, creatures you control have haste.
So if you're rolling dice, you're very happy to have this.
I think so.
Like if you're blue-red die rolling, the first level alone probably statistically does enough for you. It's very cheap to level up to level 2, and it's a fine enough upside, and it's very cheap to level up to level 3. I don't typically go nuts for creatures you control have haste, but
Same.
you know, you're not investing too much to get there whenever you happen to have that mana. So I'm not picking this crazy high. I'm on like, I don't know, 6th-ish pick for this one, but
Well, it's important to recognize that you can get this effect from a common 1/3 flyer in blue if you're just looking for the advantage on dice rolls. So I think what you're looking for here is to be able to force through a lot of damage and have a lot of dice rolling for me to be interested. Now, John's saying it's cheap to get to the 3rd level, even though it is 6 total mana investment, because you can kind of work in that level up with your curve as you're casting other things. So I get where he's coming from and that it's relatively cheap to do that. But I don't love this. I think unless I'm in blue red, which is the dice rolling colors, that I probably don't want this at all. So I'm gonna have to synergy this and say let's get it in pack 2 or 3.
that's true. I do want this in blue-red. I don't want this in red-white. I don't want this in anything else. So yeah, blue-red only, I guess.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Battlecry Goblin is 1 in red for a 2/2 goblin at uncommon. 1 in red, goblins you control get +1/+0 and gain haste until end of turn, and it has pack tactics, where if you attack with 6 power or greater, you get a 1/1 red goblin.
So bear with a pretty big upside. Floor, it's a bear with expensive fire breathing. But if you're getting yourself some more goblins beyond this one, you're fire breathing your team. You're hasting your goblins that you just played. I like it. I think it's a pretty high pick, like 4th-ish.
Yeah, I would go 4th-ish on this. I like the Battlecry Goblin.
Yeah.
All right, Brazen Dwarf is 1 in red
we
for
do-
a 1/3.
We do have Boots of
Oops, you got
Speed
one?
if you would like Boots of Speed.
All right, sure, let's boot.
Boots of Speed.
All right, Boots of Speed, I'm guessing is going to be garbage. Red for an equipment, equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has haste, equip 1. That's not actually that bad.
Yeah, equip 1 kind of saves this from being garbage. It's only like, it's like recycling. It goes out on garbage day, but it's better for the environment.
Garbage day? Yeah, I'm with you there. I could see a deck that's going heavy into equipment shenanigans being interested in something like this. But I don't think I'm that into it.
Yeah, like this is the equipment you put in the equipment deck that gives you equipment, and you don't feel bad about playing this one exactly. But there's better stuff.
Yeah, the fact that it's so cheap to equip makes me not hate it.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can go to Brazen Dwarf. One and a red for a 1/3 dwarf shaman. Whenever you roll one or more dice, it deals 1 damage to each opponent.
So again, this is for like that blue-red deck. This reminds me of pingers. If I'm going to be rolling a die every turn, I don't hate that I'm hitting my opponent for 1 or 2 if I have a pair of these. But it is a very synergy grade. You are putting this in no other deck than that blue-red dice deck.
I mean, sometimes you just need to block crap too, and 1/3s do that. It's not the worst.
Yeah.
Like if I'm in the dice deck, I'd rather have the one that gives me advantage so my cards are better, I think. Because I could just play a 2/2 if I wanted to get in, 4 points of damage over the course of a game.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is interesting that it's a 2-drop that you can play that does something on turn 2 and presumably will deal a couple points of damage in the late game. So I think this is okay.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of blue-red decks that have pingers like this. Usually it's like you untap it if you cast a spell, or it does damage if you cast a spell or something. And it tends to be something I just really enjoy. So I am going to definitely try. It was Amonkhet, right? Or Our Devastation had an archer that did the damage. So this reminds me of that. Yeah, so this reminds me of that. So I'll definitely be giving this a try, like getting multiples of these. I don't know if it's going to work out or not. And I presume you can pick these up quite late because you're going to be the only person that wants them.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. All right. Burning Hands is an instant, 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If the permanent is green, it's 6 damage instead.
Expensive shock or extraordinarily cheap 3 shocks. I don't know what a 6 damage spell is.
I mean, that seems pretty good to me. I'm going to take this relatively highly and just play it in the decks. This one I'm certainly main decking, and I'm just like if my opponent's on green, I may be a little more careful about what I shoot with it.
Yeah, always main deck. Pick it like for fifth-ish.
Maybe even a little higher.
Yeah,
depending on the pack.
Yeah, quite good.
All right, Chaos Channeler is 2 red for a 4/3. What a stat line! When it attacks, roll a d20. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it this turn. Exile 2 cards. You may play them this turn. Exile the top 3 cards. You may play them this turn.
Sure. Value Borderland Minotaur is fine. Like, good.
Yeah.
Even.
Yeah, solid blocker. I don't know that I want to take this much higher than like 6th. But I'm pretty interested in having this.
I think I'd go upwards of, I don't know if I'd go as high as 4th, but I'd go 5th for sure. Like, it's an aggressive creature. You're going to attack with it. And if you're attacking with it, then you're definitely exiling things off the top. You can play them, so you can play lands that you draw. Like, I like it quite a bit.
I wouldn't call 2 red for a 4/3 an aggressive creature. That's one of the reasons I liked Borderland Minotaur, is it wasn't really that aggressive. It was just okay at blocking, just okay at attacking. But we're probably picking at nits here.
A little bit, yeah. I think that might come from an era where a 3/3 was wildly uncommon, and so a 4/3 was blocking all the 2/2s. Here, I don't know if you're blocking quite as much with a 4/3 as you are just wanting to smash in with it.
Fair enough. All right, critical hit. 1 and a red for an instant. Target creature gains double strike until end of turn. When you roll a natural 20, return critical hit from your graveyard to your hand.
Ugh, I hate this card.
Why?
Because I hate randomly dying to 20 damage that I didn't expect was coming at me. Although I guess at that point a 10/10 was coming at me.
Yeah, I hate this card when it's like giving something double strike means that I could conceivably use this as a combat trick. That means I don't hate this one. Like there's some things where it's like, sorcery speed, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. I would hate that. This I don't hate.
I should reiterate, I hate because I die to it way too much.
Okay.
It's a good card. It does the thing.
Yeah, I think this is a fine card, and I could see picking it relatively highly in pack 2 or 3.
It reminds me of what, Uncaged Fury? Or Temur Battle Strike?
Yeah, but those were both 3 mana, and they were kind of like getcha cards. Again, the fact that I could just cast this one and maybe win a combat, I think works for me.
I guess we haven't seen anything too gigantic, but this feels kind of like a getcha card too.
It can do that, but again, that's why I'm saying I actually like this one. At 2 mana, I think I could use this as a combat trick or kill somebody with it, and I'm very happy with that.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I hate this card from a game design thing. It's not a bad card, but I think I'm on like sixth or eighth here.
Okay, I'd take it a little higher once I know I'm in red.
Yeah, I'm with
Delino.
Amy. This card will tilt me hard.
Okay, the other ones tilted me because people shouldn't be playing them. This one doesn't
Right.
tilt me because people should play it.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, Delino Wild Mage is 3 and a blue for a 3/2. When it attacks, choose target creature you control, then roll a d20. 1 through 14, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of that creature. Exile it at end of combat. 15 to 20, do the token, roll it again.
This seems really good. I do worry that you might only be getting one attack with this because it is just a 3/2 for 4, so it is definitely undercosted. But getting to copy the best creature you have, it'll only be around for one turn, but that's fine, is seems really good to me.
This
And
seems
like,
like crap to me.
really?
I mean, if I'm ahead, sure, this seems great. It's almost like attack, deal 3 damage to target opponent because they're going to kill it.
They are going to kill it. So the fact that it is a 4-drop probably knocks it down a little bit. I wonder if this could have just been a 3-drop and been fine.
It might have been too good there. I don't know. Because it's like this has to attack. They're going to kill it. Like this is a card that could potentially tilt me because if somebody rolls, 15, 15, 15, they're like, oh, guess I win. Like that sucks. If I've got a bunch
Yeah.
of those advantage and dice rolling things, maybe I'm interested in this. Because like if I'm attacking with this and I get to copy it 3 times, I'm probably winning that game.
Yeah. I think I'm going to try this out. But I think realistically, the vast majority of the time, you're going to cast this, you're going to attack with it once, copy one thing, it's dead, and that's the end of any of that adventuring happening.
Yeah, I think so too. It is one of those things where like if this is on the board, your opponent needs to be able to block it or kill it, or it will close out the game relatively quickly. So I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to start. I'm going to start fourth, fifth. I do expect it'll be a lot worse than anybody thinks. And there is the cute infinite combo that everybody wants.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. Although again, later in the packs, I could see this being something, or if I've got like just a ton of removal and I don't think they're ever going to block.
Yeah. Shiro, it refers to the creature that you target from the top static ability.
All right, Dueling Rapier
We've
is
got
red
Dragon's
for.
Fire.
Oh shoot, okay. Let's fire some dragons.
Which by the name I expect is the red burn that I want to see.
Looks like it might be. 1 in a red is an instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may reveal a dragon card from your hand or choose a dragon you control. Deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you revealed a dragon, it deals damage equal to the power of that card or creature instead. That's pretty cool.
Sure. It's what are they? What are the ones that don't target players? Lightning Strike, I guess. And maybe it's
Lightning
better.
Strike did, but I mean
Oh,
this
yeah.
this is killing something that you weren't putting those into your deck because they could burn players, although that
Yeah.
happens
Yeah.
sometime. But this seems pretty good.
Yeah, I
Like
like it.
I'm gonna first pick that.
I'll first pick it in some weaker packs, but second, third sounds about average.
Yeah, I guess that's where I would want to take it. All right, now we can talk about Dueling Rapier. Uh, red for an equipment with flash enters the battlefield, attach it to something. That creature gets +2/+0, equip 4.
So this is the version of the Paladin Shield that I don't hate, but I'm also not falling over myself to get this into my deck. It's a combat trick. It's a flash aura. It's a combat trick that sticks around. The equip cost of 4 is very expensive if we're going to be moving this around later, but hey, you may have the mana for that at some point. I don't want to spend a real pick on this, but I'm pretty happy to wheel it.
I don't want to play this one. I feel like I could win a combat with a Paladin Shield, but this is never winning a combat.
It's never winning a combat. It is causing a trade that they didn't expect to happen. It is getting extra damage in. It is a very cheap equipment that I don't feel embarrassed to play for the equipment deck. I think there's enough going on here that I'd put this in explicitly the red-white equipment deck.
I'm hoping I can do better. I don't want to play this one. So I'll argue with you a little bit on that one. I think there's going to be better equipments for it. I'd rather have a +2 mace.
I would hope so.
All right. Earth Cult Elemental is 6 for a 6/6. When it enters the battlefield, roll a d20. Each player sacrifices a permanent. Each opponent sacrifices an opponent. Each opponent sacrifices 2 permanents.
I had to be talked down off a cliff for this one a little bit. Because
Okay.
it's a 6/6 for 6, so it's already a Dreadmaw without trample.
Okay.
And wildly swingy as to all those creatures that were going to be sacrificed. But it's not creature, it's permanent.
Yeah, it's a permanent.
And this is turn 6 at like probably the earliest, so you've probably got a land you can sack. This might just be a vanilla 6/6.
I think it's relatively close to that. Although, like, you're probably not going to care about sacrificing a land. You've already got 6 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Your opponent might care about sacrificing a land, but yeah, if it was non-land, this would be very good.
Yeah.
Given that it's not non-land, I think you can put this in your deck, but I'm not excited to boot it.
Yeah, I think I could put in my deck if I don't know, if I want some more die triggers for whatever that's going with blue-red. And, you know, there's going to be those games where your opponent stumbled on land a little bit and this just goes, ha, 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 go away.
Yeah, I'm okay with this guy. I'm not picking it highly, though.
Yeah, 6th through 8th, maybe even wheel.
All right, Flame Skull is 1 red for a 3/1 flyer that can't block. When it dies, exile it. If you do, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play one of those cards.
So 3/1 flyer for 3 that can't block. I don't hate that. I'm not blocking with my 3/1 flyers. Why would I do that? That sounds dumb. And then when it dies, I can get it back. Or if I exiled something better than this, I could play that instead. I like this. I'm first picking it.
Yeah, me too. I was going to start arguing with it with, well, I'd rather be able to block, but like, it's kind of hard for me to argue with the stat line. Like, that's just good. I'll take it.
Yeah. And this one, is this one not just slightly hovering, or is this one actually flying?
It's difficult to tell. It's, yeah,
Because if this one's flying, the whatchamacallit lich should fly as well.
All right. I kind of agree with you, but like, Goblin Javelineer is red for a 1/1 haste. When it becomes blocked, it deals 1 damage to target creature blocking it.
Ashmouth Hound was good because it was a 2/1 for 2.
And it worked on when you blocked with it.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't like this either. I don't
I
think
don't
I
like
want to play
hasty
it.
1/1s. I don't like 1/1s. I don't like this card. F.
Yeah, get it out of here. Goblin Morningstar is 1 in red for an artifact. Equipped creature gets +1/+0, has trample. Equipped 1 in red. When it enters the battlefield, roll a d20. Create a 1/1 red goblin, or create a 1/1 red goblin and then attach the Morningstar to it.
So 1 red is not too bad of an equip cost to give something trample, especially in perhaps a red-green stompy deck.
It's one in a red though.
Yeah, 1 in a red.
Okay.
It's not awful to give trample. You know, I wouldn't want to do that with an aura or something, but they kill my big trampoline thing. Okay, I give it to something else. It's not a huge equip cost for me. We are getting a goblin with it, and maybe even this goblin's picking this up. I don't hate this equipment. I don't think it's amazing, but I don't hate it.
More often than not, this is a 2/1 creature with trample. That is correct, technically. But man, I'm sad if I don't get the free equip.
I'm definitely not happy if I didn't get the free equip.
If I always got the free equip, I would play this card every time and be happy with it and take it highly. The fact that I don't makes me worried, and kind of makes me think that this is probably, like you were suggesting, a blue-green, or excuse me, a green-red plant. Like I want to be putting this on some big dumb green thing and giving it trample.
Yeah, I want to jam this on my Earth Cult whatchamacallit.
There you go. So I'm not picking this one particularly highly.
Yeah, and this is weird art. I noticed the artist appears to have specifically set this at morning for the Morningstar.
It's a Morningstar. I'm down with that. All right. Hoarding Ogre is 3 in a red for a 3/3. When it attacks, create a treasure token or 2 or 3.
Okay. It's a hill giant. Or is it a gray ogre? It's a hill giant. It's a hill giant that gives me a treasure. That's fine. And if I get more, that's fine as well. This card is fine.
I don't think it's fine. There's three ones and
No?
two colors. There's three fours in white. This is not fine.
There
There
are
was
three
there was
ones
a
for
lot of
two.
applause for the ogre because I just got a host. Thank you very much, Astari. But I don't think the ogre is worthy of that applause. I think this is one of those cards that you can't say anything terrible about it, but you're also just never going to play it.
That's true. It is going to trade down way too much.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm not playing this.
I'm
If
I
this gets into your deck, red wasn't open and you weren't supposed to be playing red.
I'm still super confused as to exactly where treasure fits into this format. It feels different, and I don't know
Would you
why.
play a three red sorcery that creates two treasure tokens? Never, ever, ever would I do that.
Nope. Never ever. Stay tuned.
How, how about a Hobgoblin Captain? One in red for a 3/1 with Pack Tactics, where the captain will gain first strike until end of turn.
Hey, look, a 3/1 for two.
Yeah, sold. Makes that Hoarding Ogre look great, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome. Boy, this looks fantastic. Like you need one other 3/1, and now you've got a 3/1 first strike for two. I
What if they're
really
both
like this two
Hobgoblin
drop.
Captains?
I really like this. This feels very strong for a common.
I think so too. I don't know that I'm like going nuts on it, but I think if I'm picking the seventh, I'm very happy.
Yeah, I'm going 6/7 for this. I'm definitely not looking to wheel, and if I wheel, I feel real happy.
Yeah, that feels like a common you shouldn't wield. That and the Dragon Breath one.
Mm-hmm.
Hulking Bugbear is one red for a 3/3 haste.
We've seen this. It was in Kaladesh. They were gremlins.
Yep.
It's fine.
It wasn't very good in Kaladesh because stuff got pretty big. It
Yeah.
looks like the 3/3 stat line is pretty decent here. I'd want this in a heavy red deck, but I think I'm okay with this and would happily play it.
Yeah, like it's even a goblin. There's a minor goblin payoff. We saw at least the one card that would give your goblins fire breathing. I'm going to play this. I'm going to pick it pre-wheel.
Orcish Artillery has suggested you play Hobgoblin Captain followed up by Hulking Bugbear.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, Improvised Weaponry is 2 in red for a sorcery, 2 damage to any target, create a treasure token.
We did miss one card, which I have to grab. We've played 3 mana, unfortunately expensive shock before. It's not the best, but sometimes you just have to play it. You're not picking it highly. Like, I think you may even be able to wheel this, but sometimes you got to play it.
Yeah, this is probably here so that people who are drafting red that shouldn't be can still get a removal spell in their deck.
Yeah.
I don't like this. I would prefer not to play it, but if one of them sneaks in, I'm not that embarrassed.
Yeah, ditto. So I just discorded Hobgoblin Bandit Lord.
Alrighty. Hobgoblin Bandit Lord is fun to say. 1 red for a 2/3 Goblin Rog. Other goblins you control get +1/+1. Red tap deals damage equal to the number of goblins that entered the battlefield under your control this turn to any target.
Hey, look, a reason to play goblins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
we've
a
seen
bad goblin.
goblins. We've seen goblin producers. Does one of the dungeons makes a goblin or 2 goblins or something, right?
Yeah, you can get a goblin token out of the dungeon.
Yeah, and so like you're not gonna be doing, this is limited. You're not going to be dealing like 5 off the activated ability of this, but you might deal 5 over 5 turns.
Yeah, that's significant. You could
Yeah,
ping away a 1/1. Maybe you double spell into a goblin and get to ping away a 2/2. And just giving your other goblins +1/+1 seems good. I would first pick this and see if I can get some goblins.
yeah, ditto. I think it seems pretty strong.
All the ones we've seen have been good too. All right, I need this legendary dragon 2 in English.
You'd always give it a go.
In Fiery No de los Montes, Australia.
Oh God, I'll get the English one.
Okay.
Here you go.
Magic, thank you for the host. Sorry, I've got John turned up real loud, so the applause is somewhat deafening, but I just imagine they're clapping for me. Inferno of the Star Mounts, 4 red for a 6/6 dragon that can't be countered with flying and haste. and fire breathing. And if you ever get it to 20, you win the game.
Card stupid.
Yeah, card stupid. Pick it, play it, win the game.
Easy pick.
Jaded Cell Sword, 3 in a red for a 4/3 Dargon Warrior. When it enters the battlefield, if mana from a treasure was spent to cast it, it gains first strike and haste until end of turn.
Ooh, another Borderland Minotaur. And sure, if I've got a treasure, I'll have a hasty first striker with 4 power that seems to be able to get in incredibly easy in this format. I'm not going nuts over getting this card. It's also a dragon, which could be minorly relevant. All in all, seems
with the red removal spell.
Yeah, that's true. All in all, seems fine. I'll pick it like 6th through 8th.
Yeah,
that red removal spell was uncommon, right?
Yeah, no, it was common.
Really? Cool.
Yeah.
Sold.
So that's a combo you can easily assemble. Yeah, I like this. I'm in the same picking order with you, but I like the card. Kick in the Door is red for a sorcery. Put a counter on target creature. It gains haste until end of turn and can't be blocked by walls this turn. Venture into the dungeon.
So this is a card that exists for flavor purposes, right?
I think so, because I don't want to play it.
Yeah, it's not good. I'm not paying 1 mana venture. I'm not paying 1 mana to put a counter on a creature. I'm not playing those two together. I don't care about haste, and walls don't matter. This card doesn't matter.
Yeah, not here. Meteor Swarm.
We've got one card first.
Oh.
Interesting. It feels like a lot of these cards that were previewed today, or whenever these were actually added, are sort of like key D&D ones, or at least D&D ones that I know, like Magic Missile.
Magic Missile. Okay, Magic Missile is 1 red for a sorcery at uncommon, can't be countered, deals 3 damage divided as you choose among 1, 2, or 3 targets.
Cool. I like killing things. I like maybe killing 2 things, maybe even 3 things.
Probably not going to do that very often. I'm thinking the dragon one is just better.
Yes, because it's instant speed. It's always going to deal 3, and it might deal more. This one's sorcery speed. It's a little bit harder to cast. I'm still picking it. I'm still playing it every single time. I'm still playing every copy.
Yeah, same. I'm just thinking, like, if this is in the same pack with the dragon card, I'm just going to take the dragon card.
Yeah, so if dragon is like 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 1st, this is like 4th, 5th.
Okay, I'm game. All right, now Meteor Swarm. X red for a sorcery, deals 8 damage divided as you choose among X target creatures and or planeswalkers.
4 mana, 8 damage sounds good to me.
Yeah, sold. Or 5 mana, 4 damage to 2 things.
Yeah. Or not even 4 damage to 2 things. It could be 6 and 2. Is that math? That's math.
Yeah, that's good math. I would play this.
Snap first pick.
All right, Minion of the Mighty. Red for a 0/1 menace. Sold with pack tactics. If you attacked with a total power 6 or greater this combat, you may put a dragon card from your hand into the battlefield tapped and attacking.
No thanks.
You could just play it.
Yeah. By the time it's in your hand and you've got a power of 6 and you're also going to take the turn that you're going to attack in with your stupid 0/1, just play the dragon.
Yeah, I don't want this. Orb of Dragonkind is 1 in red for an artifact. 1 tap, add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend it only to cast dragon spells or activate abilities of dragons. Red sack, look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal a dragon from among them and put it in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order.
How many dragons do you need to do this?
More than I'm ever going to get.
Yeah, like I don't want a mana rock that I can't use unless I happen to have a dragon, and I don't want to go looking for them. I'll find them. I'll draw them. I don't want to play this.
Yeah, I don't want to play this either. I'm going to pass that a lot. There's stuff you could do with it. And sure, you could Minion of the Mighty into the Hobgoblin, into the Hasty guy, and then cheat your dragon into play. But I mean, you're still playing that's not going to happen, people.
Yeah.
It'll happen once in the history of the format, and it'll be on a Twitch Clips video. It'll be great. Plundering Barbarian is 2 in a red. When it enters the battlefield, you can destroy an artifact or create a treasure token.
It's Manic Vandal, except if I have nothing to target, I get a treasure. It's fine.
Does that mean we're main decking this?
I think we're main decking this. There's enough artifacts around. Like, worst case scenario, well, not worst case, bad case scenario, you could blow up their treasure, maybe screw them up a little bit with that, but I think you main deck this easy.
Okay, where do you
There's just
pick
enough
it?
targets. Low, eighth-ish, maybe even wheel.
Okay. Okay. Then let's talk about the price of loyalty. A sorcery, gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it, it gains haste. If mana was spent from a treasure to cast it, it gets +2/+0 and menace.
I don't play threatens. I almost never play threatens. Other people play threatens, but I'm not other people.
There's a sacrifice deck here. We've got a common sacrifice enabler. We've got 2 of them actually. Like you could actually do this.
I'll try it and hold out hope. I've been ruined too many times in formats by thinking they've actually supported it. But there are common sack outlets, which is what's usually missing. I'll hold out hope.
There's a free one. The Cardboard Nomad has the play too. You take their thing, you take their 3/3 that like delves into the dungeon, trigger Tomb of Annihilation, sacrifice it to that. Like there's a sacrifice deck here. This is what we needed. Common sacrifice outlets and a common threaten. And we've got both of them. So you could do this.
I will certainly give it a go because I do love Black Red Sack.
All right, let's give it a whirl. Red Dargon is 4 red for a 4/4 flying with Fire Breath. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage to each opponent.
So it's a 4/4 flying dragon with haste.
Sort of, yeah.
That's not awful. What was Volcanic Dragon? Was it 6 mana 4/4 haste?
Yeah.
It's a Volcanic Dragon.
Yeah, and that was okay. This is probably okay. It's something to do with 6 mana if you don't get anything else.
Yeah. It's not something I'm
I'd
going
play
crazy for, but, 5th, 7th.
I feel like a lot of my decks are going to want that dungeon map, and if I'm playing a dungeon map, I may as well play a 6-drop.
Yeah.
All right, Rust Monster is 2 in red for a 2/1 first strike, sacrifice an artifact, and gets +2/+0 until end of turn.
That's a real threat of activation.
It is.
It attacks and blocks well.
Does it, though?
If you have artifacts.
Yes.
If you don't have artifacts, it's not attacking. It's still attacking early for a little bit. I don't hate this, but I don't know that I want to be an artifact deck.
I don't think I do either, but if you've got enough treasures tinkling around, it's something to do with them at least, or at least threaten to do it.
I guess this is the weird thing I'm getting about the red-black deck, is it seems to be a treasure deck, but it also seems to be a sack deck.
Well, I think the sack stuff is there because you can combine it with green and get some value there, or combine it with red and get some value there. So the black sacrifice is enabling 2 strategies. But I think black red specifically wanted to be like make treasures do things with treasures.
Yeah. I think, yeah, you need this in like the black-red treasure deck.
I think I'm pretty happy to play it there.
This could wear equipment in a red-white equipment deck.
It could, but so could anything else.
The first strike, though, is really pumping that up.
Yeah, and you could even sacrifice the equipment it's wearing to give it +2/+0.
It's true. I think I'm going to start like 5th-ish on this. But I feel like there must be decks where this is just terrible. Like, I don't want this in red-blue.
Yeah, agree. But I think I could see it in red-black or red-white for sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Swarming Goblins. 4 in red for a 4/3 goblin. When it enters the battlefield, roll a d20, create a 1/1 red goblin, create 2 tokens, create 3 tokens.
It's a Borderland Minotaur. It's not. It costs 5 mana.
Yeah, it's at least a 5/4, and it might be better.
Yeah, this isn't bad. And it's goblins. If you've got yourself a hobgoblin boss, or you've got yourself a whatchamacallit, a battle cry goblin, this is even more goblins.
Yeah, which I don't hate. Like the fail case of this is essentially a 5 mana 5/4 that's a little bit better on blocks and a little bit worse on attacks. I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I feel like I
Um,
can generally find better cards, but I'm not going to be upset to put this as one of my few 5 drops in red decks usually.
yeah, I think I'm down with that. So that puts us on mostly wheeling this,
Yeah.
unless we're valuing the goblins highly. Tiger Tribe Hunter is 3 red red for a 4/4 human barbarian with trample. It has pack tactics. You can sacrifice another creature. When you do, Tiger Tribe Hunter deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to target creature.
This seems real good. And I guess this is another sack outlet for the sack deck.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
5
it's
mana,
self-contained within red.
yeah, 5 mana 4/4 trample, and you get to probably shoot out one of their blockers before blocking happens. I think I'm
As
like
long as you got
second.
something to throw away. I
Yeah.
could pick this highly.
Yeah, I think I'm on like second, third pick here.
Same. I think the sack deck's real, man.
God, I hope it is.
Unexpected Windfall is 2 red red for an instant. Discard a card, draw 2 cards, and create 2 treasure tokens.
Would you play a 4 mana spell that makes 2 treasure tokens?
Absolutely not. This
What
does
if
significantly more than that.
it draws 2 cards for throwing away a land?
Yeah.
It seems
This
fine.
is inspiration in red, and it ramps you.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, this is actually probably more than fine.
Yeah.
Upwards of approaching good.
Eh, it's between fine and good.
It's
Yeah, it's a Pirate's
food.
Pillage that's instant, and we played Pirate's Pillage sometimes, and that was okay.
Yeah.
So I think we're relatively happy with this, and I'll probably play one. I'm not going to value it incredibly highly, but if I see one of these coming around on the wheel, maybe we just slide it right on in there.
Yeah. Agreed.
The instant sells it for me too, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
Valor Singer is 2 and a red for a 2/3 tie fling bard. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn.
It's a 3/3 for 3. That's fine. And if you've got a flyer or something better to put that +1 on, go ahead. It's fine. You'll put these into your deck. You're not going to waste a real pick on it.
I agree. It's not quite a 3/3 for 3 because it's not going to be able to block a
Oh, yeah.
4/3. Like, it is what it is, but it's still fine.
Yeah.
Wish is 2 and a red for a sorcery. You may play a card you own from outside the game. That means our sideboard and limited.
I wish my rare was a different card.
Yeah, kind of me too, because if it was a good one, I'd just have it in the deck.
Yeah.
If I've got some incredibly good sideboard cards, maybe there's a scenario where you could do this, but be aware you still have to cast the card.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like wishes in limited unless they're doing something real good with it, but this is not. So I'm never picking this.
Yeah, gonna pass. Zorn is 2 and a red for a 3/2 elemental. If you would create 1 or more treasure tokens, create those tokens plus an additional token.
Sure. Vanilla 3/2 for 3 is fine. And if I'm in black red, I'm making treasures for sure. If I'm in red, I'm making some treasures. Why not have an extra one?
Yeah, but I'm not picking this high enough to get to actually play it.
Yeah, I don't want it any higher than like 6, then it's a rare. So people are going to grab it. If I'm in black
Fair.
red treasures by pack 2 or pack 3, then sure, I'll think about first pick.
Okay.
But that pack is
What
going
if
to
you-
need to not have black or red removal in it as well.
Yeah, because I'd rather have that. So I would play this. I just don't see where I'm ever going to pick it. You come to a Knoll camp. Is 1 and a red for an instant. Choose 1. Up to 2 target creatures can't block this turn, or target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn.
So is this where I roll for initiative?
Yes, John. Roll for initiative.
Cool. This is fine. Sometimes it'll be a magmatic chasm or whatever. Your opponent has 2 creatures. You go, haha, you're dead. You can't block. Other times it's going to be a fine combat trick, not a great combat trick. This isn't amazing. I think you can wheel this, but I'm not going to feel upset putting one of these in my aggro deck.
Yeah, if I'm in an aggro deck, I'll play one of these. Otherwise, I don't really want it.
Yeah.
All right, you find some prisoners. One in a red for an instant. Choose one, destroy target artifact, or exile the top three cards of target opponent's library. Choose one of them. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast it.
I think I only want this in my sideboard as destroy target artifact. I don't
It's
think I
interesting,
want.
though. Yeah.
It's one in a red draw card, right?
hmm Which functionally makes this destroy target artifact with cycling.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
And I would be relatively happy to play that in this set. So I think I might actually take this fifth pick and just put it in the deck. If I have this in my opener, I will probably just cycle it on turn two. It's instant. I can do that. And then pick a 2 or a 3 drop from their deck and play it and be like, okay, we did the thing. And if
Or
I
even
top
the
deck it
land that you
later,
want.
blow, yeah, or get a land, right? And if that doesn't work, okay, cool. We've got an artifact removal spell in the main deck.
Yeah, you sold me. You sold me.
Okay, cool.
I don't think I'm going fifth pick, but I'll do 6 through 8 and I'll main deck it.
You see a pair of goblins. 2 in a red for an instant. Choose one. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn, or create 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens.
So Trumpet Blast has been made completely obsolete, yeah?
Well, at uncommon, I suppose it
Yeah.
should.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, this is good. Like, it's Trumpet Blast when you want a Trumpet Blast if you've already gone wide with goblins or whatnot. It's goblins if you want goblins. I don't hate this. I'm not spending a very real pick on it, but there's a lot of decks that this is exactly what they're going to want.
Yeah, I could see this going a little bit higher in pack 2 or 3, as we've seen in some cases. But I don't think I'm picking this very highly early.
Yeah.
All right, Zalto Fire Giant Duke is 3 red for a 7/3 trample giant barbarian. When it is dealt damage, venture into the dungeon.
7/3, eh? So it's attacking once.
Yep. They're
But
taking some damage, and you're getting into the dungeon.
that seems fine. It's again it's not a rare that I want, but it's a rare that I'll get. I'll play this, I'll put this in every deck. I don't want to pick it first pick. I want to pick it like fifth-ish. But if I do that, I'm never going to pick it.
Yeah, I think it's probably something that you'll first pick unless there's an amazing uncommon removal spell. Like Power Word Kill and this in the same pack. Like maybe we can talk.
Yeah, and if you ramp to this on like turn 4, there's a possibility they're not going to be able to block and kill it that turn.
They're probably
It's
going to be able to block
unlikely.
and kill at that turn. But you might get a 2-for-1 in that case if they don't have a 3/1.
Yeah, and if you've got any combat tricks, throw this in red, white, and give it a Paladin Shield.
There you go. Now we're talking. And you can even get more dungeon delving.
Yeah.
All right. And I think the last red card is Zariel Archduck of Avernus, which is some sort of duck planeswalker. 2 red for 4 loyalty, +1 creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain haste. 0, create a 1/1 red devil creature token that pings things when it dies. And -6 emblem. At the end of the first combat phase on your turn, untap target creature you control and get another combat phase.
It's kind of like Tybalt in disguise, at least the 0.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, this is another one of these planeswalkers that I don't feel is like busted planeswalker, but it's still very good and I'm still first picking it.
Yeah, I'm going to first pick this too. The dungeon mechanic we went over earlier in the review, Manaran, it might be worth a Google or going back and watching the beginning, but essentially you can pick from one of 3 dungeons to explore, and to get through them, you have to have cards like Zalto that will enable them. It looks primarily to be a black-white mechanic from what I've seen so far. All of the colors are going to be doing it some. Is that all the red?
That is all the red. We just have green to do.
Okay, well, let's take a potty break and then maybe plow through green and call it a stream.
Sure, sounds good.
All right, I'll be right back, y'all.
Up first, we've got Boulette. 3 and a green for a creature beast at common. It's a 3/3 at the beginning of your end step. If a creature died this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Boulette.
There was a cat that did this in a core set or something that I liked.
I don't recall it offhand, but I feel like I've seen something that does this. But this seems to be
Yeah,
what.
it untapped. The cat did, which was obviously better than this, but like,
Yeah, it's a hill giant that isn't a hill giant for very long, right?
yeah, Sabretooth something or another, chat members. But like the idea with this is we would just play, we would attack with something, trade it off, and then play this as a 4 mana 4/4 that's threatening to get bigger,
Yeah,
right?
I like this a fair
So
bit.
it's obviously worse than Sabretooth Mauler, but it seems fine. I would play this. I don't think I'm picking it incredibly highly, but if I see this, I don't know, seventh and I'm in green, come on, let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed. Up next is Bull's Strength. Bull's Strength is 1 and a green for an instant at common. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. Untap it.
That's not bad.
Yeah, we've got a trample combat trick we have to keep in mind.
I like that. And as much as I've railed against using combat tricks defensively, when it's one your opponent isn't expecting that untaps a creature, all of a sudden that can be pretty valuable. So I think I'm interested in having one of these in a lot of green decks, not necessarily everyone. I'll probably be looking to wield them, but I'd like to have access to one of these.
Yeah, I'm all in on having at least one of these, we'll say. Up next is Choose Your Weapon. Choose Your Weapon is 2 and a green for an instant at uncommon. Choose one. Double target creature's power and toughness until end of turn, or this spell deals 5 damage to target creature with flying.
Wow.
It's
Uh,
it's best of one design.
It is best of one design. So obviously, as a sideboard card for a flyer, I would be pretty interested in this. Although it's worth noting, we've seen flyers in literally every color.
Mm-hmm.
They're at uncommon in some colors, but they do seem to be out there. Doubling target creature's power and toughness could potentially just close a game out of nowhere. Like this is your uncaged furry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So I
doubling your flyer that's like a 3/3, doubling your trampler. You main deck this every time, right?
yeah, I think you do. Or your opponent's like, sure, I'll take 6. I'm at 14. And you're like, okay, cool. Now you're at 2.
Yeah. How high are they picking it?
I don't know. I want to take it about 7th, but that may be not high enough.
I hope 7th is right. I hope it's not picked higher than that. I want to use real picks on better stuff than this.
Same, but I mean, this is probably also just this kills like every bomb. I don't know about all that. But it's going to kill creatures that matter or win you a combat.
Yeah. Yeah, it might have to go upwards of like maybe even 5th.
I think that's probably where it should be. Now, once I know I'm in green, I'm happier to take it a little higher than that potentially.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Up next is Circle of Dreams Druid. Circle of Dreams Druid is green, green, green for a creature elf druid at rare. It's a 2/1 with tap, add green for each creature you control.
I don't want this. I feel like by the time I can cast it, it's not giving me as much of an advantage as I might want in ramping. Now, if I'm ramping to something incredibly large, possibly we can talk about this.
Yeah, a lot of people
And
are
if
going to
you,
think of Gaia's Cradle from Commander, and Gaia's Cradle is just not going to do what you want to do in limited, especially
yeah,
not on a 2/1 for green, green, green.
6/7 drop on turn 4. Yeah, if you can cast green, 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 which I don't know that you can do. So that would be my concern. If you somehow have a mono green deck or a deck that has 13 forests in it, by all means go ahead. But I'm not going to pick this high enough to get to play with it.
Yeah, I don't think I really want it, and I'll never see it because I'm not first picking this. Up next
Same.
is Druida do Circula de Lua. Do
I
I have any
actually
fish
know
for
what
this?
this does. It's
Oh yeah, it's an
2 and a
Alpine
green
Grizzly,
for
right?
a 2/4, and then it turns into a 4/2 on your turn.
Yeah, so on your turn it's an Alpine Grizzly. Off your turn it's a 2/4. What do you think?
It seems great to me. Like when you could attack, it's a good attacker, and when you need to block, it's a good blocker. What an incredibly flexible card.
Yep, agreed. I like it. It's a nice little filler here. I will
Yeah, when we
say,
talk about it's 3 mana too, dude. Like we talk
yeah,
about 2 mana 2/3s being playable. This is a 3 mana 2/4.
yeah, 3 mana 2/4 is good. I remember the zombies from Amonkhet, and 3 mana 4/2 is an Alpine Grizzly from Cons.
Yeah, like this looks like a solid common. It's not something I'm going to go nuts over. Like I probably would play 2 of the. I'd consider it a good green deck if I've got 2 of these in the 3 drop slot.
Yeah. This is an example of that green-blue rare that copies creatures you've never played before. We've got human elf druids here. I'm
We
curious
sure
how
do.
quickly we run out of creature types, but we've also got beasts in boulettes and such.
And wolves, apparently.
It's true. Up next is Compelled Duel. I'm going to guess you don't have this one.
I do not.
I can always tell because the WotC cards are a different size than the Scryfall size. There you go. Compelled Duel is 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn and must be blocked this turn if able.
Yeah, sorcery speed is killing this for me. I've talked about not liking provoke. This is an edict in limited, and it can't even necessarily kill something that's tapped. So I don't want to play this.
Yeah, I don't want to play it either. Sorcery speed is not what I want for my +3/+3 tricks. I don't want to give my opponent massive forewarning of what's going to hopefully happen. I don't want to play this.
Yeah, same.
Up next is Dire Wolf Prowler. Dire Wolf Prowler is 2 and a green for a creature wolf at common. It's a 2/2. Pay 1 and a green. Dire Wolf Prowler gets +2/+2 and gains haste until end of turn. Activate only once each turn.
Man, if that was a 2/2 with that ability for 2 mana, or it was a 2/3 or a 3/2, I think there's a lot to like about that threat of activation. It's nice and cheap. But the fact that you have to activate it for this card to do anything makes me kind of just not want to play it.
Yeah, 3 mana 2/2 is not what I want to be playing. By the time we're getting into combat, it's a 4/4 on turn 4 that I've had to put in 5 mana for. It's not great.
Yeah.
It might make
I'm
my
gonna
deck if I
pass
need
on
a
this one.
card, but I can get it last pick or so.
This makes me feel like if I'm playing this, green wasn't open, and I have a worse version of. I could have drafted a better deck.
Yeah. Also, what is up with all of the activate only once? What? Why that? I want to know the game design reason for that. Up next, we've got Druid class. Druid class is 1 and a green for an enchantment class at uncommon. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. Level 2, 2 and a green, you may play an additional land on each of your turns. Level 3, 4 and a green, when this class becomes level 3, target land you control becomes a creature with haste, and this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of lands you control. It's still a land.
We're not really ramping with this. We can play an extra land, but if I don't have extra lands, I'm not really getting any value out of that.
Yeah,
So this
it's very common for people to read additional land on each turn and think, haha, I'm going to play 2 lands every turn. But if you're doing that, you have nothing in your hand.
Yeah, so I think a lot of what this is actually doing, Amy's stealing my thunder, but it's giving me a repeatable life gain trigger for those white cards that care about life gain.
Yeah.
And then while that's happening, as my curve permits, I can work my way towards an arbitrarily large green creature.
Yeah, so you're looking to multi-class Druid Cleric.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm looking to do. So I think I want this specifically in green white, unless I see some life gain payoff somewhere else. But I'm not going to. We've been through all the colors. Yeah, this is a green white card. I could see first picking this once I know that I'm green white, but I'm probably not going to take it until then.
Yeah, agreed. I want to see this pack 2, pack 3 when I'm in green white. I don't want to play this in any other green deck, I don't think.
There you go. We found it.
Up next is Eliwick Tumblestrum. Eliwick Tumblestrum is 2 green for a legendary planeswalker Eliwick at Mythic. She starts with 4 loyalty, +1 venture into the dungeon, -2 look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. If it's legendary, you gain 3 life. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. -7, you get an emblem with creatures you control have trample and haste and get +2/+2 for each differently named dungeon you've completed.
I mean, we're first picking this, eh?
Yeah, it's the best repeatable venturing we've ever seen. She doesn't defend herself, but that's why you play creatures. And if you do ever emblem, hey, you probably win. Does it get trample?
And if entering into the dungeon isn't good enough to defend her, just -2 or take some time off and go get some creatures.
Yep. Easy.
You're going to find one in the top 6.
Oh, yeah, easily. Modern Joes, if you're looking for a tier list, you're not going to find one here. Up next is Eltergard Ranger. Elterguard Ranger is 4 and a green for a creature human elf ranger at common. It's a 4/1 with reach. When Elterguard Ranger enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token.
So this is a 6/3,
It is a 6/3.
but it's spread out so you can block with the 2/2, and the 4/1 can block something that matters.
There you go, Joes. You found it. Yeah. So it's
Let us take a moment and explain why we don't do tier lists.
like
So what we're doing here is trying to initially evaluate these cards and tell you where you should pick them in the draft. And there's a lot of context in that. I personally feel that when somebody makes a tier list, they're cheating you and shortchanging you from allowing you to learn the fundamentals of limited and what makes a card good and a high pick versus what makes a card too situational to see play. So I don't typically go through and do a tier list. If you'd like to talk about drafting fundamentals, exclamation point joy will get you there. But this card on card evaluation, people who want to dig in deeper, that's what John and I are attempting to do here.
there we go. So this is sort of like, this is a really bad plummet with a 2/2 attached to it, sort of. Except also sometimes you just get to attack with it. I don't know what to think about this card.
I don't either. This is a weird freaking card, dude. I don't think it's another one of those cards where I'm like, I can't say anything bad about this, but I don't think I want to play it.
Yeah, there's just better cards.
But like it's a 4/1 and it comes in with a 2/2. I know that's a little bit difficult to see here. Yeah, if you could blink it, you get to make a 2/2 every turn. That's not that exciting. I guess the idea is we've seen a lot of 4 toughness dragons, so you can play this to trade off with their dragon and have a wolf left over.
Yeah, it kills all the uncommon dragons.
So like
But
maybe we have one of these in the deck and aren't embarrassed about it, but I'm also not thrilled about it.
yeah, I guess I wouldn't hate 1, but I definitely would hate 2.
The 4/2 spider cost 3. This costs 5.
Yeah, and
That's
we've
real
got
different.
and we've got plummet coming up, and we saw 5 damage to a flyer, and
Yeah, I don't think I need this. I don't think I need that.
yeah. All right. Up next is Find the Path. Find the Path is 2 and a green for an enchantment aura at common enchant land. When Find the Path enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. Enchanted land has tap, add green.
I don't think I like this either unless I'm in blue-green. I think this is a secret blue-green card. Because blue-green wasn't really stocked with ways to venture into the dungeon, but it did seem interested in getting a lot of mana and having mana for mana sinks, like that dude you wanted to make unblockable. There was some other way to make things unblockable. There was big stuff to cast randomly. So I think this might be a blue-green plant. And once I'm blue-green, I might be looking to snag one of these 6th pick. But prior to that, I didn't see anything else that really made me want to ramp that much. Because I'd rather just have the 3 mana rock, generally speaking.
Yeah, I agree. The 3 mana rock, you could at least repeatedly venture if you get to that point of the game. Here, the venture is nearly meaningless on this card, and ramping at 3 for the cost of a card is not really what I'm super in the market for either. I don't think I want to play this too much unless I have some sort of crazy big end game plan that needs a lot of mana. Because it doesn't even fix,
decidedly
right?
worse than the map. Like even in green, I'm like, I'd rather just have the map.
Yeah.
All right, so there we go. Your tier list is pick the dungeon map over the find the path.
I believe that's called S tier.
There you go.
Up next is Froghemoth, or Froghemoth, I suppose. Froghemoth is 3 green for a creature frog horror at rare. It's a 4/4 trample haste. Whenever Froghemoth deals combat damage to a player, exile up to that many target cards from their graveyard. Put a +1/+1 counter on Froghemoth for each creature card exiled this way. You gain 1 life for each non-creature card exiled this way.
I mean, I'm first picking that.
Easy first pick. Worst case, it's a 4/4 trample haste for 5 and their graveyard's empty. Oh no, it's still a good creature.
Yeah, and the fact that they just don't see it coming is just like, haha, got you.
Yeah, and their graveyard is unlikely to be empty. You're gonna, 1 counter on this, and this card is fantastic for its mana cost. And if you get more, then you're just off to the races.
Agree.
Up next is Knoll Hunter. Knoll Hunter is 1 and a green for a creature Knoll at common. It's a 2/2 with pack tactics. It gets a +1/+1 counter when you attack with a big band of attackers.
Seems serviceable. Looks like it might be a little bit better in green-red, but I think any of your green decks would be happy to play this. I'm not picking it incredibly early, but I'll put it in the deck.
Yeah, base 2/2 for 2, and we're gonna hopefully get a counter on this. We get 1 counter, and I'm very happy with it. I'll pick it.
Yeah.
I'll pick it definitely pre-wheel. I think it's on 7 or 8.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say wheel it and like, oh yeah, I need a 2-drop. Let's grab him.
Yeah, that works too. Up next is Green Dragon. Green Dragon is 4 green for a creature dragon at uncommon. It's a 4/4 flyer. When it ETBs until end of turn, whenever a creature an opponent controls is dealt damage, destroy it.
I like this one a little better because it's 6 mana for a 4/4, and you can swing team if you want to.
Yeah, because their blocks are gonna suck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this just seems good, and you're in green. You've got some ramp options. This seems like a high pick. It's definitely better than the like 7-drop dragons that we saw.
Yeah, I think it's way better than the 7-drop dragons because you don't even need to ramp that much to get to 6. Like that's just like cast it at a certain point.
I'm on at least a 4th pick. I think I'd be okay 3rd picking this.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Oh yeah, it'd be really cool with the skeleton generation, Dom. Yeah, I can dig this.
Mm-hmm. Up next is Hill Giant Herd Gorger. Hill Giant Herd Gorger is not a 3/3 for 4. It's 4 green for a 7/6 creature giant at common. When Hill Giant Herd Gorger enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life.
Meh.
It's Honey Mammoth, basically, right? You lose 1 point of life for 1 power.
Yeah, which is, I suppose, a fair trade. If you need an arbitrarily large thing to cast, you can. I think a lot of board states would rather have the dragon, but I mean, it is big, and the life gain being incidental is kind of nice.
Yep, it exists, but I think you can wheel it. You can wheel the one that you would want.
Yeah, if you want one, you can probably find one. I think they should have put Colossal Dreadmaw in this set, and it could have fit flavorfully. But
Up next is Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark is 3 and a green for an instant at uncommon. This spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a blue permanent you don't control. This spell can't be countered. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control.
So this is just upgraded Hunt the Wake.
This is Bite, not Fight.
Oh, holy crap. This is incredibly upgraded Hunt the Wake.
This card's nuts, and the blue clause of this is not an anti-blue card.
This is just the card you're playing. And it's instant speed too?
Yeah, it's kind of nuts.
Oh my god. So I could win a combat and snipe something you'd attacked me with last turn. Okay, I'm first picking this.
Yeah, strong first pick. It's real good.
Okay, let's do it.
Up next is Inspiring Bard. Inspiring Bard is 3 and a green for a creature elf bard at common. It's a 3/3. When it ETBs, pick one. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn, or you gain 3 life.
So there were some life gain shenanigans that we saw. This is enabling that. And the inspiration is probably going to enable an attack you didn't have before. This looks fine. I'm not excited about it, but I'm not embarrassed to have one in the deck. So if it wheels and I'm in green, let's grab it.
Yeah, I think green-white especially will be okay with one of these, but there's also just better cards, so wheel it. Up next is
if you've got the Angel Book, you need to value this highly.
Yeah. Up next is Instrument of the Bards. Instrument of the Bards is a single green mana for a legendary artifact at rare. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may put a harmony counter on Instrument of the Bards. Pay 3 and a green tap. Search your library for a creature card with mana value equal to the number of harmony counters on Instrument of the Bards. Reveal it and put it into your hand. If that card was legendary, make a treasure token, then shuffle.
Okay, so a long time ago, we had a card named Yisan the Wandering Bard. It was in a core set. And I remember it fondly because KYT watched me win a game with Yisan that I had no business winning and called me Yisan for a long, long time. The text is kind of similar to that, except you've got to dump so much mana into this to start drawing cards. Like, I think this is terrible.
Why do you have to dump so much mana into it? You have to dump time into it.
It's a May. and it gets the counters automatically. Okay. So I don't have to tap it to put that. It's instant speed. It's not a body.
It's not a body, and like if you top deck this to get something good out of your deck, you're looking 3 turns, 4 turns in the future. It doesn't even start with a counter on it. It's going to take a long. I don't like this card. It's going to take a long time to do the thing.
Okay, so it's not so much mana, it's just so much time.
Yeah. Which, if you can have this in your opening hand on turn 1 every single game with a forest.
Oh, heck yeah, I'm playing it every time. And then we can just like eventually start searching out things that we want. Top decking it's bad and fitting it in turn 4 is not even good.
Yeah, I don't want to play this card.
I don't think I do either. But I can see that there's some value there.
I can see the value. I'll lose to somebody who does have this on turn 1 every single time, but that's magic.
It doesn't put it onto the battlefield. It's not an Aether Vial. It puts it into your hand.
Mm-hmm. Which is also slow. You still have to cast that creature then.
Yeah, so it's adding 4 mana. It's 4 mana, draw a card with some selection.
Yeah.
I don't think I like it.
Yeah, I'm never going to play it.
Yeah, I'm not either. I'm not going to take it high enough to get to play it.
Yeah. Up next is Intrepid Outlander. Intrepid Outlander is 1 and a green for a creature Orc Ranger at uncommon. It's a 2/3 with reach. It's got pack tactics. You venture into the dungeon when you attack with a big group of people.
I mean, 2 mana, 2/3 reach seems great.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And we just get to casually venture.
Yeah, by the time we get to attack with it, I mean, the challenge is like at that point, it's possible that this doesn't have a good attack, which is a little awkward, but like it's not bad to have. But yeah, I like this. I could see fourth picking this.
Yeah, I think I'd happily fourth pick it. This seems like a card I want. Seems good. It's a good uncommon.
Yeah, I mainly just want it because of the stat line. Like as far as 2-drops go, this one's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Brightside, thanks for that Prime sub. Up next is Loathsome Troll. Loathsome Troll is 3 green for a creature troll at uncommon. It's a 6/2. Pay 3 and a green, roll a d20. Activate it only if it's in your graveyard. 1 through 9, put it on top of your library. 10 through 19, put it into your hand. 20, put it on the battlefield, tapped.
This is some solid recursion, which I like. The 2 toughness means that it's incredibly easy to trade with. I don't really ever want to put it on the top of my library, but most of the time it's going to go to my hand. I don't know. I'm just scared that I'm going to be in a situation where I need blockers. I suppose at that point I just don't get it back. I feel like I could grind out a game with this. I'm starting to come around on it.
I'm super torn on if I like it or don't, because it's still 9 mana to recur this, unless you're hitting a 20.
Yeah, but that's fine. You don't have to recur it. Like they play a 4/4, you can trade it off. It's something that they're going to have to block it. Like they can't just sit and take 6 damage every couple of turns. And if I got something better to do with my mana, I'll just do that. But if I don't, sure, I can get this back.
Yeah, you can recur it when you can do it when you want and not do it when you don't want to. It is instant speed for the roll, so you can pay the 3 and a green on their turn and recast this on your turn. I think I like it.
I think I like it too. I don't think there's any comparison with this in Pilgrim of the Ages. I love you, chat, but this card is very different than that.
And hey, we've got a +2/+2 trample trick. You want an 8/4 trample?
Yeah, we could do that too. Like you can finish out a game with this, and this is encouraging me that it's grindy. I kept expecting to see something like this enters the battlefield tapped, but it's not there.
Only if you hit a 20, but do that on their turn, and it's not even a downside.
Yeah, that's just pure upside. So I think I like this, and I think I could see taking it as high as 4th.
Yeah, I think I'll go like 4th through 6th. It's somewhere in there. I think it's a good card.
I think it is too.
Up next is Long Rest. Kind of what I could go for right now. X green. For a sorcery, at rare, return X target cards with different mana values from your graveyard to your hand. If 8 or more cards were returned this way, good luck. Your life total becomes equal to your starting life total. Exile Long Rest.
So there was a card similar to this in Kaladesh, right?
I don't recall the name if there was.
There was. It was like XX green, return X cards from your graveyard to your hand. And
Oh,
you could,
Wildest Dreams?
yeah, Wildest Dreams.
Couldn't you
And that
pick
was
for that?
pretty good. Pardon?
You could pick what cards, right?
Yeah, you can pick with this too.
Yeah, but they've got to be all different mana values.
Sure, but it's limited. You're playing twos, threes, and fours, right?
Yeah, so at best you could return for 6 mana, you could return a 2, a 3, and a 4. I guess that's not awful.
Yeah, that seems okay to me. I mean, you need to be heavy green, but this is also something you'd be doing incredibly late. So I look at this as like you can play some card draw in decks like the expensive card draw that's not looking to help you hit land drops. Like sometimes I'm concerned about ramping into nothing. So if we're going to build a rampy deck, we can build a rampy deck and have a card like this. So if we've ramped into our good stuff and they've killed it, well, we'll just get it back and do it again. I think I would be relatively happy to pick this early once I know I'm in a green rampy deck, like pack 2 or 3. And if I see this like fourth or fifth pick, I'm probably going to grab it and see if that sort of deck is open. Because I won a lot of games with Wildest Dreams.
Yeah, I think I'll have to see how it plays. It's kind of like that blue one that draws cards based on mana values. I always get very hesitant on requiring a very specific graveyard.
Sure, and I do too, but like that one compares unfavorably against Inspiration, what's already in the set, right? Like if we're
Yeah,
playing blue, we've got already got access to better card draw. This is something that green just doesn't get.
yeah. This is one green, green, green. Return a card
Yeah, which is
of any
already
mana
good.
value.
Like regrowth is functionally demonic tutor. Like that's what I learned from Strixhaven. Regrowth is always good in all of your green decks. So
Yeah,
worst case scenario for this, it's an incredibly late rebuy your removal spell. I would already play that.
yeah,
And provided we're ramping and trading off some creatures and I can get some more value, I'm pretty interested in this.
yeah. I'll give this a go. I'll give this a go. I think you talked me up.
Excellent.
Up next is Lurking Roper. These are the people on Arena, right? That take all your time.
Yes.
Lurking Roper, 2 and a green for a creature horror, uncommon. It's a 4/5. It doesn't untap during your untap step. Whenever you gain life, untap Lurking Roper.
All right, but it comes into play untapped.
Yeah. So just don't attack with it.
That
Or
seems
attack with
good.
it when you know you can gain life.
Yeah, I'll play
Like this
that.
is
This is
ludicrously undercosted.
yeah, that's a stat line, yo.
And then yeah, you find repeatable life gain. You know you have life gain in your hand because you get to look at your hand while casting cards. You give this lifelink, you give something lifelink. I think this is good.
Yeah, I would pick this relatively highly. Like just the fact that I can get it down early as a blocker, presumably I have other ways to finish the game. And if you happen to have a druid class in your deck somewhere, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, I'm on like fourth for this.
Yeah, me too. Let's go.
All right, up next is Neverwinter Dryad. You're going to need this one.
Yarp.
There you go. Neverwinter Dryad is a single green mana for a creature Dryad at common. It's a 1/1. Pay 2 and sacrifice it. Search your library for a basic forest, put it on the battlefield tapped, then shovel.
I like this.
It's very good. I found a
This
1/1
is
for one that I like.
yeah, like if you get it on turn one, cool, you can attack with it and then get your land when you're ready to. Maybe even that turn, it doesn't have to tap to do this. I can block something and sacrifice it. It's not quite rampant growth because it's not getting us any land. It's not helping you splash. But it is helping you get to those double greens, triple greens if you're playing any of those, and it is ramping you. So yeah, it's got Steve vibes. That's good if you remember the Tribe Elder. I think I like this guy. I'm probably not going nuts to grab it early, but I'm certainly not embarrassed to have this in the deck.
Yeah, 2 mana is where I want my ramp. I'm all in on this. Like, it's not even the literal, like, you top deck this late. Okay, you thin your deck by 1 card, which is not a huge thing, but it does something. It's not just a 1/1 that you don't need. I'm going to pick this 6th through 8th. I think it's pre-wheel, but you might also see them on the wheel now and then.
Free will, but just barely.
Yeah. Up next is Ochre Jelly. Ochre Jelly. That is on my big monitor here. That's very realistic looking slime.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, the slime is a little disturbing.
Ochre Jelly is X and a green for a creature ooze, so it cannot be eaten by a gelatinous cube. At rare, it's a 0/0 with trample. Ochre Jelly enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. When Ochre Jelly dies, if it had 2 or more +1/+1 counters on it, create a token that's a copy of it at the beginning of the next end step. The token enters the battlefield with half that many +1/+1 counters on it, rounded down.
I mean, this seems great.
Seems amazing.
You're not ready for this jelly. I would agree with you there. So generally speaking, X creatures are really good. 1 and an X creatures are not always as good because you really need to be casting this for at least 4 to be happy, which makes it a 5-drop.
Yeah.
Because a 3/3 that dies into a 1/1 kind of sucks. Nobody's excited about that. And casting this on turn 3 as a 2/2 is obviously not very good either. But we've already seen a couple reasons to be rampant in green. So let's just make it as big as we can. Make this the last thing that you cast unless you absolutely have to. I'm first picking this.
Yeah, easy first pick.
Seems
That
like
is
it'll
a
be easy
ramp
to get
target
extra
that I want.
mana in green too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Up next is Old Gnawbone. Old Gnawbone is 5 green for a legendary creature dragon. At Mythic, it's a 7/7 flyer. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, create that many treasure tokens.
Okay, and that is that equal to the amount of damage that I dealt or the creatures that dealt the damage?
I believe that refers to the damage.
Okay. So, I mean, that's infinite treasures, but I probably don't need them. I've already got 7 mana.
Yeah, who wants to ramp at 7?
But that being said, green seems like it's a little more likely to be able to cast the 7-drop dragons than the other, and it is a 7/7 flyer. Like it blocks everything you could possibly need it to block, and it will kill them relatively quickly. I'm probably going to pick this pretty highly too, and then try to ramp into it.
Yeah, I think this is a fairly easy first pick for me. This is a 7-drop dragon, but it looks like in green in this set, this is a 6-drop dragon. Maybe even a 5-drop dragon.
Yeah, and if you can do that, you're probably going to win with it.
Yeah, for sure. Doesn't even die to the plummet effects we've seen so far because they dealt damage. Up next is Owlbear. Owlbear is 3 green for a creature bird bear. It's a common 4/4 trample, and when it ETBs, draw a card.
Is it giving us the thumbs up?
I think so.
Yeah, this is my 5-drop slot, and I want all of them.
Yeah, 4/4 trample is decent stats. Drawing a card at 5, you're probably starting to run out of cards. Why not have another card?
Yeah, it's no Gorilla Shaman, but it's pretty close, and I think I'm pretty happy with this. So yeah, Owl bear me in. I think I'm probably starting to grab these as early as 5th once I know I'm green.
Definitely. All right, next up, we've got a card that you will need in Discord. It's pretty complicated. Plummet is 1 and a green for an instant at common that destroys target creature with flying.
This is a solid sideboard card. You should take it and put it in your sideboard.
Is there any question about main decking a Plummet in a dragon set?
Not when we've got better kill flyer spells in green. You should main deck those.
Agreed. This is not Cons of Tarkir. We've got anti-flyer hate everywhere. Or not Cons of Tarkir, Dragons of Tarkir. Up next is Prosperous Innkeeper, one of the first preview cards we got. Prosperous Innkeeper is 1 and a green for a creature halfling citizen at uncommon. It's a 1/1 when it ETBs, make a treasure. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life.
I think I only want this in green-white life gain, and the payoffs didn't seem that great in green-white life gain that I want to go in that. It was kind of just that stupid unicorn.
Yeah, it's the unicorn and the class that turns everything into a unicorn or whatever you want. And then there's the green-white person who's not a unicorn but is a unicorn.
Yeah. So like if you're in that deck, these should be going by relatively late because like a 2-mana 1/1 that makes a treasure is not good enough.
Yeah, agreed.
But if you're in that deck, then sure, go ahead, gobble this up.
Yeah, I think I want this pack 2, pack 3 when I have figured out that I'm going to go into Selesnya.
Yeah, agree.
Up next is Purple Worm. Purple Worm is 5 green for a creature worm at uncommon. It's an 8/7. This spell costs 2 less to cast if a creature died this turn. Ward 2.
Where's the trample?
Yeah, on the combat trick.
I mean, it's pretty freaking big though, right?
It's an abyss,
Yeah, this is arbitrarily large enough that I want it.
and
And
it might be a
casting it for
5 drop.
5, yeah, it being a 5 drop is kind of a big deal.
We've got sack outlets. We can just make sure something dies when we want it to.
Yeah, I'm probably taking this one relatively highly. It's big.
Yeah, I think I've got to do this like fourth-ish pick, fourth, fifth,
Maybe third.
maybe third. Wow.
There's a
I don't.
lot of ramp here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know that I'm putting this in green white, but green black would have my sack outlets to make sure it's turned on. Most of my green should anyways have ramp. Green blue, I think I'll have my ramp. Yeah, it's a high pick.
Yeah, let's do it.
Just pick yourself up one of those trample combat tricks.
Or just abyss them every turn. Sounds good.
That's also something you could do. Up next is Ranger Class. Ranger Class is 1 and a green for an enchantment class at rare. When Ranger Class enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token, level 2, 1 and a green. Whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature, level 3, 3 and a green. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast creature spells from the top of your library.
Okay, we're first picking that one.
Can you imagine if all the classes were this powerful?
Why would you be anything other than a ranger?
Ranger's amazing. This is my absolute favorite class by far.
Yeah, this is the best one. Easy peasy. First pick it, win the game.
Easy. You probably don't have Ranger's Longbow.
I do not.
There you go. Ranger's Longbow is 1 and a green for an artifact equipment at common. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has reach. Equip for 3.
That sucks.
Yep. Equip 3 is too much. And it's not even red-white. I don't want this card. It kills
Yeah, I don't want
flyers,
it
but
either.
so does all the other cards we've already seen.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Hard F for that one. Up next, we've got Scaled Herbalist. Scaled Herbalist is 1 and a green for a creature lizard druid at common. It's a 1/3. Tap. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield.
So we functionally had this card in Dominaria.
Yeah, this
And
card actually tells me that this was clearly a core set at some point, and then they had to put the D&D flavor on top of it. This absolutely at some point was Llanowar Scout.
Yeah, this was Llanowar Scout. That said, Llanowar Scout was okay in Dominaria. It didn't particularly block a lot of things. We've seen some 2/2s. We've seen some 3/1s that we would be interested in blocking, which I dig. And if you can turn to this, block with it, and put a land into play, I'm usually pretty happy with it. But it's kind of filling that, hey, I need a couple 2 drops, let's grab one role. It doesn't do anything late, so it's not super high priority. If these wheel, you can grab them, you can play them, it's okay.
Yeah, it's a deep wheel, and a lot of people do get. We already talked about this, how people really want to put those extra lands in, and they want to constantly be putting those extra lands in. But if you're doing that, your hand is nothing but lands. It's not helping that much. Wheel this late. Up next, where I'm going backwards, there we go, is Spoils of the Hunt. Spoils of the Hunt is 2 and a green for an instant at common. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn for each mana from a treasure that was spent to cast this spell. Then that creature deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls.
So this is just instant speed bite.
It is instant. It is the second instant speed bite in this format.
Okay, so green has better removal than all of the other colors.
Yup.
Okay, so green's the best color, and you should draft green. There's your tier list.
Yeah.
This looks first pickable to me, like easily.
This looks pretty dang high. Yeah, first pick. Like,
Yeah, I think
instant
I would be
speed
happy.
bite in green is nuts.
That's just stupid. Why did
got
they
a-
need that?
I got a purple worm. My purple worm is just killing things outside of combat.
Yeah, why not?
We haven't seen death touch in green, have we?
No, we've not.
So we go green
That doesn't mean
black
there's not
with
a
all
need.
these bite spells.
Yep, sure. Or just go green anything. Your creatures are big enough. Who cares?
It's also fair. Up next is Sylvan Shepherd. Sylvan Shepherd is 2 and a green for a creature human druid at common. It's a 2/3 with vigilance. Whenever Sylvan Shepherd attacks, roll a d20. 1 through 9, gain a life. 10 through 19, gain 2 life. 20, gain 5 life.
I think I would be interested in this in the green-white deck, and it's just like filler common in other decks. I'd really rather have that bear, the
Yeah.
druid bear, the 2/4.
Yeah, this definitely plays better in green white. I do like that it's a 2/3 with vigilance, and that should be able to attack in a little bit, and then you just get this extra incidental life gain, but it's not something I'm going real deep on getting. I feel like I can wheel this.
I mean, it's got a unicorn in the background to tell us which deck it goes in.
It's true. It's true.
Yep.
Up next is the Tarask. The Tarask is 6 green, green, green for a legendary creature dinosaur at Mythic. It's a 10/10. The Tarask has haste and ward 10 as long as you cast it. Whenever the Tarask attacks, it fights target creature defending player controls. This is just like the Tarask from D&D, right?
No, I mean it's significantly weaker than that, but I understand they can't like it would be Ulamog levels of broken. And I appreciate that there's not an Ulamog style card here. I mean, it's still arbitrarily large green mythic. It is 9 mana, so you really need a plan to be able to cast this, but I'm first picking it and doing it. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'll first pick and ramp into it. It's not going to die barring your opponent having a very large board or having death touch. The card's fantastic. If you can get it onto the board, just have a way of getting it on the board.
Yeah, have a plan. As long as you have that plan, I think this could be an excellent ramp payoff.
For sure. I'm going to guess you don't have Underdark Basilisk.
I do not.
There we go. Underdark Basilisk, 1 and a green for a creature Basilisk at common 1/2 with Death Touch.
You just said you wanted a Death Toucher in green. Here you go, John.
It's cheap. It doesn't have to attack. It can bite. I love it. Green looks really good.
Green looks absurd. I'm never going to get to play green.
Isn't green always supposed to be the bad color at the start of formats?
Usually, but man, this is weird. Green looks like just pushed.
Yeah. So this is not a high pick. Like you're not spending a second pick or a third pick on this card. You are putting this like 6th-ish.
Yeah, but it's going in your deck and you're happy about it.
It's going in every deck. Yeah, absolutely. All right. What else does green have? We're not done. But my image previewer is. What's going on there? There we go. Up next is Varus, Silvery Moon Ranger. Varus is 1 green green for a legendary creature, human elf ranger at rare. It's a 3/3 with reach and ward 1. Whenever you cast a creature or planeswalker spell, venture into the dungeon. This ability triggers only once each turn. Whenever you complete a dungeon, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token.
This seems great.
3 mana, 3/3 with reach.
3 mana, 3/3 with reach. That's a little annoying for your opponent to kill. Gives you some bonus venturing into the dungeon when you're just casting stuff. And then like once every 4 creatures or 4 turns or so, you get a free wolf. Like I doubt that's happening a lot, but it'll be interesting to see if you can like stack up when you complete. So you make sure you could cast this and then the next turn get the wolf token, I think would be ideal. But I'm still first picking this out of most packs.
Yeah, it's an easy first pick. It's not a bomb, but it's a first pick. Like it's real good.
Yeah, and that's a worthy distinction. Like this is not just running over somebody with a game, but it's a very solid card.
Yeah, and it's a great reason for the scale. We don't have to debate if this is a B plus or is this an A minus. It's a first pick, just like the Tarask, just like all the Mythic Dragons. Up next is Wandering Troubadour. Wandering Troubadour is 3 and a green for a creature dragon bard at uncommon. It's a 4/2. At the beginning of your end step, if you had a land enter the battlefield under your control this turn, venture into the dungeon.
Okay, so it's going to venture on its own. Right? Like presumably you go land, cast this, you've already got a venture. So if you're venturing in green, this is probably how you're doing it. And we've decided that venturing is pretty valuable, which makes this pretty valuable, so I'm third picking it.
Yeah. I still need to figure out just how valuable venture is, but I could see third. Like at worst, I think this is 5th. But let's go third for Wandering Troubadour.
I think you're wanting to treat this like an enchantment that can block in an emergency. So I don't think we're attacking with it. We've already seen like various Gideon's Reproach things. Like if they're tapped out and don't have anything that can block it, sure, by all means attack with it. But I think this is mostly an enchantment for you.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, up next. Is this our last card? Nope. Apparently not. We've got like 5 more. Werewolf Pack Leader. Werewolf Pack Leader is green for a creature human werewolf at rare. It's a 3/3 with pack tactics. You draw a card when you attack with 6 power. 3 and a green until end of turn. Werewolf Pack Leader has base power and toughness 5/3, gains trample, and is not a human.
Okie dokie. So we're first picking this one too.
Easy. 3/3 for 2. It's very easy for this to suddenly start drawing cards on attack, and it can even get bigger if we have the mana. And I mean, if we have the mana, we'll probably do it. It's great.
Yeah, it's green. We're going to have the mana.
Up next is Wild Shape. Wild Shape is a single green mana for an instant at uncommon. Choose one until end of turn. Target creature you control has that base power and toughness, becomes that creature type, and gains that ability. 1/3 turtle with hexproof, 1/5 spider with reach, 3/3 elephant with trample.
Okay, so this is a combat trick, and I can stop you from killing my dude. I can get a reach blocker if I need one. And I can maybe make a 2/2 into a 3/3 and win a combat.
Yeah, the elephant side is slightly disappointing. Give me a 4/4.
Yeah, I think this is mostly like dive down.
Yeah.
If you've got something that you really want to protect, it's kind of fine. And I'm usually happy to slip in a 1-mana combat trick to try to save a creature from a removal spell.
Yeah, I'd still prefer Snakeskin Veil, but I think this is still going to be useful enough that I'm fine putting one in a deck.
Yeah, I'm with you there too. I'm not going to pick it highly enough to play with it because other people are going to pick it higher than me. But I'm down with this.
Yeah.
I would want a 6th pick, but I probably won't get it that late.
Yeah, I can hope. Up next, you find a cursed idol. 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. Destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, or make a treasure and venture into the dungeon.
I mean, this looks like main deckable artifact and enchantment removal to me, and it looks like we're going to want artifact and enchantment removal. And if we're sad, well, screw it. We'll just go into the dungeon instead.
Yep, I think I'd be happy main decking this. I'm not going to spend a high pick on this. I'll maybe even wheel it. But yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, you're not protecting this while something's attacking with Wild Shape. You're just somebody's trying to kill your creature, and you're protecting it with that. It's obviously not as good as Snakeskin Veil.
Yeah. Up next, you happen on a glade. 2 and a green for an instant at uncommon. Choose one. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand.
Wow. I can see packs where I will first pick this. I will certainly happily third pick it.
Yeah, this fixes you. It's a regrowth for 1 more than regrowth is, although it's permanent card, not your removal. But this seems solid.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I can get back my best creature if I top deck it late. If I'm looking to splash, well, congratulations. We can splash whatever we want now. Looks like splashing is going to be pretty easy in this set.
Yeah, I think treasures aren't the way to splash. I think being green and having evolving wilds and whatnot is the way to splash. It just seems more reliable than the treasures. And then if you have the treasures, cool, there you go.
Yeah. I think I'd rather have this than Balagad Recovery, because Balagad Recovery was a sad land, or a top deck you can do this. This is like 2 sad lands, or a top deck you can do this.
Yeah. I don't think I'm picking it quite as highly as you, but I think I'll start out respecting this higher than I think a lot of people will. So I'm going to go like 4th, 5th.
Okay, I'm going to edge it up a little bit over you there.
Sounds good. Finally, you meet in a tavern. 2 green for a sorcery at uncommon. Choose one. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal any number of creature cards from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Or creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn.
If I'm playing 15 creatures, what's my distribution on this? How many am I getting when I cast it?
That's a
Something
question
like
for the
2.3?
hypergeometric calculator. Something like that, yeah. So
It's
4 mana, draw 2.
Yeah, I think it's the 4 mana draw 2.
It's not awful in green.
Yeah, and I think if I have this, I'm probably going to play a few extra spells, play a few extra creatures, like put in more of the basilisks and not play kind of do nothing card draw stuff.
Yeah.
I think I would play this. I think it's close to Harmonize. It could certainly be better. And the fact that I could, out of nowhere just pump my team and kill you. This is pretty neat. I think I'm a little lower on this than the Glade. I think I'd rather wander into a Glade than meet in a tavern. But
Yeah.
as a bit of an introvert, that kind of makes sense.
I
But
agree.
I'll take this, probably fifth pick, and let's play it.
I think I'm going to go lower on this. Again, I'm always hesitant on variable cards. I know the average is 2.3. I'm terrified of when it's 0. But then of course it's just as likely going to be 5. Um, I'll start 6th through 8th and we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
And that theoretically is it. I don't know if we went through 261 cards or not, but we got close.
Yeah, we may have missed a couple, but I think we'll be okay here. That was quite a set. What are your thoughts after reading through them? Like excited, unexcited?
I'm excited. That it does not feel like there's remotely as much going on, which super excites me. I've not been happy with Kaldheim or Strixhaven, due in part to wordiness and complexity. This set does feel less complex. I think there's going to be a lot to think about what your opponent could do with venturing. It's not hard to understand what they could do, but it's just a lot to think about what they could do. Green seems busted. I'm a little concerned about balance there, but we have to see how it actually works out in the set.
Those were kind of my thoughts as well. Like, if green's really that good, then everybody will be competing over it. It means I'll never get to draft green, but I'm still first picking those green spells with the hope that it'll work.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I hope that this format is grindy. The only thing that
Yeah.
I'm curious about is like, how good is that equipment deck? Because if it's good, then you have to respect it, and people may be fighting over that too.
Yeah. I think the equipment deck is going to come down to if it's consistent or not, because it's the Brunor card that terrifies me because a free equip every turn is kind of insane. But
Yeah.
they have to have that card on the battlefield and it has to not die.
Okay.
So we'll see.
All right. Well, let's do some viewer sharing and